8 o'clock on Today coming up. Trump indicted. The former president now facing criminal charges. His attorney speaking out this morning on Today.
This is a historic case, a monumental case, a case that will have wide-reaching ramifications.
New details just ahead on what happens next and what it means for the 2024 presidential race. We're live with the latest. Plus, cracking down. A look at how some Americans turning outside the U.S. to get their hands on Ozempic may have a tougher time getting their prescriptions filled.
This is concerning, and in my view, it has to stop.
What you need to know about new limits on the sale of that popular diabetes drug hyped for weight loss. And Power Up. Chris Pratt is here live to tell us what it's like to bounce into his iconic role in the new Super Mario Brothers movie.
All right, let's go.
As the Mushroom Kingdom takes over our plaza in a super big way. Today, Friday, March 31st, 2023.
Happy Friday from Milwaukee,
Scottsdale, Arizona, Evansville, Indiana,
Detroit, and Rosemount, Minnesota. Samantha's turning 30 today.
on my senior trip from Saline, Michigan.
Hi to my mom, who's been watching Today for over 45 years. We love you, Grandma!
Shout out to the University of Alabama at Birmingham.
Go Blazers!
Celebrated a Jenica's come from deployment.
After 8 months overseas.
And our first stop as a family, the Today Show.
We're back 8:15 now with a decision that is going to make it harder for some Americans to fill those prescriptions for Ozempic.
Yeah, with the diabetes drug also popular for its weight loss effects, it's becoming harder to find, and some have turned to pharmacies in Mexico and Canada to get it. But now at least one Canadian province is putting a stop to that.
NBC Stephanie Gosk is here with that story. We've been talking about Ozempic a lot lately.
A lot of people are talking about Ozempic and trying to get their hands on it. You know, pharmacies in British Columbia are allowed to fill prescriptions written by U.S. doctors if they are co-signed by a Canadian doctor. That loophole has been embraced by thousands of Americans, but now the province in Canada says it's time to pump the brakes.
But baby, the hype is real.
That hype around Ozempic is causing shortages at many pharmacies in the U.S. While the drug is only FDA approved to treat diabetes, many people are using it to help them lose weight. But insurance typically does not cover weight loss drugs, and that has some Americans looking to Mexico or Canada for lower prices and easier access.
It's really not that hard to place the Canadian order, honestly.
Hi guys, I got my shipment of Ozempic from Canada today, and I just thought I'd do my unboxing with you. Let's see what we got here. It's always packed really good. Yeah, it's still cold.
But in British Columbia, Canada, health officials now say they're going to limit the sale of Ozempic to non-Canadian residents.
This is concerning, and in my view, it has to stop.
In Mexico, many pharmacies sell the drug over the counter, while Canada requires a doctor to sign off on a prescription from doctors in the U.S.
The cheapest I have found it around me is $975 out of pocket. I pay with shipping from Canada $365.
Amber Barr says she's been getting Ozempic from Canada for the past few months, and she's not alone. According to public health authorities, over the first 2 months of the year, 15% of all Ozempic prescriptions in British Columbia went to U.S. residents. The demand raising concerns about potential shortages, especially for diabetics who really need it.
The purpose of procuring the Ozempic for British Columbia patients is not to turn around and export it right back to the United States.
Drug maker Novo Nordisk Canada says it's collaborating with the BC government on this, adding, "We are also asking Canadian physicians to only prescribe Ozempic for people living with type 2 diabetes."
I also feel that I'm on the medication for the same reason that somebody that has type 2 diabetes is on it.
Barr says she's lost 28 pounds since November on Ozempic. She's happy with the progress and worried what the new policy will do.
My options of getting it without paying a lot of money are not looking great for me right now.
Medical experts say it's risky to order Ozempic, Wegovy, or any of those drugs without consulting your personal health care provider. Doing so increases the potential risk of dangerous side effects and adverse reactions, guys.
If this was just one province, where do you think this goes from here?
Well, look, they're really concerned about shortages, right? And it's not a complete ban in British Columbia.
but they are going to keep an eye on it. And if people are relying on Canada as a source for Ozempic, they might have some problems down the road.
And you said this is also happening in Mexico as well.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. I mean, you can, in some instances, get Ozempic for a third of the price of what it's going to cost you in this country. Again, consult your doctor, and again, be sure of the source.
Dr. Torres was here. He said the shortage is not of the medicine; it's of the pen that administers the medicine, which is kind of interesting. So,
yeah.
All right, Stephanie, thank you.
You're welcome.
It is 5:30 now on a Friday morning, and it seems like we have landed in the Mushroom Kingdom. And we all know there's only one man for the job when you get sucked into a giant pipe. That means it's time to call the plumber.
Okay, guys, Chris Pratt plays Mario in the new Super Mario Brothers movie. He is here. He is ready. He's going to tell us all about the fun he had bringing this iconic video game to the big screen with its star-studded cast.
We're in for a treat.
Yeah. This crowd is so pumped.
Yes.
Oh my! He came out here and everyone went nuts. I thought it was Craig, but it was actually it was Chris Pratt.
We got like half Luigi's, half Mario's.
That's right.
It's all fair.
Who's Team Luigi? You can't forget Luigi. Who's Team Mario?
I believe the Marios have it.
I think so.
Always wins.
The country is divided enough, people. That's right. Yeah. Plus, all week we've been talking snacks, of course. You know, do you go for crunchy? Do you go for creamy? We can't unforget that payday moment with Al. I don't think anyone's going to forget that. Well, Good Housekeeping's nutrition director is here with the best high-protein options to fill you up in a healthier way while satisfying all your cravings.
And just ahead on the third hour of today, Broadway star Philippa Soo. She's going to be here live talking about her return to the stage in a classic musical with an Aaron Sorkin twist.
It's no secret that Dylan Dreyer and myself are the two big golfers on the staff of the Today Show. This is very exciting because Dylan is coming to you from one of the most famous golf course in the world, the Great Augusta National. Dylan, you're there for the women's amateur tournament. My goodness, look at that is not a green screen. You are in the Holy Land.
It is actually just green. Yeah, Carson, you get it. You know how it feels. This is my happy place. Augusta National is the most pristine, majestic, and of course, one of the most historic golf courses in the world. But we're not here talking about the Masters. Oh, no. This weekend is all about the Augusta National Women's Amateur. These women are at the top of their game. Most of them are still in college. Some of them not even in college yet. These women are the future of golf. They're the ones to watch. Last year, in fact, Anna Davis, the winner, was only 16 years old. It's funny, she actually went viral last year because of her fashion choice. She chose to wear a bucket hat on the course, which kind of bucks the trend from what you typically see here at Augusta National. Unfortunately, she did not make the cut this year. Although, if you're superstitious about golf, she did wear a visor this year, so there's that. Also, I want to point out that the first two rounds happened right up this street. The final round happens here at Augusta National tomorrow tomorrow. So today is a practice round, so you'll see some of the players out here today. I'd say the one to watch this year is Rose Zhang. She has currently a 5-stroke lead. She is considered the best amateur woman in the country, so all eyes will be on her. She has not won this tournament yet, so it'll be interesting to see what happens tomorrow. Also, this year, there are a lot of international players. More than half the field is made up of international players. 10 of them are from Japan, so it just goes to show you that this tournament has taken the world by storm. So if you want to watch all the action here at Augusta National, you can see that on NBC and Peacock tomorrow starting at noon Eastern. Guys, get ready for some incredible golf.
That's great. The ladies are going to play it obviously in optimum shape as they get ready for the Masters tournament. Dylan, we're going to be watching that final round at Augusta, the women's amateur. That's tomorrow. It'll be on at noon right here on NBC, and of course streaming on Peacock. Dylan, thank you.
Good luck, Dylan. So she's playing in it, huh?
He's playing. She's playing it at the Masters.
She's good enough.
We're going to manifest it. Video game character, chances are Super Mario is going to be very high on that list. He has been entertaining kids and adults, including myself, since 1985, and now Mario getting the proper big screen treatment that he has deserved for a long time now in the new Super Mario Brothers movie. Chris Pratt plays everyone's favorite Italian plumber who just landed in the mysterious Mushroom Kingdom.
That's a little mushroom man talking to me.
Pleased to meet you. I'm Toad.
Mario. So this is not a dream?
That hurt, right?
Yes!
Definitely not a dream.
Chris Pratt, Mario, good morning to you, brother.
Good morning, Craig. How are you?
I'm fantastic. And let me tell you, my kids, my wife, we watched it last Friday.
Yeah.
Folks are in for a treat.
Oh.
Folks, seriously.
I agree. I believe I've seen it now a couple of times, and you know, you've got kids. We take our kids to see every animated movie. That's not always good for us. Because we have to sit through some of these movies. Sometimes you're like, boy, well, at least my kid's happy. Well, this movie, thankfully, the kids and the adults both get a lot out of it.
It lives up to the hype. As you know, there was some controversy going into it about the voice.
Sure.
Because folks who played the video game for years, you get sort of familiar with Mario's voice.
Right, yeah.
You decided to take the voice in a different direction.
Yes.
Why?
Well, I mean, we really don't know a lot about Mario and Luigi. Even though there's been 38 years of video games, we barely just scratched the surface as who these guys really are.
Yeah.
We know one of them wears red, one of them wears green. They go, woohoo, and it's me. And other than that, you don't know much. So we had to kind of create a story about these guys that's an hour and a half long, that has emotional through line, that has heart. And for that reason, it was important to ground the voices in something a little more real, to bring these classic characters to the cinema.
If you wanted to do that sort of classic Mario voice, could you?
Yeah.
Can you give us just?
Yeah, sure. What do we say? Yeah. He's like, woohoo! It's me, Mario. I mean, Charles Martinet, who did the original voice, is just an icon. And I mean, listen, I was 9 years old the first time I played Mario, so it really, the music, the sound, the voices, that's the tiles in the mosaic of my childhood.
Yeah.
And so we honor the legacy with this movie.
I mean, speaking of icons, you have played some of the most iconic characters in some films over the last 10, 15 years. I mean, you're part of the Marvel universe.
Yeah.
The Jurassic franchise.
Yes.
Now you're Mario.
Wow.
Lego movies.
Right.
Where does this rank, Chris Pratt, for you?
Oh, right at the top.
Yeah?
Yes. I mean, I'm grateful and blessed to have been part of all of them, and each are extraordinary in their own ways. Something about this movie and the fandom of this movie is really unlike anything I've done before. Because you got to think about it. You know, for example, Jurassic Park, I may have seen that movie 10 times as a kid. That's a lot of times to see a movie.
Yeah.
That's only 15 hours. I played Mario for probably 1,000 hours, maybe more, maybe 2,000 to 10,000 hours, right? I mean, you guys play Mario.
Same here.
And so it hits a little different when you go see this movie.
Is the thinking that, I mean, you've got Mario Brothers 1, you've got Mario 2, you've got Mario 3, you've got Mario Kart, you've got so many different characters.
Right.
Is the idea that this is the first of the beginning of a series of Mario Brothers?
Oh, you know, God willing, I mean, it'd be great. It'd be great if it works and audiences go out and see it when it opens April 5th, and if they respond and they like it, I hope that they would make more movies. This is another iteration of this great franchise over the course of the past 30 years. It's now in the cinemas. They'll keep making the games, and hopefully they'll keep making the movies if people like it.
I read that your son Jack is more of a Luigi guy.
What
was his reaction when he heard you were playing Mario?
Well, he's pretty thrilled and excited, and he loves Toad and he loves Luigi. When we play Smash Brothers, he's always Luigi.
What else is going on with you these days? I mean, you got the kids, the movies.
Yeah.
How's Chris Pratt doing?
Oh man. Chris Pratt's busy, but I feel good, man. I feel I just called myself Chris Pratt.
You did.
So
third person.
Apparently, Chris Pratt does that now. Chris Pratt is pretty embarrassed that he just did that on the show. No, I feel good, man. I feel blessed. I'm happy. I'm healthy. I got my family. We got a lot to be grateful for.
By the way, we're very excited about this movie. If you can't tell, we've decked out some of our folks on the plaza with hats, with characters, with gear, and you've got another special announcement as well.
Yeah, everybody here, you're all gonna see the movie. You're all getting free tickets.
Thanks to our friends at Fandango, you're all going. You're all going. In fact, you're not gonna go with Chris Pratt. He's going with all of you.
I'm taking it.
That's not true. We're not doing that.
That is not a guarantee.
You go with your friends and family. Chris, thanks again.
Thanks, man. Craig,
Congrats
appreciate it, man.
on a
Thank
fantastic film. We're going to see you again in the third hour. The Super Mario Brothers movie from our sister company, Universal, and Illumination hits theaters next Wednesday, April 5th.
Snackification is a trend that seems to be showing no sign of slowing down, and now the nutrition experts at Good Housekeeping Institute have evaluated more than 100 high-protein snacks to find the best choices for keeping you full. Stephanie Sassos is their nutrition director, as well as a registered dietitian, nutritionist. Steph, I mean, whether it's a creamy craving, a salty craving, a crunchy craving, there's something for everybody. There's so many snacks. How did you guys narrow it down to these?
Yeah, so we evaluated over 100 high-protein snacks in-house with our registered dietitians, and we also send the snacks out to real-life taste testers for feedback on flavor, texture, because we found that, believe it or not, texture and consistency matter just as much, if not more, as the flavor of the food.
All right, well, we have our tasters right here, but let's what do you want to start with?
So we're going to start with our sweet. So a healthy snack, of course, for sweet is going to be fruit, but fruit doesn't have much protein. So it's great to pair a fruit with a nut butter, but these are not your ordinary nut butters. These come in chocolate and honey flavors, so you get a little bit more extra sweet. but they're fortified with omega-3s and choline. So they're great for brain power. So if you're having that like 3 p.m. slump at work, need to focus, these are great. They're great for kids. It's an awesome, what do you guys think of it?
This is pretty good.
Right? Very tasty.
In general, if you're looking for a snack, is high protein what you're looking for?
Absolutely. Protein is going to satiate you. It's going to keep you fuller longer, and it's going to stabilize your blood sugar. So that's better mood as well.
All right, good stuff, guys. What is this one right here?
So this is a really superfood oat cup. I want you to throw away those really sugary oatmeal packets that you have at home and upgrade to this. The secret ingredient here is collagen. This has 9 grams of protein of collagen
put this
in
on
here.
my skin?
Yeah. Well, maybe you could.
Blueberry walnut
and there's
superfood
blueberries, and it's naturally sweetened with a little bit of coconut sugar.
That's pretty good.
Isn't that great?
Yeah.
It's
Quinoa
super
and cheese.
filling.
That's pretty good.
Super hearty.
You can tell if you ate this, you'd be full.
Absolutely.
Is this good for cholesterol?
Oh, awesome for cholesterol. Tons of fiber too, which is going to make for a really great snack.
You know what fiber's good for, Tom?
Tell me, Dad.
All right, Steph.
Okay, pizza bites. Who doesn't want a pizza bite?
Who does?
We have a better for you version. These are made with all organic ingredients like cassava flour and grass-fed cheese, and they have hidden veggies inside. Can you taste any veggies in there?
This can't be good.
They're actually delicious.
Aren't they great? And I like them actually in the air fryer. They crisp up really nicely.
These are healthy.
These are
I'm
great
shocked.
for kids. They're really healthy, and they have
actually
about
pretty
7
good.
grams of protein. Yeah, right?
I would be brutally honest, too.
We
Those
brought
are
you the
pretty
best.
good. Wow.
We brought you the best.
That's surprisingly good. My kids will love that.
And
or the cheese and nuts.
yeah, so this is our next pick. This is from Aldi. These are under $3.
Oh, wow.
You will not find any other snack trays for that price.
The grocery store?
Yep.
Yeah.
And they have cheese in there with some nuts and some nice dried fruit and at least 7 grams of protein in that tray. So it's great for on the go.
Trader
and
Joe's has something like this.
Similar, yeah. But I really think you're not going to find a price like that for the quality at somewhere like Aldi. And that's a good housekeeping seal star, too.
All right, what do we got now?
Okay.
We got the nuts.
These are one of my
Small bites.
favorites.
Pistachios.
Pistachios are the highest protein snack nut. These have a sea salt and vinegar flavor. Yep.
Oh, that's delicious.
Isn't it so good? It's
Well,
like a
that's
better
good.
for you chip.
Pistachios.
You've never had a
alternative.
pistachio before?
Salt and vinegar, no.
Salt and vinegar. It's a crowd
and vinegar,
pleaser.
no.
This is always on my charcuterie boards at home. 6 grams of protein.
These pistachios are incredible.
So great.
Solid.
And next up, I know, Al, you said you're a fan of this one.
Love the wisp.
Wisps.
Oh, great.
So these are 100% real aged cheese crisps. They have up to 13 grams of protein. Really popular in the low carb
Very good
community,
pistachio.
too.
Craig is right. Keep going. What do we got
Okay,
now?
over here
Oatmeal?
we got our creamy. These are our ready-to-eat overnight oats from Mush. They have 10 grams of protein in this little cup with the peanut butter chocolate. You guys are going to love it. What do you think of that flavor? It's like really decadent. It's
those
a
cheese
great
bites are great.
breakfast.
We have to go back to the cheese bites.
Yeah, the
Incredible.
cheese bites are good.
You brought the good stuff.
I brought you guys the best.
Yeah.
These are the ones
Yeah.
All this stuff tastes really good.
Yeah.
These aren't bad for me?
Okay,
No.
our next choice. So cottage cheese is a protein superstar. And the Good Culture cottage cheese has 19 grams of protein in this cup.
wow.
So it's the most protein of anything here today. Have you seen the cottage cheese ice cream on TikTok?
No.
Oh, you got to try it. So you put that in the blender
Have you
with
seen
frozen
TikTok?
fruit
No.
Okay.
and a little maple syrup. It is to die for.
I just took the cheese crisps and put it in the cottage cheese. That's a whole new snack.
I love
Wow.
it. You just
The
leveled
mush
it up there.
oats, peanut butter and chocolate, delicious.
Right?
But it
tastes like dessert.
It feels like mush.
Well, they don't lie.
Yeah,
Described as mush.
The name is
it could be
exactly
mousse,
what
though. It tastes good.
Okay, and last but not least, we have our crunchy snacks. So these are the
Love a good
lesser
crunch.
evil power curls.
These are good.
They're really good. They're made from cassava flour and egg white powder. They have 6 grams of protein per serving. And I love these. They have avocado oil
Not bad.
instead of other more processed oils. So it's really healthy for you. And last but not least, these bada bean, bada boom. This is crunchy broad beans, but they come in really fun
those are
flavors. So they've got a satisfying crunch. They're fantastic.
Well, these are some great choices here, Stephanie. Thank you so much. You can find more of these high-protein snacks on our website, today.com/food. We are back in a moment. But first, this is Today on NBC. Thank you, Stephanie.
Thank you.
Thank you, eaters.
we're back with today's Plaza Picks. So meet the Hickinson family from Damascus, Maryland. This is 11-year-old Liam there. Liam came dressed as Yoshi, his favorite character.
So cute. And Savannah spent some time with Stevie and Missy from Clay City, Kentucky, here to celebrate their 30th wedding anniversary.
Oh, hey, there, we've got 11-year-old Jason. Look at Jason, Super Mario fan there. And he got to meet the man, the myth, the legend, Chris Pratt. Pretty cool. How was that moment for you, Chris, meeting Jason?
That was pretty cool. Is Jason here? There he is. Look, I actually have something that I wanted to give.
Something more?
To Jason, if that's okay.
Of course.
What?
Uh-oh. Now, Jason, this is a very, very special limited edition Super Mario Brothers movie golden coin.
Whoa.
Okay?
What?
You're going to want to hold on to this, and I'm going to give this to you. Hold on. Al, can I give this to you?
Hold your mic.
Watch. Here we go. I'm going to sign this.
Whoa.
I had a...
Pen, Dave.
I got one.
Oh, never mind.
All right. It's Jason? All right, here you go.
That's awesome.
Oh, man.
Great meeting you.
Wow, look at that, Jason.
Hey, what do you think?
Best wishes.
It's New York, Jason. You could sell that in Times Square for like...
But you're not going to, are you, Jason?
He can't even talk.
Mesmerized. He's mesmerized.
Literally speechless.
Wow, that's so cool.
You can open this up and take that out, but it is a gold-plated coin. So please, you're gonna want to get a briefcase with some handcuffs, so no one else can steal that from you.
All right, a lot more coming up in the third and fourth hour, including more Super Mario excitement with Chris Pratt. He's not moving.
No.
Jason, congratulations.
Yeah. Way to go,
Don't
Jeff.
melt that down. Keep it. That's going to be.
We're back after your local news.
And
Thanks,
weather.
Chris.
And
Good morning. Welcome to today. I love mornings. They're full of possibility. And how you start your day sets the tone for the whole day.
We need to pull up one extra chair at the table.
We feel like we're right there with you.
Just ahead, in this half hour, we're going to introduce you to...
Because every day we start our morning so you can take on yours.
Join Hoda Kotb for season 3 of her podcast, Making Space. Listen now.
Welcome back to Today. We got a lot to celebrate on this Wednesday morning. It's good to have you along with us.
You don't know when your moment's coming, but when it does, you take it.
Everybody's good, and that's it. Yeah.
This morning on the third hour of Today, historic. Former President Donald Trump indicted by a Manhattan grand jury. The first time a former president ever facing criminal charges. The reaction, the political fallout, and when he could turn himself in. We're live covering all of it. Then later, big basketball weekend. We're going to break down the NCAA Final Four, the budding stars, the big matchups, and who is set to make history.
The Owls of Florida Atlantic.
Steve Khaki Kornacki taking us inside the last weekend of March Madness. And it's Mario time.
So this is not a dream?
That hurt, right?
We are super excited to catch up with megastar Chris Pratt, hearing all about bringing a classic video game to the big screen. Today, Friday, March 31st, 2023.
Live from Studio 1A in Rockefeller Plaza, this is the third hour of Today.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to the third hour of Today on
Friday, baby.
That's it. And we have a very special Friday guest joining us. This phrase comes so true today.
Yeah.
Craig's better half.
Much better.
Lindsay Zarnak here and welcome to the third hour. And I understand today, besides being Friday, is also a very special day. Do you know what it is, Craig?
What? March 31st is
yes.
It's not our anniversary.
Well, it is somewhat of an anniversary.
Do you know what anniversary it is?
It is the anniversary of the day I proposed.
There you go.
You guys
That's
thought you were going to get me.
Well, we got you there.
See, we had to give you a little bit of a hint, but
That's right.
How about that?
I didn't have a hint there. I remember. It was the most important day of my life.
Absolutely.
Oh, thank you.
There you go.
Yeah.
Well, we are really excited to catch up with everybody, but you're actually here, Lindsay, on a really busy morning.
Yes.
We'll start with the business here, because I can't imagine what could possibly go wrong this hour, sitting between the two of you. We are going to start with that historic morning. In fact, first time ever, a former U.S. president is facing criminal charges. Yesterday, a Manhattan grand jury voting to indict former President Donald Trump. The case centered around an alleged hush money payment to adult film star Stormy Daniels during the 2016 presidential campaign. President Trump denies committing any crime. A lot to talk about this unprecedented decision. And to do that, we bring in NBC's Chief White House correspondent, Kristen Welker. Good to have you with us in person this morning.
Great to be here.
First of all, let's just put this in perspective, Kristen. How big of a deal is this, and when can we expect to hear more about what's actually in that still sealed indictment?
Yeah, good question. Great to be here with all of you. This is unprecedented, as you said. This is a former president. We have never seen this before. You heard his attorney tell Savannah earlier this morning that the former president was shocked when he was told that these charges were actually coming down. Politically speaking, he's going to use it to embolden his base. We've already seen that. We've seen Republicans, even some of his rivals, closing ranks around him. But this is still a criminal indictment that carries legal and political risks potentially in the long term.
Criminal indictment.
In terms of when we're going to learn more, Craig, we expect him to appear for charges on Tuesday. Okay. So we expect sometime before then or on Tuesday to learn more about what these actual charges are, because we don't know yet. We just don't know.
Is there going to be a perp walk? Will the former president actually be publicly arrested, or is this something that's going to probably happen behind closed doors?
So we're not entirely clear. We don't know if there's going to be a public perp walk. Here's what we do know. We know that he's going to be processed like anyone else who is facing charges. So what does that mean? He's going to be fingerprinted. He's going to get a DNA swab. He's going to have a mugshot. This is not just a former president we're talking about. He's a former reality TV star. So he understands the power of these images. So if there are images, expect him to try to capitalize on them. Expect him to try to use them as an act of defiance.
Now, Kristen, this is the first of what could be possible multiple beginnings of these indictments coming out. How does this impact the other inquiries? And if there are others, does that change the calculus for other people, whether they support the president or continue not to support him?
Al, I think that is the single biggest X factor here. As you say, he's facing several other investigations, special counsel investigation into his handling of classified documents, the investigation surrounding January 6th. There's an investigation in Georgia into attempts to overturn election results there. All of those legally are more risky. He could face more prison time if he's indicted. If we see more indictments, you could see some of his rivals come forward and start to take the gloves off. That could start to peel away support, not amongst his base. His base is never going to abandon him, but around the edges. Republican voters who say, yes, we love Trump, But do we want to see a Republican in the White House?
Independence?
Independence, for sure. And they could start to become concerned about the baggage that he carries. Remember the argument that Trump made against Hillary Clinton in 2016, that she carried too much baggage. Voters bought that. Will we see the same type of argument here? We'll have to see.
But they're ready to play defense. In fact, Senator Lindsey Graham saying last night that this indictment, he said, is, quote, going to destroy America, and we're going to fight back at the ballot box. So Trump has said he's going to continue his 2024 campaign. What kind of fallout could we see?
Lindsay, I have spoken to Trump supporters, moderate Republicans, Democrats for years, covering several administrations. I think we're going to see a hardening of the political divides in this country. That quote that you just read from Lindsey Graham, you hear the heat in that rhetoric. A lot of people are reminded of, obviously, January 6th, concerns about protests that we might see when the former president is arraigned. And we know that authorities here in New York, frankly, nationwide, are bracing for that.
Wow.
All right. Chief White House correspondent,
Thank you,
Kristen. Welcome.
Well,
Thank you.
Thankfully, so far, anything has been fairly muted,
Yes.
and hopefully it stays that way.
Yes,
Kristen,
indeed.
thanks so much.
Thank you.
Meanwhile, as we said, very busy news day. Here's an update on another story we've been following. That high-profile court case involving Gwyneth Paltrow, well, it came to an end last night in Utah. Jury ruling in her favor in the civil case brought by a man who claimed the actor slammed into him on a ski slope in 2016. Jury deciding that he was actually the one at fault for the crash and awarded Paltrow $1 in her countersuit.
Turning now to hallowed ground for golf fans, the Masters. It's next weekend.
Yeah.
You guys both big golf fans, I know.
No.
Before, not at all?
No, not one bit. Only me. Yeah.
We should get you out there.
Okay.
All right, before that tees off, there's the Augusta National Women's Amateur Tournament.
And of course, our golf fanatic, the other golfer here on the panel, Dylan Dreyer, making her way down to Georgia. So, Dylan, you must be felling because you're at the Augusta National. It's a pilgrimage for golf fans, even just sports fans in general. So, tell me, what makes Augusta so special?
Well, first of all, guys, you know, they're putting a lot of trust in me that I'm not going to hop over these bushes right now and just, like, run across the practice green here. They are practicing right now. Today is a practice ground here at Augusta National because the final round takes place tomorrow. The other two rounds, the initial rounds took place up the street at Champions Retreat Golf Club. But this course is like none other. I mean, pristine is just not even the right word because it's more than pristine. It's more than majestic. It is just absolutely perfect. There is no blade of grass out of place. This is just an amazing place to just watch golf. It's just amazing being here. In fact, one of the highlights I found are these sandwiches. I mean, you can get the pimento cheese sandwich, which is, you know, typical Craig. You get it, you know, in the Southeast. But there's also just the egg salad sandwich.
Wow,
These are
I've never seen those anywhere.
And they
Stop it.
And they come in these little plastic bags. And honestly, it's one of the highlights of being here, besides the amazing golf you get to watch.
And they're still reasonably priced, too, by the way.
$1.50, right?
I bet that's what it used to be.
Yes. Only $1.50. But
That's
you know what's really
fascinating.
cool about this weekend leading up to the Masters is the Augusta National Women's Amateur is a way to come to this course to watch incredible golf. I mean, these girls are at the top of their game. Most are still in college, some not even in college yet. The winner last year, Anna Davis, was only 16 years old, and they are just absolutely incredible. In fact, this year, it's half the field is international players. So there's 10 players from Japan. So this whole tournament has taken the world by storm. It's become the new tradition here at Augusta National, and really just some incredible golf can be seen all weekend. And you can also hit up the gift shop too, which I'm about to do right after this.
Dylan, you joked about hopping over the bushes. Are you getting a chance at getting around in while you're down there?
Here, I don't think there's ever a chance I'll play Augusta National.
Don't
I
say
keep
that.
trying. I bring my clubs. I'm ready to go if the invite ever comes my way. But no, I mean, and that's what's cool about being here. As much as you want to play, it's just as enjoyable to watch. So you guys will check out some huge, incrediable golf this weekend. You can watch it, of course, on NBC and on Peacock starting at noon Eastern time tomorrow.
So, Dylan, like in baseball, they have the first pitch. Could they do a first swing? Could you go out and do the first swing?
Yeah.
I say you just
I'm
hop
gonna
the
take
bushes.
First drive. I'm going to kick off the whole event
There
tomorrow.
you go.
We're starting a new thing.
We're counting on you. All right, Dylan, thanks so much. And you can watch the final round of the Augusta National Women's Amateur tomorrow at noon Eastern, right here on NBC and Peacock.
It really is hallowed ground down there. It's a special place. When we come back, speaking of sports, the Final Four action kicks off tonight.
Bring it.
There he is, our man in khaki, Steve. He's here to tell us what to watch out for over the weekend. And then a little bit later, it is Mario Madness here in Studio 1A. Superstar Chris Pratt live to tell us about bringing the iconic video game character to the big screen. He did it in an amazing way. Third hour today. Right back after this.
And we are back now with a look at the biggest weekend in college basketball. This is like sit down all weekend, just watch TV. Brackets have been busted for weeks in one of the maddest tournaments ever.
Now it is time to crown a champion. And here to look ahead to the Final Four, NBC News national political correspondent Steve Kornacki. Good to have you back, brother.
Great to be here. What a weekend.
Oh,
this is your Super Bowl.
Yeah.
Before we dig in here, we've been talking about brackets being busted for weeks now. I know you had Duke early, but who else did you have? How is Steve Kornacki's bracket?
So we're going to start this segment off with let's just
because you're our expert.
Well, I think we could put it up in fairness. Well, you do ask me to put a bracket together at the actually this is the real bracket.
I was going to say,
I'll take credit for this.
It's amazing.
I'll take credit for this. This is about a 1 in a million. Yeah,
that's your bracket.
This is what I came up with. I had Alabama. Goodbye, Alabama. They're long gone. I had Duke winning it all.
Oh, you did have
They didn't even make it the first weekend. I didn't have UCLA, but thank you for noticing that. I did have the Miami Hurricanes making the Final Four. I checked this morning on the ESPN standings.
Yeah.
I am in 10,893,520th place.
But you're not last.
Real bad, but there were 20
amazing.
million entries.
See?
So you're right there in the middle.
50%.
You got a great Miami story.
Well, I followed Jim Larinaga with George Mason when they made it to the Final Four. They knocked off UConn to get to the Final Four.
This right.
So this opportunity, and they were a 1 seed.
All right.
So now this is pretty.
So here we go. Final Four. Let's start with the men.
I mean, this is Cinderella's ball this weekend in Houston on the men's side. This is the first time since 1970 you've had 3 teams that have never made a Final Four. That's Miami, San Diego State, Florida Atlantic. The giant left is UConn. They're going for their 5th national title since 1999. But look at those seeds: 4, 9, 5, 5. First time ever since they've done seeding in this tournament that no one shorter than a 4 seed has made the Final Four. So this is truly a Cinderella bracket here on the men's side.
Women's side?
The women's side's a little bit of a different story. Let's put that up here. The number 1 overall seed, the favorite to win this tournament, the defending champion, South Carolina, they remain alive here. Look, you see a 3 seed, a 1 seed, a 2 seed. So not as much in terms of Cinderella, at least on the surface. Although I would say this is the first time in a generation you don't have a UConn, you don't have Tennessee, or you don't have Stanford. At least one of those teams has been in the Final Four on the women's side since '95. This is the first time since then without one of those 3.
Craig, you were texting with Dawn Staley just last night.
You know what? I like to keep my texting conversations private.
Well, you mentioned they're on the air.
I know, right? You kind of did. You mentioned it on the air.
But I will say, nobody's beating the Gamecocks this tournament.
But you did get some good insight from Coach.
Discipline. They're focused on discipline.
Excellent. Yes, so that's great. You could pass that number along.
What have been some of the other defining moments, Steve?
Well, I hope she was also telling you they're focused on who they're playing tonight in Iowa, because this is the most widely anticipated men's or women's here. Caitlin Clark from Iowa has single-handedly taken the Hawkeyes to their first Final Four in 30 years. How about this? For the first time in the men's or women's tournament in history, she put up a 40-point triple-double in the Elite Eight, meaning 41 points, 12 assists, 10 rebounds, double digits in 3 statistical categories, and more than 40 points of scoring. So for South Carolina, undefeated, defending national champion, 42-game winning streak, to defend their title tonight, they've got to find a way to shut down Caitlin Clark. Nobody has yet. I think this is the most anticipated game either tournament this weekend.
All right, so you always come you always come with a little trivia. What do you got for us?
So here's your question. You got the women's tournament tonight, Final Four tonight. That's going to be in Dallas. The men's tomorrow night in Houston. Ticket prices.
Yeah.
What's more expensive, the women's tonight for the Final Four or the men's tomorrow in Houston?
Women's.
Yeah, I would think men's, so it's obviously going to be women's.
I would think that matchup you just mentioned probably driving ticket prices up, Iowa, USC.
I may have given you the answer with that last one. It is true. The women's tickets tonight in Dallas, about $250 on average. The men's tomorrow, about $114. Again, you got that matchup. And one of the things, when you get all those Cinderellas on the men's side, think of last year's Final Four. You had Duke and UNC. I mean, it's easy to sell tickets for that. Florida Atlantic, San Diego State. It's a great story, but it doesn't sell as many tickets.
Chris Pratt, who do you have?
So fun to watch.
Oh, I think I know it's a long shot, but I'm hoping that I'll win.
There you go. Anything can happen. Anything can happen. Well, Steve, thank you so much. When we come back, the man who's going to win the Final Four, Chris Pratt, here live talking the Super Mario Brothers movie. We'll be right back.
Whoa.
Nice. That was good.
That iconic song can only mean one thing, folks. We are talking Super Mario with superstar Chris Pratt.
That music just gives me chills, right? He has really done it all, playing the lovable Andy Dwyer in the hit NBC comedy Parks and Rec, then starring in blockbuster franchises as Star-Lord in Guardians of the Galaxy and dinosaur whisperer Owen Grady in the Jurassic World movies.
Well, now Chris is saying, "It's me, Mario," in the Super Mario Brothers movie. Take a look.
Just pop in this pipe and we're on our way. It's the only way to fly, man.
Oh, wow. Love these pipes.
That's how it works. I never knew.
That's right.
Chris, it is so good to see you. Thanks for being here.
Oh, man, it's my pleasure. I'm so happy to be here.
So how do you get ready to play, I mean, this iconic character? I mean, not just, I mean, it's global. So you're taking on this role. What was it that got you into the mindset to come up with that voice? 30
years of playing the Super Mario Brothers. I've been in deep training since I was 9 years old to play this role. So it really, that's it. Just knowing the games, loving the games, talking to the directors and the writer on who this character is, and moving this out of the video game world into the narrative film world, we get to learn a lot more about these characters and kind of ground them in reality and come up with a voice.
Where do you practice your voice?
Where do I practice it? In the car on the way to the stage. What they do is, it was about maybe 2 sessions a month for over the course of a couple years to do this movie, and we tried a lot of different stuff. And you throw a lot of stuff at the wall to see what sticks, and ultimately what happens is you get to the studio to do a recording session, and they say, this is the stuff we picked out of all of our previous sessions. This is where we're zeroing in on the voice. This is what we like. And they would play this reference track at the beginning of my own voice that I'd hear back, and they say, aim for that. And so that's sort of how we zeroed in on the voice. They really picked, of the multitude of options I had given them, they picked the voice.
Oh, wow. So we got to show our kids this film.
Yeah.
And they have a little review.
Okay.
If we can show you. All right. Let's take a look.
Just popping this pipe and we're on our way. It's the only way to fly, man.
I loved it so much. I liked it all, but my favorite part was when...
Perfect.
Do you have a question
Fantastic.
for Mr. Pratt? Yeah. How did you do it, and were you nervous?
Oh.
Well,
how did you do it? And were you nervous?
Oh, well, thank you for that glowing review.
Yeah. And the spoiler alert.
Yeah, and the spoiler alert. I was a little nervous. I knew that kids such as yourself, and even kids at heart such as myself, we've been playing this game for a very long time, and we care deeply about these characters, so I didn't want to mess it up. So I was a little nervous. And how did I do it? I just tried my hardest every session over the course of a couple years, and showed up to work and did my best, and that's how I did it.
Life lesson right there.
Yeah, oh, yeah. I wondered when you showed your kids the movie, what was their reaction?
Oh, my son Jack's 10, so he's similar to Dell. He's 9, right?
Yep,
yeah.
exactly.
So Jack's 10, he loved it, man. He loved it. He brought a group of his friends, and he loves to play Smash Brothers. He loves the Mario Brothers, and it was cool because almost immediately he forgot that I was voicing the character.
That's good.
He just got caught up in the movie, and so that is a good sign.
Wow. In fact, my son Nick and I, he was a little younger, but this is how we did our homage to the Mario Brothers.
That's so good.
This wasn't Halloween. We just dressed up.
It was a weekend.
It's like a random Tuesday.
Exactly. So besides this unbelievable franchise, Guardians of the Galaxy 3 coming out, what can you tell us about that?
Oh, man. That is, I'm very excited. I'm very excited for that. It's the final installment of this trilogy. It's directed by James Gunn, who wrote and directed all 3. That's pretty rare in these big franchise movies to have the same auteur, writer, director do the whole journey with the cast. And man, it's fantastic. It's really, really a special movie. It's the closing of this beloved
Notice
franchise.
he told us nothing.
Exactly.
He told us nothing.
10 years in the making.
Everybody who's been in a Marvel movie comes and says amazing
they train us. They train us.
They do a good job.
I got a little shock collar.
One tidbit? No.
You get to meet Adam Warlock. This is a character that you've never really met. It's played brilliantly by Will Poulter. He's an amazing up-and-coming star, and you'll get to meet him. And
all right.
That's a tidbit.
That's something. That's something. Lindsay got it out of him. Thank you. All right. Chris, thank you so much. So good to see you.
My
Thanks
pleasure.
for stopping by. Don't forget Super Mario Brothers movie from our sister company, Universal and Illumination, hitting theaters April 5th.
It really is a good one. Yeah. It really is.
I'm
excited about it.
I love the warp zones. This is like
coming up.
Taking me back.
Reading, writing, and rap. We're going to visit the classroom where the lesson plan is hip-hop, and it's working, y'all. Then a little bit later, Philippa Soo is here live. We're going to hear about her return to Broadway and the new rom-com, the drama that's based on a bestseller. Third hour of today, right back after this.
Yes. That was really fast.
Welcome back on this Friday with a special guest. What makes us say yay? Craig's wife, Lindsay Zarnock, with us this morning.
Thank you, Uncle Roker.
Yeah.
That's what our kids call you at home.
Oh, Uncle Roker, that's me. This morning in our series, By the Book, there's a program that gives new meaning to music education.
Yes, and it's the brainchild of two friends who are using hip-hop to keep kids engaged. NBC's Morgan Chesky is here to tell us more about it. Hey, Morgan.
Hey, guys. Good morning. You ever hear about something and think, I wish they had had that whenever I was in school?
Yes. All the
time. This is exactly one of those things. This program is called Reading with a Rapper. It started in Texas, and it's tackling some of the lowest literacy rates in the entire country. But students have found that it's about a lot more than just turning those pages.
We're gonna look through some music, y'all are gonna listen to it, you're gonna internalize it, we're gonna find words that we don't know, and we're gonna dig deep.
At Houston's Fleming Middle School, before anyone cracks a book in Miss Rogers' reading class, rule number 1 is listen.
I saw they was running, I said that I'm coming, just give me the torch. Hey, the weight of this heavy don't matter, I'm ready, I do it for sport.
While textbooks stay closed, the lesson's taught in a brand new way, verse by verse.
You hear Reading with a Rapper the first time, as a teacher, a little skeptical.
Yeah, it was a little like, oh my gosh, what is this gonna look like? How is this gonna, impact the classroom?
Like Kenya Rogers, one of the first teachers to feature the rap lessons in her classroom. Now she asks students to find similes, metaphors, and alliteration, not in novels, but hidden in the lyrics of hip-hop.
As an educator, it's amazing. Anytime the light bulb goes off for a student and you find something that actually works, that's gonna help them learn and be better, readers and writers, of course, that makes you excited.
The idea, called Reading with a Rapper, was created by two friends, Jaron Small and Douglas Johnson, who wanted to help schools connect with students by tailoring a curriculum to the audience.
I think a lot of times school at a certain point, it just wasn't fun. So I think it started from there, like how can we change the feeling of what school is for the next generation?
The 2-month program remixes traditional lesson plans by partnering with local rappers. Each song helping teach crucial concepts like sentence structure, grammar, and figurative language, with a side of rap.
Reading would have been significantly more fun, I think.
And that's like the biggest thing that we hear all the time as we're going around to these different schools, whether it's parents or teachers. They're like, man, I wish I had this when I was in school.
Looking at the words that we don't know, make an inference. We're gonna talk about what we don't know about these words.
Nationwide, Texas literacy rates rank near the bottom, 46 out of 50. From poor test scores to a lack of comprehension, experts say failure to grasp critical language skills early on can lead to a lifetime of limited opportunities.
And it's the foundation root of learning as human beings.
Can't do anything without
If you can't read and write, you can't do STEM. I can't give you financial literacy. I can't give you any derivative because you just simply can't understand it.
Helping tackle the root of the problem, the program's first signed artist, Buddy Rowe.
The torch is taking the information from the last generation and carving your own path. It's not a designation, but a destination.
The Houston area native dropped out of high school to chase a rap career, but found himself looking for more than parties and fame.
I wanted to have personal experiences with the people that are consuming my music.
It's never been just about the music for you.
No, I don't think I would have continued to do it if it was just about the music, if it wasn't about helping people or impacting people.
His biggest fans these days? Filling more classrooms than clubs, all learning from the lyrics he pours his heart and soul into, like students Jayla Lewis and Mel Jennings.
You can learn anything, but like in a different way. Like that's what Reading with a Rapper have taught me. Like it just don't have to be a text you can learn from. You can learn it from an artist and how they write their music.
I learned about myself that I learned reading faster when I listen to music.
The impact already couldn't be more clear. The program says it's helped 100,000 students, has expanded to 7 states, and has big dreams to go international. Music to these founders' ears.
We see that if we make a school better, we make a community better. And if we make a community better, we're making the city better. If we can make our cities better, then we can make our country better. So for us, yeah, it is education, but ultimately it's like, how do we just make the human race just better?
Yeah, it is just the beginning for them. Reading with a Rapper has definitely reached students through hip-hop, but they do have plans to expand, whether that's going to preschool or even utilizing different musical genres. And by the way, guys, Buddy Rowe, the rapper who's working directly with the program, he's releasing his LP today. Big news for him. And then on Monday, he'll actually be performing at the NCAA Men's Final Four. Wow.
That's incredible.
Wow.
Right.
Wow.
It's funny because I think programs like this are effective because they meet the kids where they are.
Exactly. No matter where they are. And that's why we mentioned the different genres of music. So Reading with a Rapper now. Some country music could be coming in down the road.
Yes.
It's all wide open. Yeah.
It's a great story.
It's kind of like an updated version of Scholastic Rock.
There you go.
Yeah, that's right.
Very good.
Awesome. Thank you, Morgan.
Thank you, guys.
By the way, Morgan, this is my wife, Lindsay.
It's great to meet
pleasure.
you.
Now it's
I watch
official.
you
Absolutely.
in the mornings, you know.
By the way, speaking of hip hop education, original Hamilton cast member Philippa Soo. Yes. Philippa Soo's in the house. She is back on Broadway in a new take on a classic musical. Then a little bit later, look who else is here. Who? Joy Bauer. Hey! Answering your superfood questions like, what's the best salty snack? Third hour of today. Right back with snacks after this.
We have some.
The City Music Series on Today is proudly presented to you by City.
This morning, we are catching up with the mega-talented Philippa Soo. She starred as Eliza in Hamilton, which of course earned her a Tony nomination and a Grammy Award.
Yes, so now Philippa is back on Broadway in the revival of Camelot, and she also stars in the new romantic comedy drama One True Love.
So Philippa plays Emma, whose husband disappears in a helicopter crash. Years go by, and she begins to find happiness again, but this time with her childhood best friend, Sam.
On the house.
Yeah?
Yeah. Or you can owe me.
Or how about I take you to lunch sometime?
Lunch?
Yeah. Yeah, I was thinking sometime between breakfast and dinner.
Lunch sounds nice.
Great.
Okay.
Oh, please, you guys.
Plot thickens. Welcome back.
Thank you.
Welcome back. So, One True Love's, for folks who don't know, it's a film adaptation for the book that was written by Taylor Jenkins Reid, who also did the recent hit Daisy and the Six. What drew you to this particular role, this particular project?
I was drawn to this really nuanced love triangle. I felt like, it was a really beautiful story, and of course knew that Taylor Jenkins Reid was beloved by a lot of people, and getting to read the book and read the script, I was just immediately drawn to this woman, this character Emma, and her impossible decision that she has to make.
She was in a bit of a pickle. I mean,
You can call it that.
Do you believe that you can have more than, as I look at my husband and ask me the question, more than one true love?
Yes. What do you believe, Philippa?
Well, listen, I feel like love comes in all different forms, right? And so if you're looking at it like that, yes. And I also think that love is something that you have to choose to do every day. You make a choice to love someone every day. So can you have more than one true love? yes, you can love your mother, your husband, your wife,
I like what
your
you did.
partner, your kids, a stranger, but you have to choose to love someone.
So speaking of love,
Choose to love you.
Oh.
That's lovely.
That's today. You talked to her on Monday.
That's not true.
well, when a therapy session finishes, when he hosted SNL last year, there was a skit about the type of people who do karaoke. I understand it might have been inspired because I hear One True Loves had an epic karaoke rap party.
There was karaoke at the rap party. I did not I watched the karaoke. I did not participate in the karaoke.
When you do participate, what's your go-to karaoke?
When I do, usually "Come On Eileen" is one of my choices.
That's a good one.
Or I'm just gonna go classic with like a Beyonce song. I'm just see what they have, see what they got.
Wow. You don't mess around.
You know, I just like to have fun. You know.
I like that. You've also taken on the role of Guinevere in Camelot on Broadway. Now, of course, this is the one that's been reimagined by Aaron Sorkin.
Yes.
How amazing has this been?
It's incredible. It's been an incredible process, an incredible room to be in. You have this classic Lerner and Loewe story that is based on a classic tale that is beloved by so many people. We have a 30-piece orchestra, this sweeping score, a cast of 27, Aaron Sorkin rewriting this book, Bartlett Sher directing, an incredible cast. I mean, it's just been a dream, and I'm really excited for audiences to see our revival, our take on this story.
You were also recently in the Kennedy Center's production of Guys and Dolls, and I read that was the first time you worked with your husband on stage, Stephen Pasquale. What was that like?
It was magical. It was just so great. I mean, you know, people are always asking us, like, do you guys sing around the house at each other all day? And we're like, no, I mean, not like that. But we actually really did get to, you know, work on these scenes, sing these songs, and actually found so much joy in being in this show together. And, you know, we want to do it more. We want to keep doing it.
That's great.
Really.
Working with your spouse can be cool.
Isn't it great?
It's really fun. It is fun.
Yeah.
It gives you a different look at them.
Yes, exactly.
And a different respect of their daily routine.
Right. And you get to go to work together. What's better than that?
Philippa, thank you. Have a great weekend. We always love it when you come by. One True Loves, it will be in theaters on April 7th. That's next week. And by the way, again, you can catch Philippa in Camelot at the Lincoln Center Theater right here in New York City.
In fact, Craig loves the fact that you guys get to share his dressing room.
Yeah. That is true. And by the way, what's that big air conditioning thing you have in there?
Because it's like 90 degrees up there.
That's an argument, by the way, that travels from home. So
That's right. All right, coming up, Joy Bauer standing by for a Superfood SOS. We're going to pepper her with your food questions. Third hour of today. I'll be right back.
I told you I could use pregnant.
Boy, you talk about a Friday. Not only do we have Craig's wife, Lindsay, here, but we also have nutrition and health expert Joy Bauer in studio as well.
Yes, say, and I'm glad that you wore the red.
We're like it's the emoji.
You're both Luigi's.
Exactly, that's what we were going for. This morning we're doing a Superfood Friday SOS, so Joy is answering your nutrition questions. It's great to see you. We're excited.
So we're going to start off, and I meant Mario's, I'm sorry. Let's start off with this question from Julia R. in Austin, who says, says, I'm trying to eat better and I want more vegetables. Which is the healthiest if you're going to pick one?
Okay, so this is a super hard question to answer because whatever vegetable we look at brings something special to the menu.
Right.
But if I only had to pick one, I would say spinach. Yeah, spinach is basically like a multivitamin in leafy green form. It's got an alphabet slew of vitamins and minerals. It has A, C, potassium, magnesium, iron, fiber, but also what's really neat about spinach is it has a unique combination of two antioxidants, lutein and zeaxanthin, which helps to promote sharp vision. It helps to protect our eyesight. And there's so many great ways to incorporate spinach. One of the things that I love to do is I sort of melt it into a pot of simmering marinara sauce, and then I mix it with penne. It's delicious.
It cooks down to almost nothing.
Yes.
Here, let's
that is such a great idea. Diana K. from Tucson is asking, what are your favorite healthy snack foods that satisfy that salty taste?
I love this question because I love salty snacks. So the first thing, edamame. Edamame is wonderful, and when you boil it up in the pot, it brings the fun factor, and it also slows down the pace of your eating. Very simple.
I've never thought of that. That's a great point.
Yes, and it's great. Kids love it too. I love roasted nuts. Whatever nut is your favorite, that's what you're going to go for. These are my kale chips. I made them earlier this morning.
So good.
It's instead of potato chips, and kale also, like spinach, has an alphabet of vitamins and minerals. I love this. It's very easy. I'll show everyone how to make it. This is a little weird, but this is my kooky snack. I take kosher dill pickles and I wrap sliced turkey around them, or bell peppers. Protein packed, and you know what I do? I dunk it in either hot sauce or mustard or salsa. It's really good.
That is such a good idea. All right, Debbie G asks, what foods are best to keep us fuller longer?
So you heard about protein earlier in the show, but I'm also going to give another promotion to vegetables. But from a strategy standpoint, here's why. Vegetables are packed with fiber and water, so as we eat them, it expands in your belly and helps you to feel fuller for longer. So her name was Debbie, right? Debbie's homework is Debbie G to have 2 cups of vegetables with her lunch and with her dinner, at least 2 cups. And I'm showing you here, this is a sandwich. I added roasted peppers and cucumbers.
I love the roasted
veggies on the side.
Joy,
Those
10
vegetables
seconds.
will make you feel
Joy, 10
fuller longer.
seconds. Sam from Chicago. Best way to have ginger.
So ginger helps to settle an upset stomach. We know this from research. The best way to do it is to steep it in tea. The ginger
Just boil raw ginger and boom.
Yeah, a few slices of ginger root or some ginger powder in water, and I'm telling you, it's going to help you to feel better.
Thank you, Joy.
Oh, that's such a good idea. All right, Joy, thank you so much.
Food is medicine.
It is, and for the recipe for Joy's kale chips, it's on today.com/food. We'll be right back. These are so good. Those wraps. Cheers.
Lindsay, it was wonderful having you.
Oh, it's always great to be here with you. Thank you.
Coming up next week on the third hour of today, we got John Stamos stopping by Studio 1A.
Yep, coming up on Hoda and Jenna, actor Kyra Sedgwick.
We will see you back here next week, God willing, in the Creek Dome.
You actually got a word in today.
Yeah, barely.
Today, Emmy and Golden Globe winning actress Kyra Sedgwick on her new movie, her 35-year Hollywood marriage, and more. Then from LED masks to scalp massagers, the latest beauty tools to help you rejuvenate your skin. Plus, the Running Club changing hundreds of kids' lives, and Donna's got a huge surprise in store.
So get up. It's Today with Hoda
and Jenna. It all starts right now. So hey, everybody, it's Friday, last day of March. Bye, March.
Where did March go?
You blinked and you missed it.
I don't know why
It's
March
over.
always disappears.
Yeah, it did.
But we are happy that y'all are here with us and that we have made it to the weekend. Okay, so Keanu Reeves is dominating the box office. Did you even know this?
Numero uno, I'm sure. By the way,
John Wick.
Yeah, he's in it.
Okay.
Yeah, John Wick. No, but here's the thing about Keanu Reeves. This franchise just dominates.
It's hot.
Like, period. So he chatted with People magazine, and they had that column, I don't know if you've seen it, but it's called One Last Thing.
Yes.
Like the last song you listened to, the last, whatever it was. And they asked him about
his last moment of bliss.
Bliss.
The word bliss just makes you kind of blush,
I know,
doesn't
it's
it?
like,
Okay, this is what he said. He said, a couple of days ago, with my honey, we were in bed.
Oh, wow.
We were connected. Okay. We were smiling and laughing and giggling, feeling great. It was just really nice to be together.
Oh, I love that.
By the way, he has a girlfriend. Her name is Alexandra Grant. She's an artist.
Yeah.
And it just led us to wonder, what was your last moment of bliss?
You're going to think this is super corny, but it happened to happen last night.
Okay.
So Hope was not feeling her best anyway, so she was laying in the bed next to me, and she put her hand on my cheek.
Okay.
And her eyes were finally closing, and I just didn't even want to breathe because the moment was so awesome. I was like, I'm not going to move. I'm just going to sit here in this. And I felt that little hand and the weight of it, and she was finally drifting off to sleep. And I thought to myself, like, how lucky am I? That's what I thought, laying there with her. And so it was, I can feel it as we speak.
There is something so beautiful
Yeah.
about when kids
Yes,
do the
put
things
the hand-
that
oh, I know.
moms do.
I know.
When kids do
And
the
just
little
place
gentle
it.
touch,
Yes.
the way that you would
Yes,
probably do it. There's something
yes,
really beautiful.
yes.
And we are so lucky.
We are. What was your last
mine was last night too.
Okay.
Reading with Hal.
Oh.
He has a special book that he loves called I Love You Just Like This. It's an Elmo book. And he's like, Mommy, and it starts off with Mommy and Elmo are snuggled like this. And he's like, Mommy says, I love you, Elmo. And then Elmo says, I love you too, Mommy. And he's like, I love you so much, Mommy. And he kind of was sad about it, like, I love you, Mommy.
Even though you were
And
right
I'm like,
there.
I'm right here. He's like, I miss you, Mommy. Because I
You
think
know
he
what?
knew it was about to go to bedtime.
It was nighttime. How
sweet.
And that book's,
and I love
that
Hal,
book.
and I sometimes
Never
forget to
forget
bring
him.
him up.
All right, so we got a few more last questions. How we go through them?
Okay, the first one. Last time you danced.
Yesterday. With the
Did you
kids.
dance yesterday
Yeah.
with the kids?
Yes.
I didn't dance yesterday, but I danced when we were on spring break.
Tell me.
Oh, and Mila, we danced to a reggae band. We were in Jamaica.
Mhm.
Don't worry about a thing.
Oh, I
and
love
Mila was
that.
doing her favorite little
what's her
twerk.
move?
She
Oh,
did
that's-
started to twerk. Which is highly
And what about Pop?
inappropriate.
What does Pop
and
do?
Poppy's just
Pop's just wild.
Yeah.
What
just
about
in,
Hal?
And Hal was just kind of beating to the
beating
music, and it was so much fun.
There's something about when your kids hear a song and they just, you know what our new song is that
What?
we're loving?
Oh, yeah.
Holla Back Girl.
Oh wait, no, it's not the one I thought you were going to say.
We
That's
played
a
that
classic.
once. I know, and it's hard to find the clean version, and
Yeah.
you can't. There's not even a word to place in there that works. Sometimes you can stick a new word in, but anyway, the kids love it. I was like, this song.
That's a great one.
Isn't it?
Yeah. Okay. Last recurring dream.
Oh. Go question.
Well, I always dream that I've taken a math class. I think I've said this
Yeah.
before. I've had a math class.
It's
I never
always
went to
math.
class.
Yeah.
And then it's the exam, and I failed.
Yes.
For some reason, I'm always failing at school in my dreams. But I
only
didn't.
in math.
Only in math.
Yeah.
And by the way, I was never a failure.
Yeah. Well, you
I was
don't-
a nice
right.
B to C student.
Me too. I was trying to explain that to my niece who does really well in school. I go, it's okay if you're B's and C's.
Yeah.
Like, it's not the end of the world. You can make it.
Mila made a 96 on her science test and was basically in tears. And I was like, Mila, Hefe, my dad, used to have to get grumpy at me when I brought home a C in fourth grade. You're fine.
Yes. And also, you can make, like, I think they think the stakes, even when they're young, it's like, oh, but what if? It's like, what if what?
Yeah, totally. And by the way, average is beautiful.
Average is good.
Average is beautiful.
All right, last game you played.
We played Connect 4.
Oh, that's a good one.
What'd you play?
We played Uno and Go Fish. We just switched back and forth. It's
You
our
keep it
night.
nice and I told you we played Monopoly, which was
not
very
good.
hard.
Last time you watched the sunrise. Oh, wow.
Last week on vacation, I watched the sunrise. I was up early. What about you?
Same. My niece and I, we actually had to ride bikes to go to it, but because where it was rising, and she said, "Can we
wake up early?"
So we pedaled in the dark and sat on the beach, and it was so beautiful. It was really beautiful.
Can we play this last time every week?
Yeah, I love this.
People magazine. It's a wonderful magazine.
So we do love it.
Okay, so evidently singles are sick of dating apps.
They want another way to let somebody know they're single and ready to mingle, but they don't want to go online. They want to be old school.
How did we used to let people know that? Just kind of show a little cleave?
Yeah, I used to lean in. You know how you did. You know your flirt.
Just a short skirt like, hey, I don't got a man, you know? Well, anyway, now they don't even need to do that because they just wear a thing called the pear ring.
Does it look like a pear?
Which one is it?
The middle one?
Oh, it says pear on it, P-E-A-R?
Okay, it tells people you're, oh. Wow.
It tells people you're up.
I'm not sure if that's a good idea. Don't you think every weirdo bedirdo on the street would be like, hey, girl? Ew. I think it might be weird. I don't know. I think it's weird.
But just so you know, it's the first batch sold out completely.
I know, of course. But don't you think if...
Yeah, it's like you don't want to be...
Something not cool about it.
I get it.
Don't you think? Are you with me?
And just in case you want to get one, though, it can be worn on any finger. Just in case I want to buy you one for your birthday that's coming up in August.
Ring. Okay.
If you start wearing a pear ring.
You're crazy.
You could wear one.
Totally nuts.
You never know.
Oh my gosh.
Oh wow.
All right.
Okay, so there's a new luxury spa.
This is for you. I don't even know why you haven't already known about it and have been informing us and marking the date on your calendar.
Okay, what is it?
Here it is. It's the Wedgewater Spa in Madison, Wisconsin. Since it's in Wisconsin, we know that the highlight of this entire spa is cheese treatments. Luxury. They have fromage facials.
Wow, where they put the cheese on your face?
On your face. They
eat it after?
Wait, oh wow. They have rind scrubs. You take the rind and rub it on your...
No, y'all, that is not real.
And a Gouda wax. Is this an SNL?
Yo, this is a joke.
No, the Center of Dairy Research shows that there are really important proteins. Oh God, please don't eat it. Please don't bite it. Oh,
wait, is this true, guys?
No, it isn't.
Is this a joke?
No, they'll tell us as we go. All right, we have the menus. Oh, I guess it is the thing. Water spa. Wait.
Fondue facial.
Oh, they do have these.
Salt brine. The colonic.
Wait, ooh.
A salt brine bliss colonic.
Okay,
I told you the word bliss is gross. A Gouda Brazilian wax would really take things up a whole new level.
Okay, did y'all make it up?
Is this a joke?
Oh!
Oh my gosh!
April 1st, just in time for April Fool's Day. By the way, great video.
Y'all just April fooled us? You fooled us.
It's a day away, and since tomorrow's Saturday.
Oh, good. You know what? Y'all are getting me ahead of my game. You know how I like to torment my children.
Wait.
I'm going to take this home and pretend it's true to my kids.
Oh my God, and to your husband.
And
do it
my
to Henry.
husband.
No,
and I'll
Henry.
say I got him one for our 15th anniversary.
Do that. That's perfect.
Luckily, he doesn't watch this show.
All right. Coming up next, which famous actor's real name is Mark Sinclair?
Okay, do not Google it, because you're going to find out when we play the celebrity name game, right after this.
That was never the kept saying, is it real? And they know what to say.
right, we love to have a little fun around here, especially on Fridays. So let's play
the name game. Okay, here's what's gonna happen. We have to guess the famous person after seeing their real name. The first one to ring in gets to guess the answer. If that person gets it wrong, the other can steal. Ready? Let's do first up. What? Okay. Lydia is Dua Lipa.
No.
No?
Wait.
Oh, don't.
Eilina Lydia Mineroff is Helen Mirren.
Good. Really? Nice. Well done.
Thank you. Next.
Okay, good.
Mark.
Wait, hold on. Let her catch up. Okay.
Sinclair.
Mark Sinclair. Is it Vin Diesel? Is it Sylvester Stallone or Russell Crowe? Go ahead.
Russell Crowe.
Oh. Sorry. Wait, what's the name again? Mark Sinclair. Vin Diesel. You know why? Vin Diesel doesn't sound real.
Well, that's true.
Okay.
Good point.
Let's get the next one. Come on, let's go. We're on a roll. Let's go.
Margaret,
Mary, Emily, and Hyra. Go ahead.
Meg Ryan.
Nice.
You know
How
why?
did you know?
Because
Why?
Meg is a nickname for Margaret, Mary, Emily, Ann.
You know what we think about? We're not just randomly
No,
guessing.
Margaret is
All
the nickname.
Let's go. Maurice Joseph Micklewhite. Maurice Joseph.
Is it Michael
Micklewhite.
Caine, Jason Sudeikis?
I'm going with Michael Caine.
That's right.
Yes.
What's the score here? 2-2. Okay, I better not be so nice. The next one, Monterio Lamar Hill.
Montero
Is it
Lamar Hill.
Little Nas X, John Legend, Usher. Little Nas X.
I was going to guess that.
Okay.
Yeah, but you were right. But I didn't because I was patient. All right,
Why
we got
would you be
3-2.
patient?
Melissa Vivian Jefferson. Melissa Iggy Azalea.
Oh, no,
dang.
We've had her.
Yeah.
Lizzo.
Nice.
When we see her, we should just call her Melissa.
Oh, yeah, and see what she says.
See, because you think about it, Lizzo is a sort of a nickname for Melissa.
Why is that?
Melissa.
Melizzo?
Melizzo. What if you were like, Melizzo?
Melizzo. She might like it.
She'd love it.
Okay. Benito Antonio Martinez Ocasio. Bad Bunny.
Oh, good one.
I knew that one.
Good one. How did you know that?
I don't know. I just knew it. Okay, 3-4. So you win, Jenna.
Oh, well, thank you.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
You get the thrill of victory. All right. You know this name, kiddos. Kyra Sedgwick.
Okay, we're going to talk with her about her new movie, her longtime marriage to Kevin Bacon, and more right after this.
Kyra Sedgwick has been gracing the big and small screens since she was just 16 years old. She took home a Golden Globe and an Emmy for her leading role in the hit show, The Closer. That's a good one.
It's so good. Now she's stepping behind the camera as a director of a new film called Space Oddity about a young man with an out-of-this-world aspirations. Here's a sneak peek.
So I asked you all here for a reason.
You need a lift? Mom? Sorry.
I will not be returning to engineering.
Oh, God, just don't tell me it's a food truck.
I got through to the next round.
Next round of what?
The Mission Mars space program.
What the hell is that?
I'm going to Mars.
Mars? The planet?
Oh, we get why you picked the project.
It's
Even
so
from that
much
tiny
fun.
clip.
Oh, thank
Did it have
you.
all the things you were looking for?
It has all the things.
Yeah.
It's funny.
Yes.
It's sad. It's hopeful. It's got a romance.
Ooh.
It's beautiful to look at. I mean, it really does. It has all the things.
And your husband.
Yeah, I was going to say, you know what else it has?
Yeah.
Kevin Bacon.
Yes, it does.
How hard was it to get him to play
Do
this
what
part?
you wanted
That's so funny. Do what I wanted him to do. Not that hard. But yeah, no, he said, I waited a while to ask him, and then he was like, what took you so long? Why did you wait such a long time?
To ask him
To ask him to be in the movie. Yeah.
How come? How come?
Well, you know, I think that I don't want to go to the well too many times.
Yeah.
He was in my other movie, so, you know, I just was like,
So you've been doing this a long
Yeah.
time, since you were 16,
Yes.
but this is your directorial debut, which
Yeah.
is very cool.
In a movie, right.
In
Yes.
a film.
Yeah.
And what did that feel like to get to be the boss lady?
Oh, it's the best. I mean, it just utilizes all your faculties, which I think is really exciting. And I feel like, you know, all these years I've been acting has really been preparing me for what I really should be doing, which is directing. I love being able to be such a big part of the storytelling, you know? You're in charge of what the audience sees the whole time, and that's an exciting place to be.
It's very cool.
I feel like Hollywood changes people over time. Like sometimes it happens. We've interviewed people, and you can see the difference from the first time you interviewed them to now. But I feel like you're one of the few people who seems unchanged, even despite all the good stuff that's happened. I feel like you have such a normal life. How do you keep that sort of normalcy?
We're just incredibly boring.
What's a regular week or night like for you and your family?
Waking up, getting coffee, you know, doing errands. I mean, all the things. My kids are grown now, you know. So, I mean, yeah, we're in this crazy business, but, you know, we've managed to make a go of it. I give it another 6 months.
That's
Well, and you've been married for 35 years, which is a huge accomplishment, but particularly as actors in Hollywood, where it seems like there's pressures that are super intense. What does it take as somebody that's been married 15?
I mean, first of all, I think that marriage is terrible. I was going to say, I think that wasn't what I meant to say. But, you know, look at the statistics. Marriages don't work, you know, so you're lucky if you make it work. And I think that, you know, I know that they say that about Hollywood, but I think it's really across the board. I just think it's hard. And I think if you go into it knowing that it's not all going to be like a fantasy, then you're better off.
Yeah, totally, because your expectation.
And I think the thing about doing, because it has to be about you first, because I think often you're like, what's wrong with him? What's wrong with this? But really, and we talked about most of the things that are wrong.
Inside job.
We gotta fix it.
It's always an inside job. You know, if you're pointing your finger at the other person, then you're in trouble. It usually has to do with you, you know?
And you're not afraid to do that kind of work?
No. I wouldn't have it any other way.
Really?
Yeah. Because I also think that it comes through in the acting and the directing.
Yes.
It's like you have to know what's going on inside to be able to portray, you know, help other people exercise their empathy, you know?
And by the way, in parenting, you know, because we've gotten to speak with one of your daughters who is the most lovely and kind.
Amazing.
And I feel like that's all parents want, right? Or all I want as a parent is a kind, happy child.
Totally. Yeah, both the kids are pretty amazing human beings. You know, they're grown up now, and I adore them. There's Travis.
And Travis actually has composed the music for this film.
Exactly. Travis composed the music with Scott Hendrick, and it's extraordinary. I mean, you know, it's great. You just try not to mess them up too much. Like, they come out pretty good. You know what I mean? When you birth them, they're pretty good. So you just got to try not to completely mess it up.
We love your social media area.
I know, what is happening? You all are just like
cool.
TikTok queens.
You're like singing,
you know,
dancing.
This is all Kevin. I gotta say. I mean,
and there's goats.
Yes.
Or
we
donkey.
Do. We have they're baby
where is
horses
this?
there.
Baby horses,
goats. We have a place in Connecticut.
Oh, okay.
Yep.
So you sang Flowers, which I love.
By Miley Cyrus.
I know.
Do we have a
You guys are so
performance?
cute.
A little bit.
Yes, let's see it.
You guys are too cute for words.
I could buy myself flowers, wrap my name in the sand, Talk to myself for hours, pretend I don't understand.
I can take myself dancing. I can hold my own hand.
Yeah, I can love me better than you can.
Love me better.
Oh, I love that.
Wait, I don't understand how y'all have perfect harmony.
Yeah, what's going on here?
We've worked on it. Are you kidding? Hours go into that silliness. Hours spent doing much more important things. But it makes people happy. It's like a joyful thing.
And it probably makes you happy.
Totally.
Playing an
So
instrument
fun.
and singing are things we can sometimes lose.
And we're making fun of ourselves, which is always important.
Yeah, I feel like
just don't take it all so seriously if possible.
Well, people should see Space Oddity.
Yes,
it is a
thank
beautiful,
you.
it's all the things like you
Thank
said.
you.
Check it out. It hits theaters and is on demand starting today. Thank you, Kyra.
Thank you guys so much.
fun.
You're
I know
lovely.
we want more time with you. Coming
Yeah.
up next, and we like your dress. Coming up, Hoda has it. Coming up next,
In a bigger size.
Coming up next, beauty tools to elevate your skincare routine right after this.
Thank you.
Do you still have that?
Somewhere. Thank you.
It's hard to keep up with all the new beauty tools promising to improve your skin, and luckily, you don't have to.
But get this, we've got Faith Schwed to the rescue. She's the executive beauty director at Bustle. We're so excited, Faith, about these products.
I am so excited to talk you through some of my favorite beauty tools.
Okay.
So
start with this sculpting thing.
It looks like a razor.
Yeah, I thought
it's
it was
not.
one.
It actually has red LED light in it, and this is amazing for boosting collagen in the skin.
Look, it turns on just when you push it there.
It vibrates. There's warmth. It also has a bit of microcurrent, so it's great for depuffing, sculpting the face.
We've got
and you
Dara
just
in
use
studio.
it
Show us.
Oh, Dara, you can change the
Yes. 5 minutes a day. You can do it as you're watching Netflix
Well, will you
on the
remind
couch.
us again, what is it doing? So as she's doing that, what's happening to her
It's
skin?
stimulating collagen production.
Uh-huh.
So maybe if you've noticed some fine lines, your skin's looking a bit dull, it's boosting your skin's glow, and it really is incredible.
Okay, so that's a
let's-
cool one.
Yes,
This is
so
a big time one.
Yes, this is the entry level. I want to say this is the big guns.
Big
so
guns.
this is red LED light and infrared light. So
And by the way,
don't scare anyone that's in your apartment before you put this on.
So what do you
this
do?
is amazing because it's going deep into your
Does she need
skin.
these lights? These
Oh, this is optional if it's
Okay.
just bright for you, but you can do this as well. I like to listen to a podcast as I'm doing this, 10 minutes. This is going deep
10
into
minutes a day?
10 minutes a day.
Okay.
It's going deep into your skin, stimulating wound healing cells. So
Ooh.
basically,
I want
also
that.
incredible
Wound
for
healing.
collagen. It's also great for inflammation. It's also amazing for acne scarring. So
Okay.
it's a do-it-all product, and you see real results from this.
What's the price point? People are interested.
This one is
Expensive?
more expensive,
Okay. All right.
yes.
But you think worth it?
I definitely think worth
Okay.
it.
Okay,
yes.
let's talk about
How cute are these?
Oh my gosh.
These are ice molds. So there's something called skin icing, and basically that's when you take this, you put any sort of liquid. So there's water.
Is milk?
Milk. I like milk because milk has lactic acid in it. So
You're
it's actually
rubbing frozen milk on you?
It's exfoliating
Look at
your
you have
skin.
milk all over you.
You have milk all over
It's
you.
dripping down.
Whoa, whoa, whoa! Oh wait, I didn't understand.
That's really frozen milk.
Frozen milk.
Okay, it looks good.
Well,
I like it. I like it. It looks good. Here.
Wait, I'm
getting
confused.
exfoliated.
Why would you do that, milk?
Okay, so the way that you do this, you're supposed to use this in the morning on clean skin.
Oh.
And as it dries in, it actually exfoliates, it tones, it
And then do you wash it off?
And then you can wash it off.
Thank you.
We might need a
Come on
little.
in. Just come to us, Zach. Thank you. Wow, that was
You
really
just
makes
got
real milk.
really excited. Yeah, it's
Wild.
full milk.
Okay.
Yeah.
But
I was
good.
unsure that that's how it worked, but yeah.
Okay, so this boomerang-looking thing, this is for body exfoliation.
Oh, scraping
so you
your
put
skin.
body oil on your skin, you scrape it, and you'll literally see your dead skin cells accumulate.
What?
It's amazing.
But you have to put lotion on?
Always put body oil on
Why do you have to do
before
that?
you
'Cause
use
it
this
doesn't
product,
do
and you go
anything.
out in. Yeah. And you'll literally see the dead skin cells accumulate. And this is amazing
Yeah, I
because
think
if
you
you're
need
very
something on it. Let me
sensitive
see your-
towards
let me see
body
this.
scrubs,
No, I think you need the serum.
you need the oil.
Serum, the
yeah.
oil. Okay.
But it's amazing for if you have sensitive skin and you want baby soft skin.
Okay.
Yeah, no
what's
irritation.
this guy?
This is lymphatic drainage.
Drain it. This is going to be good.
This is every celebrity.
Where's your arm? You look like a child. Hold on. Your thing is inside. Arm back. Thank you.
Don't worry, this is
All
not
right,
the best beauty
okay,
segment for me.
Haley.
Sorry. Oh my
Okay, so
God,
what do you
it's
do?
gonna get better from here. So lymphatic drainage is every celebrity's secret before they hit the red carpet. They get a lymphatic drainage massage, and this
So
allows you to do it yourself at home.
Where do you go? What spots?
So you can go. There's places to go in LA. There's
No, but what spots on your body?
You want to get close to your armpit.
Yeah. Oh, you know.
How do you
go
know
from
that?
out towards.
Doesn't that feel good?
Yes. Go
But
from
kinda
out
hurt?
towards your heart.
Oh, go out? I thought you wanted to get close to your
Yes,
armpit.
you
out towards your heart. Like
I'm doing.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah,
like
you were doing it.
Yeah, so this is an amazing self-massage. It also helps your body de-bloat. So this is great before a big red carpet.
I like it. And do you do it on your legs too, or just your arms?
Do it on
Towards
your
your-
legs
Okay,
as well.
okay, okay.
And detoxification.
All right, let's get to the last one. Oh, Lord have mercy.
Lastly, so we all have gotten our hair done. You know the best part
Yes,
is
I
when you
do.
get the scalp massage.
Does that feel good?
Lets you do this at home. It also stimulates.
Tangly. I like it.
It stimulates blood circulation to the scalp.
But it feels good.
I feel like
It adds volume as well. No, I'm just kidding. That's not.
It doesn't work when you do it to yourself.
No, you're right.
You have to have
And also
someone
my
do
hair.
it. Do you have to go anywhere after?
Yeah, I do. But it doesn't matter. I have milk all over
Does it
myself.
feel amazing though?
Like a child.
It's
Your
good.
hair's messed up. You got milk on you, and you couldn't get your coat on. You're literally like my 6-year-old. All right, to check out these products, head to today.com/shop.
Faith, thank you so much.
Thank you, Faith.
So much for having
that was
me.
good.
Coming up next, the running program boosting confidence of kids all across Philly, and a huge surprise that Donna has in store right after this.
Oh my
For some
God.
reason, I didn't understand that the milk would drip. What is wrong with me? I thought the milk would just stay frozen.
Making Strides is sponsored by Brooks. Run happy.
Now to an inspiring story about students who are gaining confidence
through running.
Yeah, Donna met up with some pretty incredible young athletes who are making strides. Hey,
Yes,
Donna.
they sure are. Hi, ladies. They're all part of a running program that is changing lives, helping kids build physical and mental strength. So I laced up my sneakers and headed to Philly with a big surprise in store. Take a look.
In the hallways of schools across Philadelphia, one uniform stands out.
You ready for the 5K races?
But these aren't your average varsity jackets. These blue shirts and sweaters are worn by students who have run a half or full marathon, all thanks to a local nonprofit, Students Run Philly Style.
They get their hoodies and they get to have that moment where they go, yes, I accomplished something big. The kid I ran the marathon with this year wore that hoodie to school for the entire next week.
It's a passion project for running coach Jeremy Spry, who serves as a program manager for a local high school and volunteers with the organization.
I look for students who may not see themselves as traditional athletes, who know they want something to be a part of a team.
Students Run Philly Style provides each student with free shoes, gear, and training to help build their physical and mental stamina and reach more personal goals. Students like 10th grader Willis Osorio.
What made you want to start?
When I was younger, I was really scared of showing myself in athletic events. In gym class, I'd always hide in a corner. It was through Students Run that got me into physical activity.
His classmate Gus Wood felt the same way.
I moved to a new middle school and I was very shy and I wouldn't really talk to people. I'm a lot better at making new relationships, making new friends because of running.
A goal at the heart of the program, providing a safe and inclusive space for students.
It's not necessarily rewarding somebody for being the fastest. It's our jobs to celebrate each other. It's our jobs to make sure that no one gets left behind. And so having that teamwork, having that family is just so important.
Marathoners Brisa de la Cruz Tadeo, a high school senior, and Chris Zhang, a sophomore, are both part of one of the LGBTQ+ chapters of the organization.
I used to be a really insecure person. After I started running, I started to focus on myself, my own improvement.
Being in that space is really helpful in building up my confidence and being more open and out, just unapologetically.
I really don't see Students Run as a sport. I feel like it's more of a lifestyle. We're fortunate enough to have a program where we're seen and valued.
Students Run Philly Style currently has 55 chapters and reaches 1,000 kids, making a big impact. 41% of students have increased their GPA and 91% of 12th graders graduated high school.
All right, go ahead.
We invited runners from chapters across Philly to come together to a special practice.
Go Students Run Philly Style! Woo!
With a big surprise at the finish line.
On the count of 3, we're gonna lift this up, okay? 1, 2, 3. Woo! Our sponsor, Brooks Running, is donating over 150 pairs of shoes to Students Run Philly Style, and you're all getting a brand new pair! And as part of their ongoing commitment to supporting young runners and running groups across the country, our sponsor, Brooks Running, is donating $10,000 to Students Run Philly Style.
That is so awesome!
How does that make you feel?
So amazing. That money will go so far for all of these kids and for so many more kids in Philadelphia.
Students Run Philly Style, are we ready to run? Yeah! Woo! Let's do it!
And that donation, by the way, was just the start. Our sponsor, Brooks, is launching their Future Run initiative, committing $10 million in sponsorships to youth running organizations and high school track and cross-country teams across the U.S., and they're hoping to reach 1 million kids.
That's so important.
Incredible.
I know, it really,
I'm so
really
glad
is.
you're shining a light
Yeah,
on
that was awesome. And by the way,
meeting
Donna,
those kids.
you're a good runner.
Yes, you are.
Coming up next, from a big budget flick with a star-studded cast to Rob Lowe's new comedy series, our weekend watch list of movies and shows is right after this. Well, the weekend is officially here, so stock up on some popcorn, maybe some candy, because we've got an exciting entertainment lineup for you.
Here with your weekend watch list is pop culture expert Bravo's Darren Karp. Darren, your first time with us.
I'm so excited.
How'd you get into pop culture, by the way? You just love it?
I mean, working for Andy Cohen for 12 years, you're just going to naturally inherit that. But yeah, I've always been a fan of pop culture since I was a little kid.
We love Andy too.
I know, we love him, and he loves you. The first series promised to have us on the edge of the seat. What are we talking about?
Yeah, so this is a sci-fi thriller coming out on Prime Video, okay? It stars Toni Collette and John Leguizamo. This is called The Power, okay?
And this was a book.
This was a book based on the New York Times bestseller, correct, by Naomi Alderman. And imagine a world in which all teenage girls suddenly have this power to electrocute people at will.
Oh my jeez.
You guys are parents.
This is not going to end well.
But this is not going to end well, but it could maybe start off well. There's going to be a global shift in the power dynamic.
Oh my gosh.
So women really get to take the control here.
Kaling too, and Toni Collette.
Oh yeah, this is a star-studded.
So the future is female.
The future is female and electrocuting.
What if we're what if we're looking to laugh?
We got a lot of laughs. Okay, Unstable is out on Netflix today. This stars Rob Lowe and his son, John Owen Lowe.
I want to see
love Rob Lowe.
It's so cute. And the dynamic between the two and the banter is actually super, super natural. Rob Lowe has said that it's like having a second brain on set. He plays this eccentric biotech genius, loses his wife, so kind of goes off the rails a little bit, becomes unstable. Company brings in his son, who wants nothing to do with the company. And of course, you know, hilarity ensues, but the banter is just absolutely natural and authentic.
I can't wait for that one.
Love a father and son.
Okay, you're going to tell us, and we've been waiting since you know what is going on at our sister network, Bravo, the wild sister who's on spring break. Tell us what's happening.
Real Housewives Ultimate Girls Trip, season 3 in Thailand. Okay, this is one of my favorite unscripted shows, and it's out on Peacock right now. New episodes are streaming on Thursday. The few episodes are out right now. We got Giselle, we got Alexia, we got a little Miami, a little Potomac, a little Atlanta. If you are a fan of the Housewives, this is a little spice from all the franchises, but what I like most about this is seeing how the different cities interact with each other.
Yeah.
I only got that at Andy's baby shower in 2019, and it was like one of the coolest things I've ever seen in my whole life, just seeing how people walk in, and Atlanta was late, and Beverly Hills was early, and it was just watching the dynamics at play is amazing.
So there's
Thailand.
And also, they don't know each other well, so watching a dynamic form like right in front of you.
And seeing who kind of pairs off, you know, like there's Salt Lake City, but then like they were kind of contentious because they're coming off their own season, so they had to break away. So it's a lot of real drama playing out in real life.
So did you have to watch The Housewives because you worked for Andy, or did you choose to?
Oddly enough, when I got the job with Andy, I never saw one episode of Housewives. I didn't know anything about him, and then of course I became a huge fan. I've seen every single.
It was part of your job.
It was part of my job, but it's just a great show.
Okay, take us to movies. All right, you say this one is a good option for families. We need this.
Dungeons and Dragons, okay? Honor Amongst Thieves, okay? Listen, you don't have to be a fan of the game to actually watch this movie. Chris Pine, Michelle Rodriguez, Regé-Jean Page, so good-looking, sexy cast. It's great for families, PG-13.
Great for moms and dads, too.
Great for moms and dads, too. But again, you don't have to be a fan of the game. There's a lot of comedy here, a lot of good action, just good laughs, a very well-rounded film.
Okay, what about streaming? Is there something that is taking the streaming world by storm?
Of course, there's always things that are taking the streaming world by storm. We have a couple actually coming out right now. Murder Mystery 2. This is 4 years after the original Murder Mystery came out, where the Spitzes were solving their first murder. This is Jennifer Aniston and Adam Sandler now. And the best part about this, their friend the Maharaja goes missing. They're looking for it. They're trying to get their private eye agency off the ground. But the best part about this is the chemistry between these two actors. When they were doing their press tour, you know, Jennifer Aniston comes in like a ball gown. She's dressed to the nines, Met Gala status. And Adam Sandler comes in a Knicks sweatshirt. And of course, he is going to be railed by Jennifer Aniston being made fun of for this. And I love he showed up in a Knicks sweatshirt. I'm a New Yorker. I would love to show up to it.
Okay, last but not least, you've got a movie that's based on a true story. Tell us.
Yes, I do. Tetris, the game. Okay, this is an actual true story based in...
what?
Yeah, this is starring Taron Egerton. This is a rated R film, so not necessarily great for the families, but it essentially is a Cold War era thriller. And Taron Egerton plays Hank Rogers, who essentially falls in love with sort of an early version of this game, goes to the Soviet Union in 1988 to try and get distribution rights. The story is absolutely incredible. Border crossing, authority dodging, selling your house to get distribution rights for this game. Kind of took it by storm, which seems weird in 2023. But it's crazy,
but by
crazy
the way,
story.
Tetris was the
It's
game.
the game. It started it all.
Do you have a photographic memory?
I do.
You do?
I do.
I could tell. Do you know she was? Did you hear all those dates and time?
She didn't look at one note.
I studied hard for you guys. So my first time.
By the way,
wow.
it was your first time, but it will not be your last.
I hope so. Okay.
Thanks for having us.
Great job.
And now
Great
you can
job.
eat your popcorn. You deserve it.
Good.
All right, we'll be back right after this.
That
I knew
was
you
awesome.
did. I have never seen that.
No, I know.
Thank you. Never.
But
All right, we've got a big week coming up. Brooke Shields will be here, plus Amanda Seyfried.
also music superstars and our friends Little Big Town and singer and actress Chloe Bailey.
You guys have a great weekend.
You know what, guys? Just lay back, relax.
Chill.
Have a good one.
Join Hoda Kotb for season 3 of her podcast, Making Space. Listen now.
When we do our show, we're inviting someone to come in. We are informing you, showing the world has multiple sides and beautiful sides.
Welcome back to Today. We got a lot to celebrate on this Wednesday morning. It's good to have you along with us.
You don't know when your moment's coming, but when it does, you take it.
Everybody's good, and that's it. Yeah.
Is there one question that everybody asks that you're tired of?
Never trust a skinny chef. If I have to hear that, I mean, my entire life, first thing out of people's mouth is, how do you stay like that and eat all that pasta? I'm like, I don't eat all the pasta. I eat a couple bites of pasta. I don't eat all of it.
Hey everybody, I'm Al Roker. Welcome to Cold Cuts. It's where we pile on the meats, cheeses, toppings while we pile on the questions. Today's guest is one of my faves. I have known her since she was about 3 years old.
Oh, God.
Giada De Laurentiis, you know her from the Food Network. You've seen her on the Today Show. She's a producer. She's a director. She's a
I'm not.
Yes, you are. I'm just go with it. You do it all. She's a businesswoman, and most importantly, she's a mom, and she is a very nice lady, and has always been.
I'm a
very
nice
to me.
lady.
First of all, how's your day going?
Bright-eyed and bushy-tailed and ready to do some eating and making, I guess, sandwiches.
bread when you're making a sandwich?
I like all bread.
All bread.
I love bread.
All bread. We have different kinds here.
I know. I mean, my favorites are a focaccia and a rustic, right? But I will tell you that my favorite sandwiches belong on a little facelle like this.
A little what?
Facelle.
Facelle?
Facelle.
I didn't know that's what that was called.
Yeah, so it's a kind of a mix. It's Italian, but it's also French. The French make their sandwiches on bread like this. There's not a lot of dough, a lot of crust, which is my favorite. In fact, when I get bread, a lot of times I eat all the crust and leave the inside.
That's not easy.
So this morning I had a little toast and I ate all of the crust on the outside of the toast and I left the inside. So anyway, I like it because it's not very doughy, so I think it's perfect for sandwiches.
Wow, well, see, something I did not know. Here's something else I did not know.
Oh.
I did not know that you were actually born in Italy.
A lot of people don't know that. I don't know why I keep saying that I'm born in Rome. I moved to the States when I was 8. Because I don't have an accent, I think that it doesn't stick.
How did you end up without an accent? Because a lot of people I know who started in a foreign country and leave.
But how old were they?
Well, I know some folks who are fairly young.
I was 8.
Maybe that's
and I lost it. I
Boom,
lost all
just
the
like
accent.
that.
Well, because when you go to grade school, grammar school in the States, you end up assimilating. And so, no, but my parents still have an accent. Everybody else who came here, I think the cutoff age is like 18 to 20. If you come here between anytime after 18 or 20 years old, the accent sticks. But anything before, they say you can get rid of it. I've done a really good job.
You have.
At faking that I'm American.
Well,
no, just kidding.
We see you as American because it seems like ever since the Food Network has been on, you have been part of the Food Network.
Well, not that long.
I know, but
I'm not as old as some of them.
No, but you are.
I've been there a long time now. It's
Everyday
probably
Italian is like a staple.
Yeah, it's like what, 16 something years.
Does that seem strange to you that it's been 16 years?
Yes, and when I look at
it's been more than
footage from then to now, I'm like, oh wow.
Did you appreciate just what you had achieved that early on?
There was no roadmap at that time. This is all, as you know well, the love of food and cooking in this way is a whole new adventure.
Right.
It didn't exist before. You know, people who did what I did for a living, they sort of were in kitchens. Nobody really saw them, right?
Yeah.
Today, we're making sandwiches with like ingredients that didn't exist when I moved to the States. There was no mortadella. There was no good prosciutto. There was no good salami. Pancetta didn't exist. My parents were importing this stuff. Nowadays, you find a plethora. You find foie gras. You find all
You
sorts
get to
of
use words like plethora.
and lovely Parmigiano that didn't exist either. So we've come a long way.
For the longest time, I always thought Parmesan cheese was in that green can that you should.
Because for the longest time, that was Parmesan cheese until they finally started importing it because people loved Italian food. And I think Italian food is one of those cuisines that I don't think people associate. I think they think it's American food.
Well, let me ask you, if you weren't doing Italian food, which you are the master of, what cuisine would you be most drawn to?
Asian.
Really?
Well, especially Japanese, because I find that it's very pretty. I like things that are pretty. They come in pretty packages. They're dainty. They're delicate. And I think that it's like eating a little jewel. Like when you eat a piece of sushi, it's like eating a jewel, right? I mean, think about the way it's wrapped, the way it's cut, all the little specks of different colors inside.
The facets.
Yeah, it's stunning. And so to me, that would be what I would be doing. I thought you were going to ask me a different question, but yes.
See, you never know.
No, I thought you were going to ask me what I would do if I wasn't cooking, and then I realized it's not what he's asking me.
What would you be doing if you weren't cooking?
Something with a lot of adrenaline, like be a spy or be a race car driver.
No, wait. Let's go back to the first. You want to be a spy?
I think it's cool.
You know what?
Living on the edge, knowing all these secrets and the adrenaline rush of it all, it's pretty cool.
I could see you as a spy.
Come on, Al.
I could. You've got that kind of Boris and Natasha thing. I could be your Boris to your Natasha. biggest culinary influences?
So I would say that it's mostly my family,
Mhm.
mostly. I mean, obviously growing up, I watched The Galloping Gourmet, Julia Child, all of those people, but I think that my aunt is one of the biggest influences in my life. My grandfather too, but I only spent X amount of time with him, where my aunt I've spent a lot more time in the kitchen cooking with her, and traveling and exploring new foods and coming up with recipes on the spot in these exotic places. And so I think she's sort of my, she never had any children. She is worked and make movies her whole life. She started when she was 18, and she's she's become uber successful at it. And I feel like she's sort of the person I look up to and the one that I got the most inspiration, because she loves food as much as I do.
Well, it's interesting you say that, I think, because there's a whole generation that you are the most famous De Laurentiis in America. I'm serious.
Yeah, you can't say that too loud, because the rest
no.
of the De Laurentiis were not like that.
I understand that.
We try to keep it all in perspective.
But I'm telling you, for a wide swath of this country, you are the most famous De Laurentiis. But for those of us of a certain age and in a knowledge of this business, your family is a big Hollywood dynasty.
Yes.
Was there ever a point where you thought of going into the family business as opposed to, forging your own pathway?
I did go into the family business before I did this. So it's a rite of passage in my family, and everybody does some kind of job in the family business. Before I went to college, because for my family, college, in Europe, at least in the old days, not anymore, college was, it was an icing on the cake. It was not necessary, especially if you had a family business.
Sure.
You just went straight into the family business. And so, me being a female, my family was like, well, why don't you just work on a movie, figure out what part of a movie, what role you want to play. It doesn't, not necessarily, when I say role, I don't mean acting so much as whatever,
What job?
wardrobe, props, whatever it might be, producing,
directing.
whatever. So I did a couple of different jobs on a couple of different movies. I even did a little acting, and I realized I don't really like it. I really love to cook. I know that doesn't sound realistic at the time, because it were mostly men in kitchens, right? And it was sort of manual labor, and my family was like, you're little, you're not strong, the hell are you gonna do? They're gonna eat you alive. It's like, but that's what I like to do. So if I can't do that, then I find something else to do. I didn't like movie business, but I did do it. And I realized I was not a good actress, and I didn't enjoy the hours, and I didn't enjoy moving locations all the time. And you would think that I wouldn't like to travel, even though that's all I do these days. And now all I do is stand in front of a camera. All the things I didn't like that I wanted to do in food, because I thought that I could be artistic but be behind, sort of, I didn't end up doing. I ended up full circle right back where I didn't want to be.
But in a different milieu.
But with all of these things, and these things make me feel very comfortable. So in this vein, I'm very comfortable.
And on camera.
Yes, but I have this. Between me and the camera, there's all of this.
Your co-stars.
My co-stars are so colorful and quite delightful, and in a moment of panic, I can just put something in my mouth. Food in my mouth. Sorry, I didn't complete the sentence or the thought very well, but I meant any of these pieces of food.
What's your favorite meat? Is this mortadella?
Yes. Not bologna, but mortadella. When I was a kid and I would show up with this, everybody thought it was bologna. Have you ever had just straight mortadella?
I don't think I have.
You should try it. It's the first thing I have when I land in Rome. That on white pizza.
Now, what are the white specks?
Fat.
There you go.
So usually it's seasoned with black pepper and pistachios. It's quite delicious. Yeah. We're gonna do a little bit of pesto. Pesto is sort of like my mayo.
Oh, that's interesting. Well, it's a fat.
It's a fat, yeah. Yeah. It's a tangy fat. Here, I'm gonna give you some. And then I put a little mortadella on top. I'm a pretty simplistic person when it comes to sandwiches. And you have to remember that Italians don't eat a ton of sandwiches. We eat panini, but they're usually not even a lunch item. They're sort of a snack. Yeah. Okay, so then I put a piece of fresh mozzarella, and I'm gonna put a little bit of salt. You know what else you could put is really yummy? Have you ever had fried capers?
I'm not a big caper person, but I've never had fried capers.
Okay, well, I fry my capers.
So we're talking about the meat of your career. Or let's widen it. Has there been a setback in your life that, that you've had to deal with?
Yeah, I think divorce.
Yeah?
Yeah. I was married for 12 years, but I was with Jade's dad for 25. So I was 18. And then at 40 something, I'm like, now what? Now what do I do? And plus, my whole life, I think when you're with how long have you been with Deborah?
It'll be 23 years.
Okay, so when you're with somebody for 20 some years, your identity becomes, it's a joint identity in a way. Maybe not you and Deborah because you have very strong careers on your own, but most couples and all your friends, everything is sort of intertwined. Your life is intertwined.
I mean, it's so funny that you say that because when I was sorry to hear you guys.
I know.
Up, but it never, not for a moment changed how I feel about you, or either professionally or personally.
But I'm in a field that's a lot about family.
Right.
My whole career is based on family. Not that being married was the only family.
Right.
But I think for me, what I realized was my identity was intertwined with his. And I defined myself by certain things. And being married or a wife was one of those things. I spent so much time curating that relationship. Now I got to figure out who I am. And I'm also 25 years older.
Yeah, I didn't think of it.
And a single mother.
Yeah.
And I work full time. And I think that society can be tougher on women than men.
Yeah.
I think men can come and go and do different things in their life. And I think women, we hold them to a different standard. It's actually made me more of a, let's say, real human being.
Yeah.
I am not as perfect as everybody would like to think that I am.
Maybe sometimes it takes something like this to realize how appreciated you are.
Probably. And probably I think that's what milestones in our lives are. I think that the other one was my brother's death at a very young age. I was already doing Food Network, but it was very early stages. And I remember with him and him dying literally in my arms and my sister's arms and realizing, holy cow, he just turned 30. Life is short. I better get on it.
Yeah.
And I think that's when I realized, okay, I gotta focus my attention, figure out what the hell I'm doing, and make sure I do it because it's fleeting. So I think things like that really change your perspective, and they're important.
Who are some of the chefs that helped you succeed?
When I was looking and working on opening Giada in Las Vegas, I turned to Bobby Flay a lot because he'd had a 15-year relationship with them already. And he just helped me with everything that came down to understanding what this partnership with Caesar's Palace would be, what the pitfalls were, what I had to be aware of, sticking to my guns. I'd never done this before. I went from 0 restaurants to 275-seat restaurant in the busiest corner in Las Vegas. And so I was terrified. And so I think for me, he was one of the people who guided me sort of and really helped me day and night, gave me his lawyers, like really was there to walk me through it. So he was my biggest champion, I think, in that realm.
Is there one question that everybody asks that you're tired of?
Yes.
What's that?
How could I be so thin and eat so much pasta? Never trust a skinny chef. If I have to hear that, I mean, my entire life, first thing out of people's mouth is, how do you stay like that and eat all that pasta? I'm like, I don't eat all the pasta. I eat a couple bites of pasta. I don't eat all of it. I eat a little bit of chocolate. I eat a little bit of things. I don't eat an entire platter full of anything. But it's like, I think that in Europe, we know how to eat a little bit of everything.
Sure.
We drink a little bit. Like,
well, the portions are so much smaller.
Yes, but in America, the portions are ginormous. So no one has learned to eat small amounts of food. We've grown up with like giant meatballs.
Supersize.
Everything is all you can eat and supersize.
Yeah.
That's all we know. And that is also part of the culture because all these immigrants came here. And a success story in America is the more food you have, the more money you have.
Yeah.
So the bigger the meatballs, the richer you are.
Yeah.
And that's what people wanted. And so I didn't grow up like that. So to me, it's not that strange.
It's so funny you say that because to my grandmother, my dad's mother's way of thinking, you were healthy and you were prosperous if you were a little heavier.
Of course.
And so when
but
she
that
met
was the
Deborah,
beauty.
she was like, "Oh, child, you gotta gain weight. You gotta
And how many
put a little meat
mothers?
on your bones."
How many mothers say about their sons, "Hey, if your husband is super thin, he's certainly not happy. Fat husband is a happy husband."
Well, then I should have been really happy.
You are.
the difference between mozzarella and burrata?
Well, burrata is different because burrata has like a shell on the outside and it's buttery, so it's a different texture on the inside. It's the churning process that makes it different. It's much creamier on the inside. And it's definitely, like, for instance, my daughter doesn't want to touch it because
Really?
it's too wet, it's too creamy, it's too milky.
You mentioned Jade, who's 9, which is hard to believe.
She's 10.
Jade, 10 is 10 years old, double digits.
You saw her when she was like an infant
She was
on
a
the
little
counter.
peanut. I mean, how has she changed your life?
I think that Jade makes me enjoy the little things in this life, and I think that all children do that. They see things, they get more excited about things, and you forget. You know, we realize as we get older, we get jaded by experiences.
No pun intended.
Yes, and I think that kids sort of get excited about things that you forget should excite you.
Yeah, secret to your success. What, if you could boil it down.
I think that the secret to my success is hard work, good timing, because I think you could be the most talented person in the world, but if the timing isn't right, it probably won't work out. I think that everybody was ready at the time that I came out to make food at home. 9/11 changed all our perspectives on our families, and I came up right after that. And I think after 9/11, people felt like, I want to stay home.
Yeah.
I want to invite people over. But in order to do that, I need to learn to cook. And so they looked wherever they could to find a way to make it easy for them to entertain at home and bring their loved ones in. And I think it's a combo of all those things. And also because I've streamlined my perspective. When you think of me, you think of
Italian.
Yeah. But California Italian, maybe a little bit lighter than traditional Italian American food. And I think that's the key. The key is to figure out what it is you like to do and really like streamline it.
Have something that defines you.
Yes, and streamline it.
You've been so instrumental and so generous with your time mentoring other women in this business, especially in the #MeToo era. What's your advice to women who are looking to enter this end of the business?
A lot has happened, and I think that you got to be strong, and you got to stick to your guns, and you got to know who you are, and lean on the people around you that you trust to help you get through any hardships. We're all going to have them. You can't go through life thinking that you're never going to encounter a hardship. Life is about the ups and the downs, and you have to just learn to dodge them and do the best you can, and really rely on your friends and family to help you through it and to give you advice and guidance.
To top it off, our top 3 things. Top 3 Food Network shows other than your own.
Oh, what? Other than anything I'm in, right? Okay, Beat Bobby Flay.
Okay.
Barefoot Contessa.
Yes.
And Chopped.
All right, there you go.
Good.
Now.
Oh, finally.
Finally.
Cheers.
Cheers.
Okay, tell me if you like it. It's not gonna be like a grilled cheese, but
it's close.
It could be good. Oh,
crunchy. That's good. What do you have still left you want to accomplish?
I'd like to open some restaurants in other parts of the world, outside the U.S. Want to come visit me?
I will definitely come visit you.
There
you go. Look for a Giada restaurant coming to a country near you anytime soon. That's Cold Cuts. That's a take. That's a wrap.
Take off the. What is the tie doing on? I thought this was casual.
This is casual for me.
This is casual because you loosen the tie a minute.
Exactly. It's hip. It's hipster.
So if your go-to dinner night after night after night is pasta, we got some help for you.
I think this is help just for me. We have Giada de la Rentas. Nobody cooks pasta like her. She's been cooking up a storm thanks to her at-home blog, Jotzi. Hi, Giada.
Hi, guys. How are ya?
Look how cute you are in your kitchen. Look at you. Hi.
Hi.
How's quarantine life at that house?
It's been long. I'll say that. But actually, it hasn't been bad. You know, I was just saying to a friend the other day that I know more about what my daughter's doing day in and day out every single moment of the day than I ever did before, and I didn't even know it. And so it's homeschooling is interesting. I've sort of tried to perfect my TikTok dances because my daughter's had her 12th birthday during quarantine, and that is all she wanted, and she wanted me to get better at it. So I've been doing that, and obviously lots of cooking.
So what have been your favorite meals? What have been your go-tos during this time?
Chocolate chip banana bread, which I think everybody has been making a ton of banana bread.
Yes.
And this special pasta that happens to be Jade's favorite that has garlic, olive oil, peas, and prosciutto. So now
we want to get to the recipe, but I wanted to ask, I know you have some family members in Italy, and I was thinking, I'm wondering how they're doing.
So my mom lives in Italy, in Rome, actually, in the center. And it's been really interesting. It was really rough at the beginning. So we talked to her every day. We would eat meals together over Zoom. I would have breakfast, she would have dinner because we're so many hours apart. And I think that talking to us regularly, I was noticing too that I talked to my mom every single day in a way that I didn't before. I would talk to her once a week. So I think it's really helped us communicate and connect as human beings in a way that maybe we didn't even realize we weren't doing.
Yeah, that's so interesting. I think even though we're far apart, we're still connected. And I think one way that we are trying to connect, or at least I am in this household, is by meals around the table. I think more people are sitting down and eating than before, probably. So will you make this delicious pasta for us? Because I want to eat it.
So prosciutto, can you see it?
Yes.
I'll pull it up in a second. I want to throw my pasta otherwise. You can do whatever pasta you want, obviously. I'm doing a little bit of a fusillo, like a large fusilli, but that's my pancetta. Can you see it?
Yeah, so why do you cook that? Why do you cook that instead of just putting it in?
Because I want it crispy. It's the topping, it's like the garnish. So I want it to be nice and crispy, just like crispy bacon, like bacon bits you would put on a salad. You don't want it to be slim. It's kind of not that tasty. Right?
Definitely not that you said it that way. No, thank you.
Exactly. So you could do it in a pan or you could do it in the oven. Either way works. It just gets all crispy and it's kind of like bacon. So you could use bacon here if you prefer. And then you just dump a bunch of olive oil and garlic. It's so funny doing it this way.
By the way, it's fascinating.
What have you guys been cooking?
I've been cooking actually a three-dish pasta recipe. Like they put it on today.com, and it's basically a cacio y pepe. How'd that sound?
Brava! Wow, said it really nicely.
What did she say? What was that?
Cacio y pepe.
Oh wow! So, cacio, do you know what it is?
Cacio is pepper and
well,
pepe is
pepper. What's cacio?
Cheese.
Chicken.
Yes, but do you know what kind of cheese?
Cacio. No. What is it? Parmesan.
It's pecorino.
Oh, pecorino.
Okay. Yeah.
So we haven't had pecorino in our life.
Okay, so you melt some butter.
No, yeah. All right, so you just brown the garlic a little bit, just till it's nice and fragrant. Then you add peas. Anybody? Peas?
Yes, peas.
Yes.
Okay.
Can you use frozen peas? Because that's all we got.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh yeah. Frozen peas. Just try to defrost them if you can. You know. Otherwise, there's a little bit more water in here, but not really that big a deal. And a little bit of red pepper flakes. I don't put a lot because Jade isn't a big fan of red pepper flakes. But a little bit is really nice. It adds a little warmth. And you just kind of warm through the peas and the garlic together. And then you dump the pasta when it's ready. Let's see here.
Giada, first of all, as you put that pasta in, I know it's delicious because you made it. You're going to be doing a show from your house which I have to say, watching you cook like this is fascinating to me.
Yes.
You're moving the camera around, doing your own thing. Like this is going to be, where's this show going to live?
Food Network.
On the
It's
Food
my
Network.
show, yeah.
What's it called?
I can't shoot from a studio, so I'm shooting from my house.
By the way,
with Jay
this is
doing
so-
the dishes, it should be funny.
It's mesmerizing watching you cook like this.
You just put in there? Yes, I pre-grated my Parmesan cheese.
Okay, you
myself.
put it in.
So basically,
Let's see it.
no, this is Parmigiano. Cacio is
Parmigiano.
pecorino. So just toss it together. That's it, and a little pasta water. Here.
By the way, pasta water is important. Giada, for this recipe and all of Giada's recipes, go to today.com/food.
We are so excited to get started with cooking and Today Food. But before we do that, we're just going to take 1 second and shout out our new executive producer. Talia's in the house. We just want to say, hey, welcome to today.
First day.
It's her first day of school. Go, Talia.
We're so
happy you're
thrilled
here.
She's here. You know who else we're so happy to have? Well, she's not at the ranch hanging out with
Yeah.
her family or filming episodes of her hit Food Network show. Ree Drummond is busy coming up with easy and delicious meals for you and your family.
Ree's the star of The Pioneer Woman and a best-selling author of 7 cookbooks. Her latest is called The Pioneer Woman Cooks Super Easy. It's 120 shortcut recipes for dinners, desserts, and more. We've missed you.
Ree, we're so happy
you
you're
guys.
here.
It is so, I just feel like I'm seeing old friends, and it's just so happy. I'm so happy to be here.
Well,
love it.
Ree, okay, first of all, we have to say congratulations.
Yes.
Your daughter got married.
Oh my gosh, thank
sweet.
you.
How
I
was
know.
that?
It was so much fun. I mean, it was, we did it on the ranch, which was a crazy idea. We sort of built this huge tent out there, but it was fun. And the great thing is, it was a lot of work, but the day of, we were just able to let the process happen and enjoy it. It wasn't stressful.
Did you do any? You didn't do any cooking for it, did you?
No.
Good. You just
No,
relaxed.
no,
I just wanna
no.
make
I know.
sure.
I was going to say,
Wanna
who
make
does
sure.
Ree hire as the
No,
caterer?
that's why I was able to relax and have fun.
Yeah,
And to watch your husband walk her down the aisle, we know he's been recovering from an accident. It must have been special.
It was wonderful. I mean, it was a blessing. That's my favorite picture of the two of them. He was a little stiff then. He's doing much better. He's on his horse today, so everything's great.
Back
We're
on the horse.
Very, very lucky.
All right, what are we going to
yes,
cook?
Oh my
take
gosh,
us away.
okay, so now that Hoda has eaten a whole chocolate cake today.
That is really good.
Why was everybody making fun of you? I don't appreciate that.
Thank you, Jen.
If
I
I
think
had
you
been
would
there, I
have
would've
supported
stood
me.
up for
It was really quiet, and then all of a sudden the cake was gone. And but
You should see what she does to chips.
well, you know,
You know
it's
what?
morning.
It's happening again.
You have the rest of the day to work it off, right?
Exactly.
So
She will.
after the cake, I thought it'd be great to make some vegetables. So I'm going to do a sheet pan gnocchi dinner. And what I love about it, my cookbook, really, I'm not afraid to use shortcut ingredients. So my favorite ingredient is store-bought gnocchi.
So
and
is
it's-
this frozen or you just
no,
get it?
it's actually shelf-stable, believe it or not. So you can buy it.
throw it in there?
Wait,
Yeah.
is this a joke, what you
threw
just
gnocchi
did?
out.
You just dumped everything on the sheet pan?
Everything on the sheet
I
pan.
thought you had to boil it.
Oh, no, because we're going to roast it.
Oh.
So then I've got
pesto?
Yes, pesto. I'm going to mix it with olive oil.
Oh.
I'm
you
trying
buy
not
the
to get
pesto
pesto
too?
on you, so I
That's
moved it
okay.
away from
Don't you
your
worry.
beautiful
Ree, can you
white
buy the
soup.
pesto or did you make that?
No, bought the pesto.
See, I like everything so far.
She's
that's
speaking
happening.
our language.
Yeah, I mean, during the pandemic, you know, I kind of burned out on cooking a little bit because there were
Didn't
so
we
many
all?
kids around.
Is that it?
Yeah, so that's it. Because pesto is so flavorful, it has garlic and you know,
And do you
of
need
course,
to oil the
basil.
pan? Did you already oil it?
You don't have to because there's plenty of olive oil in the pesto mixture. So
You just
basically,
mix it all around
mix
like
it all
that?
around, and then look how
Wait.
beautiful it looks.
Oh,
my gosh,
Jenna.
when
we
you
have to
pull it out of the
taste.
oven. So I like to do a little balsamic
Do you want us to help
glaze.
you?
Oh, yes,
Yes, help me
glaze.
and grab some Parmesan shavings.
So do you just that?
I love balsamic
I
glaze.
do too. I
Everything
do too.
on anything.
And you know what? I used to make my own by just reducing balsamic for
Yeah.
hours, and the
this.
house would smell like vinegar, and my kids would be like, "What is that smell?"
doing?
This is kind of crispy.
It's delicious, isn't it? And see how all the
my
veggies
God.
got beautiful color. But it's such an easy meal, and I would totally just eat this. But
Wait, we could do this
too, which is huge.
Look at what we just did.
In 1 second.
Put it in the oven.
Is
dress
this basil? What is that?
Tor basil.
Oh, tor basil.
Yep. And I'm so lazy. I don't even want to chop basil anymore.
You just chop it. By the way, I like
exactly.
should we go around the back?
Yeah,
There's
we
more?
have another recipe.
Okay, great.
Honestly, sheet pans are kind of my thing. I love them. They're just I get nervous if I don't have 20 ready to go at all times. So this is a sheet pan salad, and I love this concept because you basically roast any veggie you want. It's the squash time of year. So this is a mixture of cubed butternut squash and delicata squash.
I love delicata squash.
What is that?
I'm obsessed
what is it?
with it.
Me too. Do you ever put it on toast?
Oh, yeah, mash it up. Yes.
What are you talking
It's
about?
just a squash.
This is what it looks like. And
in
it's
the
basically
store?
kind of an heirloom type of squash. But the great thing is you can eat the skin. It gets really tender. So butternut, it can be a little bit tough,
Should I
not
do-
very
should I
tasty.
add
Yes.
some?
Drizzle, and then we're going to
and
do
pepper.
another roasted vegetable situation, salt and pepper, Italian seasoning.
This is so brilliant.
And
This
then
is
just
so
toss.
brilliant.
But here's what's fun about it. So roast it, and it's like 450, 25, 30 minutes.
Okay.
And look how gorgeous. So that's delicious on its own, but I build a salad out of this.
Thank you.
So
You make your
basically-
own dressing too, don't you?
Well, sometimes I doctor up bottle dressing. So, but I'm using the roasted vegetables as a base for a salad.
That's delicious.
Isn't it good?
Yes.
And the dressing is tahini, mustard, lemon juice, olive oil, honey.
Okay.
And then, isn't it pretty?
10 plus. 10 plus plus.
Pomegranate seeds. Yep. Yep.
Pistachios.
Pistachios, pomegranate seeds. This
I love
is-
pomegranates.
It's pretty at Christmas. And then goat cheese, which Hoda doesn't love.
Thank you.
Well, Hoda
It
likes
doesn't
it.
love
It
me.
just doesn't love her.
Okay.
There's a lot of
Thank you
TMI
so
in
much.
this segment.
There's a lot about Hoda.
Anyway.
Ree, thank you so much for these recipes. Head today.com/food. And for Ree's new book, it has recipes just like this one. Head today.com/shop.
I predict a bestseller.
Me too.
And we're back with Today Food. Thrilled to say good morning to our next guest. Finally, after all of those teases, the pioneer woman herself, Ree Drummond, has made it all the way from her ranch in Oklahoma. Are you near Blake's ranch in Oklahoma?
Not so much.
Not so much?
But, you know, we're in the same state.
Yeah.
So, you know, we know each other.
When I was there marrying him and Gwen, I would have stopped by your ranch and said hello.
Next time.
Or your 25th wedding anniversary. I could have renewed your vows.
Well, Ree's also out with a brand new cookbook. It's called Super Easy. It features more than 100 shortcut recipes, which we like the sound of that. Actually, lots of them going on in the ranch in Oklahoma. You look absolutely stunning. You've got a daughter who just got married, right?
Yes. Hard to believe.
Yeah, and you're about to celebrate your 25th anniversary, and Carson's going to renew your vows for you.
That's hard to believe, too. I know. I'm only 29. I don't know how I could have been married for
You look
25
29.
years.
What happened to you? During COVID, all I did was eat and drink and not work out.
Well,
And
listen, same. I was wearing pandemic pants this time last year. I don't know if you remember, but yeah, I just, you know, the wedding was a great inspiration and motivation. But then once I started kind of exercising more and getting healthier, it felt so good that I just kept going. So I'm kind of glad I'm over that hump. And now it's about just maintaining and enjoying.
Well, I don't know if these delicious recipes are going to be on any maintenance, but they really smell good.
Speaking of my wellness journey, let's eat some tots
Yes.
with cheese all over them. So, yeah.
It starts with chicken.
Yep.
Yes, so I'm going to make tachos. Now, do you know what tachos are, Carson?
No idea.
You need to know. So,
I'd like to know.
tachos are just like nachos, but they're made with tots.
Oh, Yum.
So I baked some tots with a little
We have the
cumin
gang
and
eating
chili
already.
powder.
Oh,
Cooked
right.
some chicken. Add some celery. So these are buffalo chicken tachos.
Yum.
Celery, garlic, and green onions.
Did you
and
make
then-
up tachos, or is that a thing? I never heard of tachos.
It's kind of a thing, but it hasn't
Okay.
swept the nation yet.
Yeah,
so
it's going
now
to.
it will. I'm
Yeah.
kind of hoping.
It'll
But
be trending
anything
by the
you
end of
can
the segment.
put on nachos, you can put on tots and
Okay.
call them tachos.
Love
So
it.
then, of course, buffalo sauce, and then you just let
Oh.
this simmer. I started
Delicious
with raw
smell.
chicken, but you can do rotisserie chicken to make
Okay.
it easier.
Yeah.
So simmer that until it's luscious.
Have you
and
changed what
saucy.
you cook now because of your sort of wellness journey? Has it put you on a
No.
different path? Or you...
No, and the thing is I have teenage boys, college students, lad,
Right.
is a,
Ranchers.
Cowboy, and so I have to make food that everybody loves.
Right.
And
Yeah.
I'm not good when I deny myself,
Yeah.
whole
Butter
categories
and
of
oil
food.
and-
So I'm just kind of learning to eat. I like to say I eat a Rhode Island-sized piece of cake instead of a Texas-sized piece
Right.
of
That's
cake.
the best way. You get the flavors and the taste.
How does that
It's
taste?
just
That's
delicious.
really good.
So
Everything's good.
So good.
So you pull the tots out of the oven. They're seasoned, so they're a little bit elevated. I kind of push them into a pile,
Yeah.
pepper jack cheese
Yum.
all over. I
Okay.
mean, this is
It
what
gives a little
life's all about
spice.
right
Oh,
here.
right here, yeah.
And then you spoon the saucy chicken all
yeah.
over. And so you can do ground beef and
That's a hit, right?
black beans and do sort of a
Is the chicken
Tex-Mex.
gonna, because it's hot, melt that cheese, or are you putting this back in the
No,
oven?
it's going back in the oven.
Okay, I
yeah.
thought so.
So
Okay.
because you
That's
want to
amazing.
melt the cheese like nachos. So all the cheese you want, melt
Where's mine?
it.
Oh, here we go.
That's delicious.
Okay, yeah.
Cheese.
Pepper
Actually-
jack cheese, the buffalo sauce. It's hearty.
It's got a kick, but
Oh, jeez.
did you know redheads can tolerate spicy food more than anybody
Really?
else?
Is that true?
Yeah, so
This is good. Is that
true?
You love it?
That's
we'll
my
delve
favorite.
into the genealogy of that some other time. But,
Wow.
but basically, you garnish with blue cheese, and to make blue cheese dressing, I just take ranch dressing and add blue chease to it.
Oh,
And
clever.
It's
Another
very
shortcut.
easy. You can do bottled ranch, or you can make your own, but
Brilliant.
nice little shortcut. So this is why my teenage boys love me.
Oh, I can see
I mean,
why.
that is delicious.
Hey, Carson.
Really,
Yeah.
really good.
Hey, this is gone. I mean,
Yeah.
Wham.
What happened?
Hoda's eaten a whole bundt cake already.
Hoda, we have not started the cake segment yet.
hey, take a breath.
No one's missed these eating segments more than Hodes.
So good.
Remember, Rhode Island, not Texas.
She's going state by state.
All right, well, that does bring us to our chocolate cake. Now, this is your secret recipe, right?
Okay, yes. So, confession, my top secret ingredient in my top secret cake is dark chocolate cake mix.
Ooh, okay.
And
What?
listen, I had my house full of humans during the pandemic, and large 6'5" humans
Yeah.
and football players, and I was making so much food that I was about to lose my religion. I mean, every day I was just like, I can't do it anymore. So I'm not afraid to whip out the chocolate cake. I doctored it with, bittersweet chocolate chips just to make it a little bit more rich.
Wow.
But the thing
This is the secret. It's a box cake.
well, it's what, yeah.
Okay.
But the thing is, I'm topping it with ganache, which is heavy cream and good
well, there you
quality
go. It's a
chips.
mouth
Yeah,
buster.
good.
That's
Okay.
all 2 ingredients,
Yes.
and then it turns into this
Here.
luscious.
And are these
Oh, this
inside,
becomes
Drew, or is
fantastic.
this like a topping
This
thing
becomes
situation?
so well. You can just eat one if you like.
So you just
but-
made, okay, yeah. So you made the
We gotta
cake.
go.
Oh, we're out of time. Okay, I
Yeah.
really wanted to understand this. And then drizzle.
drizzle. I do sprinkles on top, but after Halloween, you can take
Beautiful
leftover
cake.
candy, chop
And
it
put
up,
it on
and
top.
put it on top. So
Hold up.
Hoda's
Oh my God.
licking-
Happy
she's
plate. Wait a
licking
minute.
the plate.
Hoda, show it. Clean
Literally.
Plate Club.
Clean Plate Club.
Clean Plate
Done.
Club.
You left a
And she's going to eat Al's.
And also, she's going to move in with you.
And she's giggling. She's giggling a lot over there.
Congratulations on everything. Love your
Congrats.
show.
Thank
Yes,
you
you're the
guys.
best.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, of course, you can find all these recipes at today.com/food and pick up a copy of Super Easy at today.com/shop.
This morning on Today Food, lasagna 2 ways with layers of pasta, meat sauce, and creamy cheese. Lasagna is one of the ultimate comfort foods, but get ready for something a little new this morning. Ree Drummond, AKA the Pioneer Woman, has created 2 recipes. They're going to become your favorites. Her latest book is called The Pioneer Woman Cooks the new frontier. Ree, good morning.
Hi, Savannah.
It's good to see you. Now, you're doing something really different with lasagna, which is risky.
Well, it's a little risky, but when you see these recipes, you will totally understand. I like to mash things up, and you know, you don't want to make lasagna over and over and over. So we are going to make shrimp scampi lasagna roll-ups.
I like it.
Which are as good as they sound. So I cooked some shrimp in butter, onion, garlic, little thyme, and chopped it up.
Okay.
So I'm going to make a sort of a shrimpy, cheesy filling, and this is cream cheese, ricotta, egg, and Parmesan.
I mean, what could possibly go wrong?
I know.
Looks so
I mean,
good.
it's all right. Sign me up.
Yes.
So I'll let you stir this together, and I'm going to start on the white sauce. My new cookbook has lots of fun recipes like this.
Yeah, I like that it's different.
Yeah, and buffalo chicken quesadillas, for instance. I have 2 teenage boys at home.
Yeah.
My girls grew up and left me. So
now
mean.
you got those brutes at home. To
So
feed.
rude of them.
You still got Charlie the dog?
Well, Charlie's not with us anymore, but I have Walter.
Okay. Oh, Walter.
And I have a couple of other little bassets running around.
Look at the whole crew over there. It's like, Savannah,
my
how could you
goodness.
ask that?
Oh, no, it's okay. Charlie lives on in his books.
Yes, he does. We read his book all the time.
Oh, I love hearing that.
Okay, so I stirred it.
So that's all stirred together, and I am making just a beautiful white sauce, and I started with the roux, and it has cream and milk. And so you cook and cook and cook until
You're
this
trying
is
to thicken it up, right?
Thicken it up.
Is that thick enough or not really?
This looks great.
Okay.
This isn't quite there, but
All
I
right.
have
Magic
some
of
already
television,
finished.
yes.
So I'm going to have you help me build a roll-up.
Okay.
So this is the filling you just stirred together. Take about a generous third cup.
Okay.
And put it on the end of the...
Oh, this has the whole thing is in here. Our shrimp, our everything.
And these are cooked lasagna noodles. I cooked them about half the time that the package says. And then just roll it up. Hence the name, lasagna roll-ups.
They're so cute and pretty. What do you
They are
think,
so
gang?
cute.
Oh my God.
Are you dying?
Oh my goodness. Between bisque and a lasagna.
Oh.
Good point. That's exactly what it is. And then I always put the seam side down.
Yeah, of course, to make it look pretty.
I poured the white sauce in the bottom of the dish.
Oh.
And then I'll let you pour
And
the
then you're
rest
gonna,
of it
am I
all
pouring
over.
or am I drizzling?
No, pour.
Okay,
pour
Just
that
get
sucker.
in there. Okay, yeah. Why not? Look at that creamy yummy.
Isn't that gorgeous?
Yes.
And then top it with mozzarella. And you can see the finished dish right here with parsley on top.
That doesn't look crazy difficult either.
No, it's not. And my daughter, who lives in Dallas now, saw my new cookbook, and she said, when I come home, will you make me the shrimp scampi lasagna roll-up? So,
I mean, why not? Look at it.
It's
okay,
gorgeous.
I want to taste that.
So that's lasagna one way. And
Now
the
this
second
shocked
way,
me. Lasagna soup.
I mean, it's really earth-shattering.
Okay, tell me. I'm gonna have a bite
It's beautiful.
here.
So started with ground beef, sausage, onion, garlic, thyme, oregano, and I just cooked it, and then added.
Oh my God! Let's try that.
Savannah, just take your
Delayed
time.
reaction. So good.
Take
Okay.
your time. And just turned it into a really delicious whole tomatoes, tomato paste, parsley, and you can see the whole tomatoes. I actually like to let them cook down a little bit, and then break them up because they're a little softer. Anytime I try to squeeze them with my hand, it winds up in my eye,
That's not fun.
or on my shirt, which is even worse.
Even worse, exactly. So you just you browned up the beef and then then you put in the
drain the
tomatoes.
excess fat and then turn it into a beautiful soup. And then I cooked some broken up lasagna noodles. So this is
That
where
and they're down at the bottom. It's
lasagna
like a
comes
hug.
in. It is. Oh, that's
So
a really
wait, what
good
about
point.
the cheese? Where's the cheese?
Okay, so once you simmer away the soup and the noodles are perfect, I make this little ricotta dumpling mixture.
Oh, wow.
And all it is ricotta, Parmesan, salt, pepper, basil, and parsley. Stir it together. And then when you serve up the soup, you just put little dollops right in the middle.
Oh my God.
And it's just, if the soup is really piping hot, the ricotta dumpling just kind of melts
Can I
into
come
it.
over to your house, Ree?
Yes,
Is this
yes.
what we make there? Because it sounds fab.
Bring your kids and Lad will put them to work on the ranch.
Yeah, I would love it. I love it. Thank you so much. How do you like
Fantastic.
the soup?
It's amazing. Amazing.
Which one do you like
I love
better?
I love the soup. It's crazy.
We're torn, can you tell?
I got one vote for soup and
Well, you know what, though? And then you get a piece
Switzerland
of shrimp
over
on
here.
this one.
That's the thing, and all that shrimp scampi flavor is in there.
You redesigned lasagna.
Yeah.
That's next level.
Yeah.
My wife loves your show.
I get bored really easily. So I have to have some fun in the kitchen.
Thank you so much, Ree. I know you're coming back for the fourth hour. More food. You can find all of these recipes at today.com/food. And for more on Ree's book, go to today.com/shop. You can buy it there. Thank you, honey.
Drummond is busier than ever. Not only is she a mom of 4, she's a New York Times bestselling author. She has 3 million Instagram followers, and she's a star of the hugely popular Food Network show. It's called The Pioneer Woman.
And somehow she's also managed to find time to put together a new cookbook called The Pioneer Woman Cooks the New Frontier, which features a couple of recipes that we're going to be making today. And she took all the photos for the book. Of course, she does everything. She did that too.
My camera's a mess. My camera's sticky. Food all over it.
So she's got roast chicken for us. Look at this.
Yes, I'm so happy to cook with you both. I'm a big fan of both of you.
We
so
love
thank you for having me.
So
I
wait,
can't cook.
Yeah, me either. But wait, you're based in Oklahoma, and you just do your everything from your home? Is that
Pretty
how it
much.
works?
We film the show at our guest lodge, so at least they don't have to trip over my teenagers' laundry, you know, dirty socks in our real house.
I was telling her that my daughter, Christina, is like, she is the most incredible woman. Her voice puts me to sleep. I watch her. Her life is idyllic.
Yeah.
My voice puts my husband to sleep, too.
All right, so we're making chicken today.
Yes, I just want to show you my favorite way to roast chicken.
Okay.
I'm wearing gloves just for the spatchcocking.
Yeah.
So do you know what spatchcocking on chicken is?
No.
So
Spatchcocking.
it's super easy. Basically, you have to put on gloves, cut the backbone out, which is just snip on either side.
Okay.
That's the unpleasant
and
part.
splay it out.
But then you splay it out, and the whole point is to kind of the whole point is to get it as flat as possible. You can use your palm and kind of push, but that way a chicken that would normally take a lot longer to roast just takes really a fraction of the time. So then you wind up with a beautiful roasted chicken. So what I like to do is make sort of an herb dressing, and it's just simple olive oil, herbs, cut some baby gold potatoes in half and just toss them in the herb mixture.
How long does this take you to make?
You want to help me and just kind of scatter them around, and then you'd brush the same mixture on the chicken.
Now, is this a greased pan or is this?
It doesn't have to be because the chicken has so much beautiful grease as it cooks.
Okay.
So just really about 30 minutes total. You start with a high heat and then lower it, and then look what you wind up with. Halfway through, I add cherry tomatoes and zucchini, and then put it back in and finish it up. And you have this beautiful roasted chicken, which I like to serve as roasted chicken, but I also like leftover roasted chicken.
Can we try this?
Yes, of
Maria,
course.
this is like your perfect meal, by the way.
That's right, that
Have
is.
a bite.
Chicken.
I mean, I like French fries, but we're not having that. But
I'm sorry, Maria. I should have made fries.
We're not allowed to eat that.
I think roasted chicken is the perfect food.
That is yummy.
It's good for weeknight family meals. But
Are you surprised at how your cooking, your passion, has turned into this incredible success?
Well, you know, I think you nailed it. Just passion. If you are passionate about what you do, it can take you in directions you never thought you'd go in. And that's I've had so much fun with Pioneer Woman because it started as blogging. So come around. And I want to show you what you can do with the chicken if you don't want to slice it up and serve it as roast chicken. So you can shred it, which is my favorite thing in the world. So I'm going to make a beautiful chicken and wild rice soup.
Soup? Oh,
onions, celery, and carrots. Okay. And then I'm going to deglaze with some white wine, which I love in any soup. It just adds beautiful flavor. And it's getting to be soup weather out there.
It's getting to be.
Finally, did you have a hot summer here like we did?
We had a scorcher.
It seemed to go on forever. And then add some flour just to thicken it up. And then you'll cook this for a bit.
Do all your kids cook?
No. Sadly, no. My daughter Paige loves to cook, and she's a great cook. The rest of my kids love to eat. So welcome to my plight. But I love to cook, and so it's
what's that? Chicken stock?
Chicken stock,
Okay.
and then water, and this is so easy. Wild rice.
I didn't know it was that color.
Yeah, it's not the mix that you buy in a box. It's real wild rice. Minnesota has wild rice. That's kind of comes from Minnesota. And then you basically cook it until the rice is done, and look how beautiful it looks.
That's gorgeous.
And then you add the chicken in, obviously. And I like to kind of cream it up a little bit.
Yeah, you got to.
I mean, I can't think of many dishes that I make that aren't made better with a little cream.
Exactly.
So you can add a little or a lot, and then let it simmer some more with some aromatics, sage, and rosemary and thyme.
Yes.
And then I love to add kale also.
To the soup?
To the soup,
Oh,
yeah.
At the end, is that kind of the
Kind
last
of at
touch?
the end, you just let it simmer in the last few minutes.
Tell us what this pasta situation is.
Okay, so again, what you can do with the leftover chicken is make a chicken spaghetti casserole. And I think casseroles are just the ultimate comfort food. And this has mushrooms and a little bit of wine, of course. So if you can spatchcock a chicken, you can do anything in life.
You can spatchcock a chicken.
We need a t-shirt that says that. Yeah. But really, you can make soup and casseroles, enchiladas.
Ree, these were all delicious, awesome meals. I mean, they seem easy enough, too.
Very easy. If it's not easy, I won't do it.
Awesome.
Oh, that's good.
For these recipes, head to today.com/food. And for more about Ree's cookbook, go to today.com/shop. And welcome back. We're back with Today Food. This morning's guest, you know her, you love her, Ree Drummond. She is known as the pioneer woman, and today she's showing us 2 easy recipes for a family feast. You've got a simple, easy pasta recipe. What are we cooking?
Yes, so I am so into shortcut homemade ravioli. And what makes it shortcut is that I use wonton wrappers. So these are just in the store. And I made a little mixture of ricotta, Parmesan, salt, pepper, lemon zest. Wow. And I just put a little, I can't get too close to you guys, but put a little dollop in the middle of the wonton wrapper. And then I just take my clean finger and rub a little egg wash around the edge. And then take a second wonton wrapper and put it on top, line up the edges. And then you just want to press it together. Oops, I grabbed 3. That's okay. I'm doing this on the fly. And then just force all the air out. And honestly, if you can't make homemade pasta dough or you don't have time, this is such a great shortcut.
I like that.
And then you just can get an assembly line with your kids, make as many of these as you want, and then just drop them into salted water one by one. And look.
All right, I love those.
Little pieces of ravioli. Just
delicious.
Fresh and ready to go.
Hey, Ree, we only have a minute, but we want to get to that dessert, what is it? Icebox cake.
Oh, yeah.
Blackberry icebox cake. So the frozen pound cakes that we all know and love, I shave the top off, crumble it into crumbs, pour in butter. Very easy. And then just put this on the stovetop, toast the crumbs. And then the cake that's left, you slice the cake into 3 slices lengthwise. I already started a layer, and it's cake, a mixture of jam, blackberries, and lemon juice and lemon zest. It's so fun to use a frozen pound cake because then you cut that whole step.
Oh my gosh, it doesn't even look hard to
make. Ree, it looks something Savannah and I could make. We're happy.
Yeah.
All right.
You just layer it kind of like lasagna.
All right.
Cake, jam, cream.
Ree,
and then you wind
we
up.
love you. We love you. We can't wait for your book to come out. Thank you for cooking for us. You can check out her recipes at today.com/food.
Today Food and your special invitation to one of Ina Garten's dinner parties. It's happening right here in our studio.
Ina is showing us simple ways to make your table stand out, something that she does so well. She's got a new show out, guys. It's really cool. It's called Be My Guest. And look who already got an invite.
Willie?
Yeah, Willie got in. I know. Ina promises us too.
You were
eventually
totally invited.
Okay,
we're totally
we want
invited.
to be. How do you like the show?
It's so much fun to do. I can't tell you. I love the connection with people.
Yeah.
Especially coming out of COVID. It's just so wonderful.
And some people you know well. Some people like Julianne Moore, you kind of just met for the first time.
We were Instagram buddies, but
Yeah.
we never actually met, and we just so connected. It was just incredible.
Oh, that's so fun. All right,
Okay,
well,
let's
we'll
show you
await
how to
our
do-
invitation, but until that time, okay,
You were
we're going to
totally
make
invited.
our dinner party. You're going to
Okay.
teach us how to set the table. Do you believe in a big dinner table, a big dinner
First thing
party,
about a
or
dinner
no?
party is it can be 4 people.
4?
It doesn't
Okay.
have to be 12. It's overwhelming even for me. So I'm going to set a table for 4.
A table
Just
for
you.
4.
So I have a round cloth on the bottom.
Okay.
And then I put. You want to grab the end of this?
So
Okay,
was
you
this
guys
a
are gonna help
runner?
me. No, it's just a square of fabric, actually.
okay.
And
Oh, that's
that goes
it?
right in the middle.
Right on
And
top.
it just drapes on top.
Great.
Okay.
Perfect.
And then plates.
Yeah.
Okay.
Now, do you do like a color theme or?
Try and. So you want to put the plates around? Are
Yes,
you
I
in
will.
charge? Okay.
Uh-huh,
putting
I'm
them
in
to
charge
work.
of plates.
Now,
Okay.
What's too? You said over
And
12 is too
napkins?
many people. Is that the story?
It's
for
too
you?
exhausting.
It's exhausting.
It's exhausting. It's just too exhausting.
Okay.
So napkins for everybody.
Okay.
you said there's no. You
Wait,
do
so-
have a color theme going.
I do.
on.
Yes.
Yeah, I do.
Okay. Yeah.
Where do the
And
napkins go? Left side.
Left side,
Okay.
and they fold in like that. Perfect.
Okay.
I'm glad I can
Things I
show
didn't
you
know.
something.
I know. Of course you
Left
can.
side, in. What is it?
Now, can you use your like everyday old plates, or
I-
how do you like? Let's say you're like, I have white plates. How can I
Yeah.
jazz it up?
I mix them up. I just
Oh.
mix
Oh,
them
you
up.
do?
That's
I do
cute.
different chairs. I do different. So you know,
Okay.
I'll show you one.
Okay.
The knife goes
Goes
here.
on the right. Yeah.
That goes on the right.
Spoon. Okay.
And then everybody wonders about the forks.
Yeah.
You do the first fork that you're going to use, a salad fork first, and the dinner fork second.
Oh,
you
so the
work your way
outside
in.
is the salad
But
fork.
interesting, you didn't put it on the napkin.
I
always
like
put
the
it on
napkin.
napkin.
I like so you can pick up the
Okay.
napkin without moving the
Fork,
silverware.
spoon.
How's
Okay,
that?
so we get the silverware set
and then
up.
glasses.
All right, we do that.
I'll do this.
We got to
I'm in charge of.
And then glasses. I do kind of glasses there.
This is the wine glass, the water glass, wine.
That's wine.
Okay.
If you're serving white wine.
Okay.
You want a bigger one if you're
Okay.
serving red wine.
Okay.
And so for the centerpiece, you know, you can do something
what
as
happened
simple
there?
as this.
Uh-huh.
Big
Oh,
bowl of lemons.
easy.
Get it at the grocery store.
Oh,
Easy.
that's cute.
Right
Look
in
at
the middle.
By the way,
And
I
it's
don't know
a
if you did
pop
on
of
purpose.
color.
You guys are matching, number one.
Oh, yeah.
And it's the colors of the Ukrainian flag.
Yeah,
so
did we look how this whole
about that.
entire
know that.
theme is
But I'll
happening?
show you another one that's
What?
really easy too.
Okay, what?
Which is flowers.
Beautiful.
Beautiful.
It's not so easy to do a flower arrangement, but if you do lots of bud vases,
Ah,
you can
that's
move them around
beautiful.
until they're perfect.
Yeah,
Okay.
I do not know how to do a flower arrangement, but this
you know
is
what?
cute.
They're hard. I don't either.
Here, I'll get the
Yeah.
last two. Okay.
And so now you've got like these fanciful kind of dancing flowers in
I
the
love
middle,
it. So your
and it's
guests are
fun.
about to walk into your house.
Right.
What vibe are you setting? So when they open the door, what's the feeling?
Right here. Yeah.
Okay,
Right.
here?
Perfect.
Okay.
Anywhere.
You said you like music playing.
I like when people arrive that there's music playing because it's not that moment when
Yeah.
you arrive and it's quiet and you think,
Yes.
did
Oh,
I
God.
arrive on the wrong day?
Yes, you're like
Is
Loud
this
or
okay?
not loud?
just backgroundy?
Background kind of
Okay.
bouncy.
Oh, wait, we have a question for you, Ina.
Yeah.
Are you one of those folks that splits up couples at a dinner party, or do you put them next to each other?
I like them near each other.
Near, but not
and I
next.
like boy,
Okay.
girl, girl. So everybody's sitting next to a boy and a girl.
And lastly, for the food, we only have a couple of seconds, but
Yep.
you say make it simple.
Make it simple.
What, like how?
What I do is I go to an Italian store
Yeah.
or an Italian restaurant and get a lasagna.
I'm getting the lasagna.
Oh, I love it.
That's-
And you
Here it
can
is.
even order takeout. Like if you set your table nicely,
Right.
you can
Make
do
a
it.
salad.
Okay.
Ina?
Assemble dessert. Order it out.
You're brilliant. We
even
love
know.
you.
Okay, should we start with the first sip and spill? We've got your favorite Cosmos.
Okay.
Here we go.
We're starting with Cosmos? Okay.
Yeah.
Be honest. What is Jeffrey's most annoying dinner party habit?
Oh, well, he doesn't have any.
There you go.
He doesn't.
Okay.
It's just, there's nothing annoying
Nothing
about
to
Jeffrey.
spill.
I know that
nothing to
was-
spill. But can
All
we
right.
sip anyway?
Yes,
We can
can.
sip anyway.
Now, what is this drink?
It's a Cosmos.
Yeah, what do you mean?
I know, but I didn't know if it was a special.
I have no idea, but
Oh my God, yummy.
Okay, sip or spill.
Wow.
Do
Okay.
they make Cosmos the way you do?
perfect.
Oh, wow.
Absolutely perfect.
All
Okay,
right, let's
so
make a
this is a
Caesar.
really easy dinner that you can get on the table. The
Okay.
first thing is you order out a lasagna.
I know
Order
this makes us feel so much better.
But you put it in your own dish.
Okay.
So you're not serving it in some, cardboard
Can I tell you
carton.
that when I first cooked for my mother-in-law, the whole dinner was from this restaurant close to us?
Did you,
right?
do you have to confess, Ina,
No,
when they
no.
ask you?
No.
When they say, how did you make that?
I'm
What do
so
you say?
glad you like it.
Yeah.
That's it. Okay, got it.
How's
Okay.
that?
All right.
Okay. So we're going to start with Caesar dressing.
Okay.
So I just always like to make sure that the lettuce is really clean.
Okay.
No, that it's clean. So it's ice water.
Okay.
And then what I do is I cut it up. And then
Like this?
put it in a salad spinner. So
What
it
if
gets
you
it
don't-
nice and
water
dry.
out?
I love a salad spinner, but if you
don't have one, this is what you do.
What?
You put it in a huge towel.
Oh, a towel,
Are you
just like
ready
our
for
babies.
Wait, what?
And shake.
No, you don't.
And you watch
What
out.
do you- okay.
Oh, you
I-
beat it?
And you,
you flip it around?
You flip it around. You make a
Really?
salad spinner out
I
of it.
feel like Hoda
And
did
now
that
it's
with her
nice and
bra
dry.
during Mardi Gras.
You're so sick.
Because the dressing will stick to dry lettuce.
Okay.
Okay.
All right.
So let's go make the dressing.
Okay, let's make the dressing.
So,
So that's really the only thing we're making is the dressing.
And you don't even have to turn the oven on. How's that?
I'm so into everything.
Okay. So Caesar dressing is garlic and egg yolk.
Wait, can you just look at this egg yolk?
Look at this egg yolk. Isn't that
What? Wait,
amazing?
why is it
It's-
orange?
Why is it
Because
red?
it's a really good egg yolk.
Okay.
Did you bring this egg from your
No,
farm?
your guys did it.
Okay.
So one egg yolk. Everything has to be room temperature because what you're basically doing is making like a mayonnaise.
Is that Grey
Okay.
Poupon?
Two teaspoons of Grey Poupon.
Okay.
You know my favorite.
Okay, how much salt?
2 teaspoons.
Two
full
full
teaspoons.
teaspoons,
Half
okay.
a teaspoon of pepper.
One.
Just like that.
Beautiful.
Okay.
8 to 10 anchovy fillets.
What if you don't like anchovies?
I'll tell you what, you won't notice them in the
Oh, put 'em
final
in
dressing.
anyway. Okay,
Put 'em in
got it.
anyway. You'll be really surprised.
I think that
At the
if it's
end,
clean,
and a half a cup of freshly squeezed lemon juice.
Half a cup of lemon juice.
Must be freshly
Fresh
squeezed.
squeezed, okay.
What else?
And
Do we
then-
need this?
Yeah, in 2 seconds. So, hold on, I'm putting you in charge
Okay,
of this.
oh, geez.
You turn it on and
Okay.
you puree it.
Puree it, okay.
Okay.
Got
and
it.
then you've got 3/4 of a cup of olive oil.
Okay.
3/4 of a cup of canola oil.
Mix all of
Mix them
canola.
together.
Why do you do that?
Because the olive oil has great flavor and the canola oil is light.
Okay.
So,
Do I
and then
turn it off?
This is nope. Leave it right on.
I'm scared.
And then what you're going to do, like making mayonnaise, you just pour it in really slowly. And I'm going to put you in charge of this.
Okay, I'm in
How's that?
charge. I'll keep
You're
doing
in charge
it.
of that?
Okay.
Pour it in
And
really
what about your
slowly,
croutons?
and it gets absorbed.
Yeah, you made these croutons.
I made these croutons. They're
so good.
made from focaccia, but you know what? You can buy them at the store too.
You're making me feel so good about myself.
Nobody will know.
Should I do this?
Put it right in.
And this Parmesan?
Parmesan cheese.
Just so you can hear.
Okay.
Is that good enough?
Well, we have to let's see if we can get it. Oh, not too fast. Too fast. It has to be really slow.
This looks nice.
So we toss that together, and we're going to put the dressing on it. So this is easy. The meal is the lasagna and the salad, and then for dessert, it's completely assembled. How's that?
So Okay, you the just
take this as is?
Take that off.
Okay.
We're going to put in
The dessert you just buy,
half
right?
a cup of Parmesan cheese.
Okay. And
We're
then
going to turn it on, and it's done. How's
It's
that?
done?
It's done.
That was so.
That was
By the
it.
way, look how delicious.
And it's really like,
look?
Doesn't
how do you
come
get
off?
this? I don't know.
Nobody knows.
All right, we're going to do a quick round of sip and spill.
I'm gonna
because-
just. I think it might already have dressing on it over there. I don't know.
Okay, we're good. We're good. All right, one more sip and spill.
just
Ready?
imagine the dressing.
Who was the best dinner party guest you've ever had?
The best dinner party guest. Well, Taylor Swift came for dinner. She was pretty great.
Wait,
that
did
was
she
fun.
sing?
No, she's just
Okay.
wonderful.
But she's cool. What about the worst?
Oh God.
The worst. I'm not telling.
Okay, good.
I think
Sip
I'm
it.
going to have to sip.
Sip.
This is
I'm gonna
limoncello.
I'm
Here.
gonna try that salad down here. Thank you so much, Ina. This looks super
Wow.
duper yummy.
Whew,
Wow,
that's a way to
got
So
it.
dessert is vanilla
Wait, get
ice
in there.
cream. I'm going to show you how to do this. Vanilla ice cream.
Yes.
With limoncello on it.
And you just buy all
You
this and
just
do
buy
it.
all the ingredients. Vanilla,
Look at that.
Vanilla ice cream.
Can I pour a little of this?
Pour a little limoncello and biscotti that
I
you
mean,
bought
you're
Wait, what?
at a
amazing.
bakery.
For-
And that's dessert. And
Yummy.
everybody will lose their minds.
I know, and this is
they're
so
good.
easy.
about these recipes, Ines. They're easy. You could do it quickly.
And everything's in one pot.
Everything's
very
in one
often.
pot.
Yeah.
One thing about you though, you are precise.
Yeah.
Like you seem so chill.
Extremely.
But you're not like that's why your books everybody loves them because you've done the testing.
Yes. Okay.
Not only over and over and over again, but I've given the recipe to somebody on my staff and watched them make it.
Okay.
So I see what somebody's going to do with the recipe, and they're like, should I cut it straight across or chop it?
Oh,
so
and
that's
I'm like,
so smart.
So
let me
you
add that.
details.
You add that detail to it,
Okay,
so that I know.
So should I put this
we're
large
making-
chicken in the pot?
We're making chicken in a pot with orzo.
Okay.
So it's all in one pot. So the first thing I want to do is brown the chicken. So
Okay.
in order to brown a chicken, you just want to make sure it's really dry.
you have to
Otherwise
dry
it
it.
steams.
Okay.
Exactly. So let's.
Oh, it really needs a
Yeah, see how when it's
towel.
wet, it
Well,
just
yeah.
just like that.
See, okay.
Okay, and then we can put it in the pot, and you want
Okay.
it nice and brown because that caramelization really makes a difference.
Whoa! Sorry, did I burn you?
No,
I burned myself. I'm sorry. I did burn
But you know what I love? The first thing you said was, "Did I burn you?" Even though you were on fire.
We're okay.
Okay, everybody's
no
good.
fire
I
alarms.
burned a national treasure.
So this is going to brown, and then I'll turn it over and later.
Okay.
But
Are these leeks?
These are leeks, and the thing
That's a
about
big
leeks,
leek.
Leeks are
I know.
good.
First thing with leeks, you want to take the green part off because they're kind of tough. So just like that.
Okay.
And then you want to make sure that they're really, really clean because they grow in dirt.
Oh.
So you don't want to let them get too. You want to make sure they're really clean.
Okay.
So what you do is chop them up like this.
Kind of fine.
And then you do a lot and put them in water. And just let the sand come out of it.
Oh,
And then,
that's what you're doing.
And then
yeah.
you take them out.
I like how you
And
clean everything.
And you want to make sure
you have to, right?
food's all clean.
Do you know
and then
that
you dry
leeks are
them.
diuretic?
They are
Amazing. Yes.
Good to know.
No, anyone who's trying to lose weight always eats leek soup.
I had no
Not
idea.
kidding. Try it.
Is that still a thing, or was
Yes.
that a 70s fad?
Forget
No.
the chicken, forget the
Now.
carrots, just eat leaks.
Okay. Make soup.
Okay.
Okay.
So then
Leeks are
the next thing
delicious,
is,
though.
we saute carrots and fennel and celery and the leeks all in a pot like this, and then we're going
what?
to take the chicken that
So
we
you
browned.
just browned it, right?
Just
That's
browned
all.
it. All I
Okay.
did was brown it. Didn't cook it, just because it looks
Yeah.
better and it's
Yeah.
going to taste better. Put that brown chicken
Beautiful.
right back
It already
in.
smells amazing.
me to take
And then
this?
first we put in saffron.
Saffron.
Now,
I
saffron's
didn't
the
realize that's
stamens
what
of
saffron
crocuses.
looks like.
Doesn't that smell fabulous? That's what it looks like. And it's expensive because it is the stamens of crocuses.
What is a crocus?
A crocus is a flower, a little flower.
Did you
Chicken
know
stock
that?
goes in.
The stamen of a crocus?
I didn't want to
You'd know a crocus if you saw one.
Okay.
If
So
you
you
met
pour
one,
it-
right? Pour
so
that
you
on.
pour- that's just
right.
chicken stock?
And then we're going to put water on.
That whole water pot?
Exactly. So it's going to cook in this pot.
Yeah.
And then we need salt and pepper.
This is a great kind of
Lots
thick
of
base
salt.
soup.
Okay. You put a lot
it's
in,
actually
right?
going to end up being soup and orzo. So the orzo is going to absorb
Okay.
all the
All of
liquid.
that.
So this. Okay, now we have one other thing to
What's
flavor
this?
it. It's an herb bundle. So I've got thyme,
bundle of
parsley,
herbs.
And you tie up.
and you could put it in, but then you'd have to fish it all out.
So you tie
I
it?
tie it.
Just
I
tie
tie
a
it with a
bow?
string,
This
so
is
it flavors
so
it, and then you can
smart.
take the whole thing out before you
Have
serve
you
it.
ever made an herb bundle, Hoda? Is this
No,
a
I'm
first?
so excited.
Hoda's made an herb bundle now.
Oh my gosh.
Right?
The whole
so
thing
that
in.
whole thing goes right
And that
in.
just kind of flavors
That's
it.
it.
Now this goes in the oven.
Top on it or not?
It goes in the oven with a lid.
With the lid. Okay.
For it's 350 degrees.
Okay.
And it's gonna
And then this is
cook for about an
orzo.
hour and 15 minutes.
An hour and 15.
And then when this comes out,
So I put the orzo
what you
in.
do
Is
is
the orzo
take the
is kind of
orzo
like a rice,
and
right?
just it's pasta actually, but it looks like rice. And you just put the lid on.
And do you cook it
For
again?
20 minutes? No, and it just sits.
Wait,
And
you
then
don't put it back in the
orzo
oven?
doesn't
Don't
need
put it
to-
back in the
just
oven.
the
Don't need
top?
to cook it.
Can I sneak over here?
Come
Get
over
this
here.
That's what you
right?
end up with. And you end up with soup and orzo, and it's not soup, it's dinner. And the
my
chicken,
God.
and you
It
pull the
is
chicken
dinner.
apart.
Wait, does Jeffrey like this
He
recipe?
loves it. Anything that has to do with chicken soup, he loves.
You know what else is in your book that we just have to
Is
mention?
the biscuits.
And my girl,
Biscuits have to
dip
go
it.
with it.
Okay.
Right?
The biscuits.
See,
Good idea.
Cheddar biscuits. They're pretty good, aren't
They are the best
God.
biscuit I
You guys
already
are the
had
best
one.
audience in the world.
Oh my God, we're so
We love
happy.
you so much. You guys, and you can get this recipe at today.com/food.
Oh my
And
gosh.
check out Ina's new book. I bet a lot of people will. Go to dinners. It's a great holiday gift as well at today.com/book.
comfort food is our favorite.
Shepherd's pie.
Pie,
Hoda's
yeah.
only been eating shepherd's pie for the last 3 days, so this is perfect.
I heard that. I heard that about you. Now, this is classically made with lamb. It's made with lamb and potatoes on top.
Yeah.
But
Okay.
we're doing it with potatoes and beef because,
Yeah, why
you know
not?
what I'm saying? You could do it with
We know
chicken
it.
or
Do it.
turkey.
Yeah, you
You
decide.
could go vegan and make
Well,
this
she is vegan, but she can have the potatoes.
Yeah, so
I
we're,
just ate broccoli for one day.
What about last night? Did you have any meat? Did you have meat last night?
2 bites.
Oh,
I love this.
It's
like,
over.
Are you two on the phone with each other? Like, what did you just eat? So
Kind
let's make something. Let's
Okay.
make something that you can't eat, and then
Okay.
we'll talk about how you
I'll
cook.
eat
No,
it.
she'll
Trust
eat
me.
it. She can eat just the potatoes. Okay, perfect. So let's start with potatoes.
Potatoes in water, salt, and then when they're
Would you like me to do this?
Yeah, get in there.
Okay.
Get in.
Is this
and
a
then
sweet-
and then we rice them once they're
Rice
cooked.
them.
You drain and
never
rice,
heard
and
of
you
that.
can overcook potatoes for mash.
It's
you
okay.
don't want to get super
Look at this big
mushy.
thing.
Just
It's like a
tender.
garlic
Look
press
at
that's
this.
Let's see it. Let's see how satisfying
you
that's going to be when
ever-
it squeezes through.
And it
It's
matches
like-
your outfit. I mean, this is just all in one. And look at that. Look at that rice job.
Hoda.
12 out of 10.
Hoda.
That's cool.
That's satisfying.
My God,
Isn't
I've never
it?
seen one this big.
And
Do
you
you
could
want that
rice
for Christmas?
and you could rice any vegetables like this. So then we move on once we're excited about the ricer.
Jeez, we people.
We just did an infomercial for our ricer.
Okay, so here's the potatoes.
Yes. I
Okay,
feel
what
like
goes
we're at
in
a
there?
sleepover.
Is there milk?
Sour cream, butter, potatoes, mix.
Okay,
Now you
mix.
could sub in coconut milk.
Okay.
Oh, we'll do that for Hoda.
And
Let's do
coconut
that.
oil, and you could do a mashed
She
potato.
actually, it's so funny that you brought this. You know her obsession with anything coconut.
No, I didn't. I
She
genuinely
usually likes
didn't.
to put this on her skin. but-
All right, let's continue. So
Okay.
now we've got to make the rest of the pie.
I love this. So
Come.
over here,
Yeah, what's
right,
going
this
on?
is where we cooked the beef, took it out.
Oh,
you can
took
add
it out.
all those vegetables.
Okay, you got
and
it.
this is the base of the shepherd's pie. Look, this is actually where the two worlds meet. You're
I
doing the
just-
mashed
oh,
potato.
smell that.
Perfect.
Smell that. Is
Right?
that rosemary?
It's fresh thyme thrown in there, and we just let that kind of crackle and fry and soften. We get a little salt in there.
Oh, and this is what this looks like? Look what's happening.
Mix it in there
Oh,
with
look.
the peas, stock, and a little red wine vinegar for a little acidity.
Okay.
Is
Wait,
this why you rice this? Because it makes it so smooth?
Exactly. And then you don't get the
are these
lumps.
cooked peas? I'm
Yeah,
putting
they're
in?
they're frozen.
Oh,
We're
I
going
leave 'em in-
frozen.
So I just leave them. I put them in frozen.
Yeah. Well, you defrost and drain and throw them in
Throw 'em in
stock. Little
stock.
red wine vinegar.
Red
and
wine
these are
vinegar.
the two halves of the
Look at
shepherd's
us
pie.
both.
Look at this.
Wait,
I'm
we're
doing
both
nothing.
cooking.
By the way, I'm going to leave because you two have this.
Okay, so now you mix all this up, and then what?
And
Oh,
then we
look,
come over here, and here's your mix that you just made.
Okay.
Yum.
A layer of mash with cheese on the bottom.
Look at this.
The meat on the top, right on top, like a little mashed potato and cheese sandwich.
And then you take more mash and
And
put
then
it on top.
all the mash and cheese goes on top, and that's our little like mashed potato sandwich. And by the way, in my house growing up, lasagna was an appetizer for Thanksgiving, just to
What?
give you some
Wait,
idea.
what?
Oh, wait, I might try that this year. What
So-
are you doing for Thanksgiving?
I always cook a ton of stuff, but if you need a break from leftovers, a comfort meal like this in the freezer
Yes.
that you introduce in between all your Thanksgiving leftovers can kind of be like,
So,
into this.
Alex, we like your portion sizes.
yeah, that's
Look-
for one
Look at
by
this.
the pool in your
Can
bikini.
I have a fork? Here, I'll take this one.
love
That's
this.
yours. Here.
Okay, there you go.
Ready?
All right, we're
Dig
gonna
in,
try it.
and there we have it.
Oh my God, the top looks
I
so
know,
crunchy.
and then you broil that in the oven. Yeah.
Oh my
Very
God.
mean mashed potatoes.
there's, like,
I
nothing
love
to
your
say
mashed
here.
potatoes. I love them. That's what's to say.
Cornicelli. You look really good.
Yes.
Alex.
First of all, Alex is glowing.
What happened? You
look
have
gorgeous.
Good hair, you got good. Everything's happening.
It's the hamburgers. We also want to just say that you're the host of Food Network's Supermarket Stakeout, and she's here with a decadent burger, and by decadent we mean a big baby.
This is
big
huge.
burger.
So wait, what are we doing here, Alex? What's first step?
Well, I'm making a cheese sauce. Would you throw this in?
Cheese
Parmesan and a little cheddar. And what? Okay, I like your style. My tip was going to be add your cheese slowly so it doesn't clump.
Oh, no.
I love
Alex,
you.
Alex.
Go ahead, add that
Slowly?
parm in nice and slowly.
Nice.
New York
Yeah.
City style.
Yes.
Dump it in.
Okay.
And you stir it, a little mustard, a little hot sauce. We just add a little bit to just
So
a little warm cream.
That's going to be the sauce on top of the burger? Is that what you're talking
yeah,
about?
this
and
is
the
like-
dunky?
Or a dippy sauce.
Dip sauce.
Yeah, I mean, you could literally make this cheese sauce and then just
Do
Put
whatever.
chips in it.
potato chips or whatever.
Okay, so now the big
big
Mongo
moment.
burger.
The big
Yeah.
moment is we're doing a triple decker burger with the cheese sauce. Okay, we're going all out.
You really are.
What are you doing to us?
For summer,
I
but
know.
you said I look all
Yeah,
glowy.
you
It's
do.
all the
You
hamburgers.
do.
So this is just a mix, right? 85-15. We want short rib and sirloin. Those are the
Wow.
good cuts. We form our burgers nice and thin for the triple decker.
I like that
Do you
because
like that
there are
idea?
3 burgers.
Now,
so.
do you put anything in there other than
You
the ground
just
meat?
keep it that?
You know what? I'm glad you asked. People are always working their
Yeah,
burgers.
yeah.
It gets tough, the meat.
Oh.
Just make a little patty. Be gentle.
But you don't want to add spices in there. You put them out. You put just salt and pepper at
plain
the
meat
end.
with some salt and pepper.
That's it.
You're a classic.
Yeah,
know
exactly.
that.
And then we just drop them in a hot pan and you just get them cooking.
Is there oil on that?
Yeah, a little bit. No oil on the burgers themselves, but just pop them right in the pan like this, right?
But what's in the pan?
Just
Oil.
a little hot canola oil.
Oh, okay.
That's it. We keep it really simple. You could throw these on the grill. When you're done cooking them and you have these lovely burger juices, that's where we make our onion topping. We go right in the same pan. Ooh, and pickle juice.
Pickle juice.
In with the onions because it's like zingy,
Yeah, I
vinegary.
kind of like that.
I love this
It's a-
idea. You're using the meat juice and,
And
some pickle juice.
And it's sitting in your fridge in a jar of pickles. You have one lonely pickle, like, help me.
Get it.
That's
Yeah.
true.
That
What are you
brine,
going to do with
dump it in there.
Salad
I heard that
dressings.
if you have cramps, you should drink pickle juice.
Is that true?
I'm not sure.
I think that if you have Memorial Day needs for a triple decker burger, it's good too.
Yeah.
Let's throw that in there.
Okay, what are we making here? What is
So
this,
we're
a side
making
salad?
a little topping,
topping.
with a little oil, vinegar, a little
Wow.
lemon, a little.
I feel like that
tomato.
takes it up a notch.
Well, here's my other little tip: is instead of doing slices that slide all around
Yeah,
with the
yeah.
tomatoes, we cut them up so they
Yes.
don't fall out
Look,
as
to put
much.
a little beautiful salad on your hamburger.
So,
Yeah.
so you toast your bun.
So you do, yeah, I toast my bun.
Are you a toaster?
Yes, of course I am.
Yeah, let's toast it up.
Sorry, Hoda.
No, you like. You know what? For a hot dog, however, I don't.
Because you want that.
I want that mushy New York street dog vibe.
Okay, so here's the cheese sauce.
So this is how we built. A little
Look
of
at
those
that.
pickly onions, a little bit of that cheese sauce, and we just build, right, that nice mix.
And then another patty on top?
Yeah, we do that. And then we
Wow.
cheese sauce, please.
3 is
Dr.
This is-
Cheese sauce.
Yes,
Okay,
yes,
who is
ma'am.
who's this is like humongo.
This is America.
Yes.
This is Memorial
Yes,
Day.
more,
Yes.
one more bun.
Less is more.
Oh, we gotta try them.
Yeah, let's get it.
Oops.
I love it. Perfect.
That I think 3 might be too many. Just saying.
Yeah, no, you can
Now,
go
can
2,
you put
can
ketchup
go
on
1.
this, or you're not for that?
You can totally put ketchup.
I don't think mine has cheese sauce.
I can't work
Oh,
like that.
that's yours.
We're switching.
Oops.
Give me that.
And then just a little potato salad to go with that. You could do 2 of these. Just clean and oil your grill and get it good and hot, and you will have great results. Keep it
Love that.
simple.
So yummy.
The last moment of this segment is just people chewing. I think this is a testament to the fact that people have got to get down with this.
Potato salad is basically has relish in it and mustard.
It's no mayo. It's just a little olive oil and mustard to keep it light for the
Olive oil
burger.
and mustard, that's it?
But
Yeah,
there's
a little bit of
pickles.
vinegar
What are
and
these
juice.
pickles?
And chopped up pickles and pickle juice.
and pickle juice.
I put pickle juice in
juice is
everything.
it.
Yeah. Tell us about this no-bake pie. We love it. You don't have to put it in the oven.
No, you literally just layer stuff that's delicious. Now, we've got a homemade, we've got a store-bought graham cracker crust.
like
you
that.
You could make it homemade, butter, graham crackers. Okay, good talk. You're gonna put a little bit of ground cinnamon and salt on the crust itself.
Wow.
On the crust.
To give it a little extra flavor,
Ooh,
right?
I love this.
Right, we're layering the flavors in there, and then I have some peanut butter here.
Okay.
And I used crunchy. Now
I like
you-
crunchy for
now-
some little texture, right?
You do
I like a crunch.
so.
I do like crunch.
Are you a smooth?
You know what? A crunch in here. You know, I like a crunchy ice cream, a crunchy peanut butter on vanilla ice cream, which is what you're giving us.
Yes, so crunchy peanut butter. I added a little water.
I saw that.
Just to loosen the texture a little bit. because that's what we like to do
Because
around
we
here.
need to smooth it.
Yeah, we're smoothing.
Do you want to smooth?
We're walking.
smooth, yeah.
I love it how you're like, please smooth.
I know. We're a good team.
Now, look at that. Look at this. You
wow,
are.
the cinnamon.
No, but
boy.
I can't.
Okay.
Oh,
Yep.
okay.
Yep.
All right.
Good talk. All right.
I'm pretty.
moving on.
I'm pretty. I'm
So
pretty.
here we are.
Okay.
You look good.
Look.
So you put the layer of peanut butter in the freezer, right, to get it a little firmed up, and then we put softened vanilla ice cream on
So
top here.
how soft does this need to be?
You see how it's almost liquidy,
melted?
so you can leave it out while you're doing the other layers. And this is a peanut butter s'more vibe that we're going for. And then we sprinkle marshmallows on top. How fun is this?
This is
and you
amazing.
can do this with the kids. A little brown sugar.
By the way,
brown sugar.
I don't even know.
on
I don't even
top.
know
For
if the
little-
marshmallows would make it there, because I would eat all of them.
I know.
You are actually, you're talking with a marshmallow in the most brilliant way. Okay, we freeze that for a while. We let that firm up, and then
what?
Yeah.
We're adding chocolate on top of this.
Yeah,
Okay,
and
this is
then
nuts.
you do that. Now we add chocolate ice cream on top there, and again, it's smooth.
Yes.
And by the way, you could do just vanilla or
Yeah.
just chocolate.
Oh, you can kind of sort of choose
Yes,
what you want.
absolutely. You can make this
And
easier or
use
harder.
any type of ice cream, frankly.
Yeah, and then we do a little more. We do some chocolate. Again, you notice we're always adding a little crunch, a little texture.
Yes.
We
Yes.
didn't turn on our oven, but we're turning on the charm here.
You sure are, just by being you, Alex.
And then
Also
some
like
marshmallows.
someone who cooks without a measuring cup. That's what I love about you. There's
Yes.
no measuring.
I
It's
love
just
it.
go
Do you
for
ever
it.
use a measuring cup? Yeah.
I really actually do, but in a case like this, it's like,
I mean,
there
what
was
are we
too much
measuring?
chocolate.
Yeah.
There was too much whipped cream. I hated it. That's not going to happen. And then we layer that whipped cream on top, and you can put this right back in the freezer.
And you know what? And I wonder if you agree. I think it's worth whipping your own cream.
You know what? I do, and I like to use unsweetened so that it kind of counters
evens
all
out.
the sweetness.
And I see what you want to put on top, which is some sea salt.
Yes, and then more chocolate.
I like to whip my own cream.
Yeah, and you know what? You
Please
did
don't
it.
be nasty.
You
Please
didn't.
don't be
You didn't turn on the oven. You can whip your own cream, and then you have this all on top, and you pop it in the freezer, and then oh my God, look, it's magically too.
I got this for you for your birthday.
so
Happy birthday!
much. You better give me more than a pie.
I will. Don't worry. This is amazing. The peanut butter is delicious.
I love it.
Joining us this morning, Chef Elena Besser. She is going to make something awesome as we get back to the routine, looking for those easy and affordable weeknight dinner ideas. And to cook along with us, just scan that QR code. You can order the ingredients with one click, add them to your cart, and schedule pickup or delivery. Elena, good morning.
Good morning, my sous chef. How are you
Is-
today?
I am well, thank you.
Good.
Putting me right in my place.
Absolutely.
I love it.
Are you ready to get to chopping?
I like a woman who's ready to go. Let's do it.
Let's do it.
You let me
Okay.
know how to do. How did you pick this as an easy meal?
Okay, so zucchini is in season right now.
Yeah.
Therefore, it's going to taste so much more delicious than it otherwise would. And it's going to be more affordable because we have a lot of zucchini available. So I figured
Okay.
let's take zucchini and let's turn it into a luscious, creamy sauce that doesn't have any added
Now, I
ingredient.
said you jokingly backstage. I said, why do you cut the zucchini in this particular size? Why are they so small? And you actually had a great answer for that. There's a reason for it.
Yes, there is a reason for it. So the reason why is because the smaller you cut the zucchini, the faster it's going to cook. And listen, we're trying to get food on the table as quickly as we
Right.
can. We're busy people, so we want to make sure that we cut it into smaller pieces. These are about 1/4 of an inch thick. We're going to add those diced pieces to a sheet tray, half of them, and then we're going to take the other half and put them into a bowl. So these just get a nice drizzle of olive oil, and we're going to hit them with a little bit of salt to awaken that flavor.
Yep.
The higher you go when you season, the more surface area
Oh, that's
you
a thing.
coverage you
All
get.
right.
Highly recommend.
Well, then,
Yeah,
yeah,
sprinkle,
make it rain.
sprinkle. And then the next thing we're going to do is we're going to take some garlic cloves and we're quartering them. So here's the thing. You could smash them if you want, but I know a lot of people get intimidated by that action. So I figured let's just quarter them. Put them right into our bowl, and then we're going to add it with some sauteed onions. And this is going to go at about a medium-high heat until that zucchini is nice and softened. You're going to want to give it a cover so you get that
How long is that
caramelization
roughly?
from
Like
the
10
bottom.
minutes?
Yeah, about 10 minutes. You get the caramelization from the bottom, but at the same time, it's softening the zucchini, and we are left
I like where this
with
is headed.
This
I can do everything
gorgeous
you've done so
mixture.
far. It's not out of my reach. Yeah.
Okay, and another thing that maybe also isn't out of your reach for me
White
personally
wine.
as well, white wine. my friend. So to add even more depth of flavor and to pick up any of those brown bits that we get on the bottom, also known as the fond, we are going to continue cooking that. It's going to infuse with flavor, and we want to cook it at that medium-high heat until it reduces down. It's delicious
Is
and
this the sauce? Are you making the
luxurious.
sauce, or is
this
this
is
just
the
like
sauce
okay,
that we're
got
making
it.
while those are roasting
How's the
in the
sauce
oven.
taste?
This is amazing.
You like it?
Creamy. It does.
Doesn't it?
No
taste
cream.
like no cream at all. It's just
Wow.
so creamy and silky. So the
And
reason why
after you cook it, you blend it?
after you cook it, you blend it. And Al, you make a great point. The reason why we're getting that nice brightness is because once we have transferred that reduced situation that we got over here to a blender, we're adding in the zest of a lemon. That gives us our brightness. And then we are also adding in some fresh basil.
You know what I like that's not in here? I'm glad it's
What?
not is eggplant, because I like zucchini, but I don't like
Oh,
eggplant.
well, there you go. Good. I'm happy we didn't use
That's
eggplant
right.
then.
It's so good.
And then
You
a
put
little
corn
bit
in
of our
it.
pasta water, and that gives us even more creaminess and even more of a starchy component.
That's probably where it's coming from,
You got
the
it?
pasta
Oh,
water.
How's it going over there?
Oh,
You got
good.
it?
No, I'm just gonna have
Fabulous.
we only got about 2
Okay,
minutes
great.
left, so I'm gonna.
And then
I gotta take
we're
my
going
shot
to
here.
take our pasta. You can use any noodle that you want. This is, as the Today Show team made sure I pronounced properly, packery. We have our Italian, so we want to make sure we're doing it properly. Shout out to Anthony and Katie. And we are adding that directly into this gorgeous blended sauce.
By the way, can I just say for school nights, if we were making this in the daily household, we might do this sans sauce and just do it with a little butter and cheese for the kids.
Yes, delicious.
And then hype it up for the adults.
Can you use a different pasta?
You could use any pasta you want. You could use
This is
rigatoni.
really good.
You could use penne. I like something that has a tube. Yes, fusilli. That would catch the sauce beautifully. Great suggestion.
Wow, that's
We're going to finish it up with a little bit of that fresh lemon juice from the lemon that we have reserved over here. And you can add a little pasta water as you go to get it to a nice, luxurious consistency. And last but certainly not least, we are going to top it with
No
some...
giant pads of butter. No
What is
cream.
that? What are you putting on
But
top?
it feels like it is. It's crazy.
We are adding some pistachios, some Sicilian pistachios.
Oh,
We've
my
got
God, you've
some
done it
fresh
again.
basil,
Oh, yeah.
that roasted zucchini. So we get those crispy bits.
It is
We get
really good
zucchini
basil
two ways. And
Dinner like this.
we're starting off with some gorgeous thick cut bacon.
Boom.
Anytime there's bacon in a recipe, I'm
Yes.
a happy gal.
I'm
So we are just going to slice this bacon on up. We're actually making a sweet corn mac and cheese for everyone that's wondering. And what I like to do whenever I'm cutting like pancetta or bacon or whatever, I'll put it in the fridge or the freezer before slicing it, so it just makes it easier to cook.
I actually started
exactly.
using scissors.
Really? That is also a great tip.
Because I sometimes can't get the knife through because it's so fatty.
Right? Exactly. Scissors, they'll get the job done. Also great for cutting up herbs for garnish
Uh-huh.
too.
Good point.
Okay,
So
so
while
we're
this
going
is
to
cooking-
render this. We want to make sure that this is cooking at like a medium-low heat. We don't want it to be too high because it could cause the bacon to burn and stay a little chewy. We want it to be really crisp and delicious. So this, what's in season right now? We got a lot of corn.
Yes.
And it is so delicious. It's so sweet, and it actually has a lot of great starch in it. And that's going to allow us to get a really creamy sauce without creating a bechamel base, which is traditional of a mac and cheese. So
Right.
we are putting it with the bottom down right into the bowl and slicing it off of the cob.
Okay.
And you can keep that cob for later, which I will show you what we're going to do with the cob as well.
Some people make a stock out of it.
Yeah, exactly. You can make a stock out of the cobs. Al, you always know what's up in the kitchen. I respect that about
I don't know much else.
Okay, so we have cut off that corn, and then what we're going to do is we are going to take that residual bacon fat that we have. That adds that
Liquid
flavor.
gold, baby.
Exact, you know it. And we're going to take some shallots that we just grated on a box grater. We're going to mix those up.
If you didn't have shallots, could you use onion?
Yeah, absolutely. You could use onion, you could use leek, you could add a little
smells
extra
good.
garlic if you want, and then a little chili flake for some heat. This you
Okay.
can keep out if you want as well. You know, if you're sensitive to heat, don't worry about
Right.
it. And then, of course, once that's sauteed down, we add that corn in and saute it up. Hit it with a little bit of salt and pepper. Your kitchen at this point is going to be smelling amazing.
It smells great in here
and
already.
then we will take that mixture
All
and
that.
transfer it into a blender.
Oh.
So this blender, it just has the mixture along with our pasta water, which is another liquid gold. I call
Right.
this unicorn juice because it has this this magical thing where it creates a really nice starchy component, which will coat that pasta and give us a luxurious thick sauce.
And I noticed you have some Parmesan. Is that
Yes.
going too?
Oh, you know it. So
Okay.
you can use pecorino or parm. Pecorino will give you a little bit of a saltier experience. But if you can only find parm, that works too. And we are now making our sauce. So at a low heat or even off the heat, depending on how hot your pan already is, you're going to transfer back and forth between our cheese, a little bit of pasta water, and then we're going to add in my good pal cheddar.
It's
We
always
love
better
it.
with cheddar.
It's always better with cheddar, you know it. So we're adding a little bit at a time and continuing to mix because we want the sauce to emulsify and get creamy.
Right.
If you dump it all in at once, it could break. So
in
just
the
be
meantime,
careful
you've
with
been
that.
boiling your pasta.
Yes, in the meantime, we've been boiling our pasta. We have taken a little bit of that pasta water to add to our sauce as we're cooking it up.
Right.
And I even took some of those corn cobs that we had and popped them into the water. And what that's going to do is it's going to further infuse that corn flavor into the pasta itself.
And then you're going to take the sauce and the pasta together?
Exactly. So once that cheesy sauce has melted and emulsified, we're going to add that pasta directly into it. Give it a nice toss, add any more pasta water that we need, and we're garnishing with more cheese, that crispy bacon, and some fresh chives.
Oh,
It's so
baby,
good.
This is
And
like,
it's time to eat.
You know what I love about this? Because it's salty, but you have a sweetness without like sugar or
Right?
anything. You know?
fantastic.
Oh, I'm
And the
so
corn
happy.
made it creamier, like
Elena
without all
Besser,
the. Yeah.
thank you so much.
Thank you.
Very good.
And it's an exciting day because we are launching a full Today Table cooking show with some of our favorite chefs all over on Today all day. And we have one of them with us. Chef Elena Besser is with us. Good morning.
Good morning, my friend.
Congrats.
Thanks. I'm seriously so pumped about this series. I think everyone is going to love it. Such fun recipes. And it premieres
easy.
today.
Yes.
And easy recipes.
I love that.
Well, it smells so fresh in here. I mean, there's just so many herbs that go into this recipe of yours.
Yes, there are. Herb quiz, quick quiz. Al, can you name all these herbs?
Dill, chive, mint, basil, parsley.
Yes, you got them all.
Okay.
You got them all.
Yay.
10
Sometimes
out
I have
of
to
10.
taste parsley to
Yes,
make sure it's
give
not
them
so
a
long.
taste.
I love
So
it.
this is such a fun way to use all of those beautiful herbs that are in season, coming in season right now. I know our gardens are starting to bloom. And what we're going to do is we're going to create a really easy herb pesto that has a lot of spinach in it as the foundation. So
And we should mention people can shop along right now. If you just scan that QR code, you can get the menu. I don't know the verbiage for it. I don't have the verbiage, but
You can get all the ingredients. It takes you right to Walmart and gets
And
the
then boom.
ingredients. They
Boom.
can ship them right to your house.
Wow.
So this is a really easy herbaceous sauce, and it's going to have some lemon zest and lemon juice in it. So what we're going to do is we're just going to take a lemon. This is a rasp grater, also known as a microplane, and you just zest
You have one of
that
those, right?
beautiful
Right.
zest into
Four of
it.
them.
At the restaurant that I cooked at, we would get in trouble if we sliced a lemon before zesting it because there's so much flavor in the zest of the lemon itself. So you want to stop at the way.
Pre-zest?
Yeah, you can pre-zest, but just
dries
make
out,
sure. Yeah, make sure you put it in your refrigerator in like an airtight baggie, or you cover it up.
Okay.
Then what
Smells
you're
good.
also going to do once you've zested them, you'll slice them in half. take a citrus press, pop that in. Contrary to popular belief, you actually want to put it cut side down to get the most juice out of it. This has 1 garlic clove in it too, so we will typically take all of these lemons, pop it in
Smells
there.
so good.
But for time, I want to make sure we get to all of the different steps. Then you're going to take a ton of fresh spinach, several handfuls. You want to have a really nice high-speed blender or a food processor. Take all of those herbs that we have over there. You can use any variety that you want. And the main thing here is you just want to go with soft herbs that are going to easily break down. You're also going to add in some olive oil, extra virgin olive oil for extra flavor. And we're gonna pop that in, blend it on up, and then you are left with this beautiful bright green sauce, which is right over here.
So
this everyone can see.
Arugula instead of the
Yes,
to pepper it up.
I love that suggestion. You absolutely could use arugula. You could use any green. I love the nuttiness, the peppery taste of the arugula.
This is such a good idea to get rid of those extra herbs in your garden. Because I did that last year. I had all these herbs and I just had nothing to do with them.
It's the best, and
or
it's
ones
so
that are
easy.
kind of on their last leg. Kind of throw in there.
Absolutely, freshen them up. So we have rigatoni right here. This is my favorite pasta shape. It catches all that saucy goodness. You're just going to take all that rigatoni, transfer it right into this big bowl of sauce. And what's fun is you can just serve it directly in this bowl. So it's all going to come together right in this bowl.
And the extra pasta water.
Yes, the pasta water is key. We really want pasta water here. I call it unicorn sauce. I know that's ridiculous. But the reason why is because it's magical, my friends. This has all of that starchy goodness that's going to really allow the sauce to stick to the pasta itself rather than running right off. So we are just going to continue tossing this up. And a fun little thing that I like to do, other than adding a lot of cheese, because I'm from the Midwest and I can't help myself, I need as much cheese. Chicago. Oh,
that's right. We talked about
Born and raised, and we're both Wildcats, but you know.
Are you throwing dates in there?
Okay, this is a crazy twist.
Oh
so
my gosh.
I actually, half of my family lives in Israel, so I love eating dates.
Oh my God.
Love them, love to integrate them into anything. And a little bite of sweetness. These taste like concentrated maple syrup, if you will. So I like to add them to the top of whatever, of this pasta specifically, but also whatever I'm cooking. You like it? And then some toasted pine nuts, because a little extra nuttiness, we're happy to have it, and some extra fresh herbs. And you know what? I'm so happy everyone likes it. What's great about this too is that if you have leftovers the next day, it is delicious cold. It tastes
Can
like
I sing your praises? So you should go to today.com, watch her show, get this food, because sometimes when chefs are here and they cook, there's a little buzz in the studio about how good it was. With you this morning, everybody was buzzing about how good this pasta is. And this is another one.
And you know what I love about this? Sometimes I find with pesto, it gets monotonous, and I'm eating the pesto, and I'm like, ugh. This is like, you get a lemony bite, and then you get a nice crunchy salt, but then the sweetness cleanses your palate for another salty pesto bite.
So
we say
yes.
That was not
such
planned.
great descriptions. I love all of you. It's such a
Thank
pleasure.
you. By the way, if
Thank
you like
so much.
dates, Rancho Metalluca makes it's a date farm out in California. Spectacular.
Really? Okay, I got it.
TV host Elena Besser. She has not one, but 2 desserts that we can make ahead of time. So all you have to do is scan that QR code right at the bottom of the screen. You can cook along with us. With 1 click, select Get Ingredients, and then you can schedule that pickup or that delivery. Elena, good morning.
Good
to
morning,
you.
my pals. Always great to be with you.
Pumpkin mini cheesecakes.
You know it.
Yum.
It's always fun when you have an individual dessert portion, and mini versions
sure.
of desserts just bring me so much joy. So we are changing up the traditional graham cracker crust, and we are using ginger snaps to add that autumnal flair. So we have some brown sugar, we've got our ginger snap cookies, and we are going to pulse this on up in a food processor.
Ooh, can I
until,
pulse? I love to
yes,
pulse.
please do.
What do you got over there? What is that, butter?
Yes, and we've got some melted butter. Feel free to get after that. And then once it is all nice, keep on going. Yeah. And once it is fully the consistency of sand, you're going to stream in.
Greg's really having a good time.
You're doing great. You're going to stream in that melted. No, you're doing
Keep going, Greg. Keep going.
Stream in that melted butter. And it's going to end up looking like wet sand. Then you portion it into the little ramekins.
Exactly.
And you take a glass and press it down to create this little crust. Chanel, if you want to try
Honestly,
that
I could
out,
just
you
eat
can.
this by itself.
I thought that was brown sugar.
It's a little brown sugar
like brown
plus
sugar.
ginger snaps.
Oh, that's good.
Right?
This is by
Delicious,
itself.
right?
Right, so you do that.
And so you do that, you pop that into the oven for about 10 minutes to set, and then we're gonna start on our filling. So
Okay.
we have cream cheese, we have brown sugar, we've got white sugar in here, and we are
Other
going.
side.
Yeah, I keep doing that.
I know, it's
What's the
KitchenAid,
deal?
Elena. It's a
What's the deal?
KitchenAid.
I love KitchenAid. They're the best. And we're going to whip this on up. Then we're adding in all of our other flavorings. So we've
Great.
got the cinnamon.
Eggs
That's
going?
a warm
We got
flavor.
our eggs.
That's
There
a
we
warm
go.
flavor.
We have
Oh,
one
wow.
Hey!
One more. Let's go.
Wow.
Hey.
Look
One
at this
more.
executive chef right
There
here.
we go. Hey.
Oh, man, oh,
In my
man.
kitchen at home.
Look at that. Skills. I love it. And then we're adding a little
Chanel's
bit
like, you
of
can
kosher
crack it.
salt. We're adding in some vanilla extract. And this wouldn't be a pumpkin cheesecake unless we had our pumpkin puree. So you
True.
could also swap out sweet potato if you want. You pop that in here. You end up having this delicious mixture.
Yum.
Wait, where do you get that? Is that in a can?
Yeah, you can get it in a can.
Okay.
Let's save the time, you know.
I know.
And then we are pouring it into all of our ramekins. It's a nice, thick,
I love a good
delicious batter. Same. Who doesn't love a good ramekin?
Well,
Pop that in,
plus you
and
can control your
then we are going to bake it in the oven. And this is the fun, really chefy moment here.
okay.
And this is what's going to give us that luxurious, creamy texture. We are going to add in water
Why?
to the bottom. This creates a water bath. So what happens is, instead of that cheesecake cooking too quickly, it's going to slowly poach it, so you get that really delicious creamy texture.
I gotta get your foot.
But wait, there's more.
Wait, there's
We
more?
also
We're gonna start eating
have
it.
some
So yummy.
please start eating it. We have some brown sugar and butter. We've got pumpkin seeds. We have pecans or pecans, however you
all of
say
it.
and a little bit of salt. Mix it up. We're making a brittle.
Oh, my.
We
That's
have
really
this
good.
brittle,
Ridiculous.
and we're topping it with some whipped cream that is sweetened with maple syrup.
I wasn't
to
expecting
continue
this.
the fall flavor.
It's
Isn't
so
this
soft.
fun?
Yeah,
Here's
it's a
the thing.
pump. It's like a
Each
pumpkin pie.
layer is yummy on its own. Like
Oh,
even
yeah.
that right there is yummy.
Oh,
like,
and it's fun to just snack on the brittle because it
That's
comes
what I
in these
mean.
nice
Wait, we
big
didn't talk about
pieces.
the crumble.
Oh, we have to talk about the crumble. Okay, so crumble is such an easy dessert that you can make really far in advance. You can make all of these in advance, by the way. This you can store in the fridge for up to a week, unmold, and serve it. And then with the crumble, you could make this and
there's
freeze
more.
it. Wrap it on up. This is cranberry and apple crumble. You
my
bake it in the
gosh.
oven, let it cool completely, wrap it up, put it in your freezer, and then right before you're serving, pop it into the oven at 350 degrees. You're gonna put tin foil over it, pour some melted butter over it to reheat it, and then serve it a la mode, because always ice cream.
Is there some lemon something in here? Or what's
There's
going
some
on?
lemon, there's a little orange. If orange isn't your thing, you can just omit the orange.
this is
but
great.
I'm happy you guys like it. Crumble's so easy, it's so delicious, it's a crowd pleaser, and what I love about it, not very many dishes. You make it in the
Cast iron,
skillet,
yeah.
you pop it on the table, it looks stunning, and your whole family is going to love it.
Cheers to
Well
you.
like them both.
Cheers to
Elena Besser.
you.
I know they're both really yummy.
What are you doing for Thanksgiving?
I'm going to be in Florida with my family. It'll be fun. It's the first year I'm not cooking in a while.
I was going to say,
I'm
it's
excited.
You deserve to.
I was just about to invite you to my my in-laws place.
Amazing.
So what are we making this morning?
We are making a spiced apple loaf cake. We are celebrating the bounty of the season with these gorgeous apples. You can use Honeycrisp, you could use Granny Smith, whatever your favorite apple is, and we're gonna start by peeling it up and giving it a nice grate on a box grater.
Okay.
I figured it would be easier to grate it instead of taking all that time to chop. We're doing a lot of chopping already.
That's a nice pro tip.
So let's make it easy.
Watch your fingers.
Yeah, be
Thank
careful.
you. Wouldn't that be terrible?
Please.
What happened to Craig Melvin?
Safety only, safety only. And then the next thing we're going to do is we're taking a bowl of sugar and some oil, adding 2 room temperature eggs, a little bit of Greek yogurt for sweet.
Oh, that's where you get that little tang.
You could also use sour cream if you prefer, and then a nice healthy amount of vanilla extract. In baked goods, vanilla extract kind of acts like the salt. It brings out all of the flavors in the baked good. So if you want to keep mixing that up.
And I noticed we keep the wet and dry separate here.
Absolutely. We want to keep the wet and dry separate. It's really important to just make sure we're mixing the wet together before the dry so that we have a nice, even baked good that is really fluffy and delicious.
Ladies, Sobo, how
Yeah,
we doing?
love it.
Delightful.
Yummy, really good.
Delightful, good. And then we're going to add in some warming spices. We have cinnamon, ginger, nutmeg, our flour, all of our rising agents
Warming
in here.
spices. I've never heard them referred to as
Nice and
that.
cozy. And then what we're going to do is we're going to take those apples, we're going to add them to the wet ingredients, and then we're going to mix that all in with the dry ingredients. And it goes into our greased loaf pan. And if you want, you could actually add a little olive oil in there. The fruitiness from the olive oil is really going to add a lovely
So
extra
this goes into this.
So this goes into this, goes into our pan. We bake it until it, toothpick inserted in the center, comes out nice and clean.
And now we're making the frosting.
It's
and
time
The frosting
for
is
the frosting.
yummy.
Best part.
Real good.
Best
So
part.
what we're going to do is we're going to cream together butter and cream cheese,
Butter.
and all the butter. That's what this holiday is all about. And there's
Yeah.
even more butter in a second, so get ready. So we're going to cream all this together, and then we slowly. It's not turning out. Yes, it is. It's going to turn.
Oh, there we go. Look
I
at
was
that.
looking at the wrong side, and we're just going to cream that together until it's nice and whipped. We are adding in cinnamon.
One of the warm spices.
Yes,
a warm spice.
Feeling warm.
You're learning. You're learning. I love it. Some vanilla extract as well.
A warm extract. That's a warm extract.
A pinch of salt to additionally awaken all of the flavor. And then we're slowly but surely, do you want to add it in?
Sure.
Adding in that powdered sugar. And this is going to make sure it adds a subtle amount of sweetness, but we don't want too much. I don't like when a frosting is too overpowering and cloyingly sweet. So we're adding a little bit in. And then a touch of milk to smooth it on out.
Okay.
And once that is done and whipped to perfection, we're heading on over to our stovetop. This is a fun little extra thing that I think
This is unexpected.
It's fun, right?
Yes.
So we're melting a little bit of butter on a skillet.
Okay.
And once we've sliced up our bread, you take it
Next level.
and you toast it on up so it gets nice and toasty.
It tasted toasty,
Did
Elena.
you sprinkle a little salt on top of that frosting?
You know I did.
It tastes so good. It really nailed it.
Yes,
That
thank
frosting
you.
is spot on. It's not too heavy either.
Oh, I'm happy to hear that.
I
And
like
this
that.
is a fun dessert that you can serve after the meal. You could also serve it in the morning.
I was going to say, it's breakfast.
If you want to do a make ahead, then how do you you make it and then you put it in the freezer, the fridge? How long
Yes,
will it
you
keep?
could wrap it in plastic wrap, then wrap it in foil because we want to make sure no air gets inside of it. We don't want any freezer burn.
Yep.
Pop it into the freezer the night before serving, put it into your refrigerator. It will thaw, and then you can slice it up, griddle it if you want, or you
Griddle
could
it.
just have it as is.
Yes.
And put
breakfast.
that,
Nice.
Yeah, have it for breakfast, have it for lunch, have it as a snack, have it after dinner. Enjoy it
Have
all
it.
season
So good.
long.
Elena, thank you.
Have it while you're meditating on that thing. I still wish we had it. Oh, we would love that.
Cannot go wrong with dips.
I love dips. I'm a dip head from the old country. Here to show us a few of her favorites is Chef Elena Besser.
Hello.
So nice to meet you.
Oh, it is so great to meet
We're
you.
so happy that you're here. Okay, everyone loves that everything bagel seasoning.
Oh,
Obsessed. Addicted. Okay, so I didn't think about it in a dip, but you say yes, you can.
You can absolutely dip it out, you know,
Okay.
all about the dips. My dad is, I say he's part bagel because he eats a bagel literally every day.
Yeah, I thought he was half Jewish. I was like, oh.
Also that.
And
And this is an homage to him. And so all you have to do, you can buy some gorgeous everything bagel spice at the store.
Okay.
You can add that on in.
To what?
I like adding a lot into the cream cheese. That's an
cream
important
cheese.
component. This is softened cream cheese right
Okay.
here. We also have some sour cream. So what I like to do is just add that on in. Right? It
I
has a
love
little
sour
nice
cream.
tang.
I love French onion dip.
Do
Do you
you?
love from the packet?
Oh,
the onion
with
dip
the-
packet?
yes.
Lipton's. You just dump it in.
I can rub it on my
that
gums
Fritos.
sometimes with the
have-
packet. It's so nice.
weird.
I'm a strange person.
I had that growing up. It's the way it's the way
Okay.
to do it.
So
Okay, so
lemon,
we
zest,
added
and
lemon
juice.
juice and zest, and we're
Okay.
just going to continue to mix this on up.
Okay.
And do you want to help me out? Let's pour in some capers. Let's
you know
add
that.
some.
How many?
some
The
green-
capers are
all of
strong.
them.
No,
Add
you're
them all.
kidding me.
I'm serious.
All right.
I am fully serious here. Big caper fan, and you just mix it all
Some
up.
spring onions?
Some spring
Let's
onions.
do it.
Absolutely.
Great.
This adds a nice little crunch. It's like all the things that you love in a bagel in dip form,
Oh my
which
gosh.
is the best.
I could eat this with a spoon, actually. I'm not joking, like
Would
yogurt.
you like to?
I actually would like to try
Okay,
it.
here, let's
Yes.
go. Here, try it with the spatula.
Okay, thank you very much.
Just right
Look,
there.
well, I'm gonna-
We have the pretty ones right here, but you add a little
can,
extra
look, you can dunk
scallion
it
on
in.
top, right?
Can I
Like,
tell you something? This
so
is
delicious.
so yummy.
I'm
And you
so
can use
happy.
tomatoes or cucumbers, whatever
Yes,
you want.
any crudité you want, feel free to leave it out. And it doesn't. You don't just have to have a bagel for breakfast. You can have it whenever you want.
I love it.
I love that.
Flavor is
That
yummy.
seasoning, I can put in anything, the everything bagel.
Is there one question that everybody asks that you're tired of?
Never trust a skinny chef. If I have to hear that, I mean, my entire life, first thing out of people's mouth is, how do you stay like that and eat all that pasta? I'm like, I don't eat all the pasta. I eat a couple bites of pasta. I don't eat all of it.
Hey everybody, I'm Al Roker. Welcome to Cold Cuts. It's where we pile on the meats, cheeses, toppings while we pile on the questions. Today's guest is one of my faves. I have known her since she was about 3 years old.
Oh, God.
Giada De Laurentiis, you know her from the Food Network. You've seen her on the Today Show. She's a producer. She's a director. She's a
I'm not.
Yes, you are. I'm just go with it. You do it all. She's a businesswoman, and most importantly, she's a mom, and she is a very nice lady, and has always been.
I'm a
very
nice
to me.
lady.
First of all, how's your day going?
Bright-eyed and bushy-tailed and ready to do some eating and making, I guess, sandwiches.
Bread. When you're making a sandwich,
I like all bread.
all bread.
I love bread.
All bread. We have different kinds here.
I know. I mean, my favorites are a focaccia and a rustic, right? But I will tell you that my favorite sandwiches belong on a little facelle, like this.
A little what?
Facelle.
Fasal?
Facelle.
I didn't know that's what that was called.
Yeah, so it's a kind of a mix. It's Italian, but it's also French. The French make their sandwiches on bread like this. There's not a lot of dough, a lot of crust, which is my favorite. In fact, when I get bread, a lot of times I eat all the crust and leave the inside.
That's not easy.
So this morning I had a little toast and I ate all of the crust on the outside of the toast and I left the inside. So anyway, I like it because it's not very doughy, so I think it's perfect for sandwiches.
Wow. Well, see, something I did not know. Here's something else I did not know.
Oh.
I did not know that you were actually born in Italy.
A lot of people don't know that. I don't know why I keep saying that I'm born in Rome. I moved to the States when I was 8. Because I don't have an accent, I think that it doesn't stick.
How did you end up without an accent? Because a lot of people I know who started in a foreign country and leave.
But how old were they?
Well, I know some folks who are fairly young. They
I
still-
was 8.
Maybe that's.
And I lost it. I
Boom,
lost all
just
the
like
accent.
that.
Well, because when you go to grade school, grammar school in the States, you end up assimilating. And so, no, but my parents
Yeah.
still have an accent. Everybody else who came here, I think the cutoff age is like 18 to 20. If you come here between anytime after 18 or 20 years old, the accent sticks. But anything before, they say you can get rid of it. I've done a really good job
You have.
at faking that I'm American.
Well,
No, just kidding.
we see you as American because I mean, it seems like ever since the Food Network has been on, you have been part of the Food Network.
Well, not that long.
I know, but.
I'm not as old as some of them.
No, but you are.
I've been there a long time now. It's
Everyday
probably
Italian is like a staple.
Yeah, it's like what 16 something years.
Does that seem strange to you that it's been 16 years?
Yes, and when I look at
It's been more than
footage from then to now, I'm
Yeah.
like, oh wow.
Did you appreciate just what you had achieved that early on?
There was no roadmap at that time. This is all, as you know well, the love of food is, and cooking in this way, is a whole new adventure.
Right.
It didn't exist before. You know, people who did what I did for a living, they sort of were in kitchens. Nobody really saw them, right?
Yeah.
Today, look at, we're making sandwiches with like ingredients that didn't exist when I moved to the States. There was no mortadella. There was no good prosciutto. There was no good salami. Pancetta didn't exist. My parents were importing this stuff. Nowadays, you find a plethora. You find foie gras. You find all
You
sorts
get to
of
use words like plethora.
and lovely parmigiano that didn't exist either. So we've come a long way.
For the longest time, I always thought Parmesan cheese was in that green can that you should.
Because for the longest time, that was Parmesan cheese until they finally started importing it because people loved Italian food. And I think Italian food is one of those cuisines that I don't think people associate. I think they think it's American food.
Well, let me ask you, if you weren't doing Italian food, which you are the master of, what cuisine would you be most drawn to?
Asian.
Really?
Well, especially Japanese, because I find that it's very pretty. I like things that are pretty. They come in pretty packages. They're dainty. They're delicate. And I think that it's like eating a little jewel. Like when you eat a piece of sushi, it's like eating a jewel, right? I mean, think about the way it's wrapped, the way it's cut, all the little specks of different colors inside.
The facets.
Yeah, it's stunning. And so to me, that would be what I would be doing. I thought you were going to ask me a different question, but yes.
See, you never know.
No, I thought you were going to ask me what I would do if I wasn't cooking, and then I realized it's not what he's asking me.
What would you be doing if you weren't cooking?
Something with a lot of adrenaline, like be a spy or be a race car driver.
No, wait. Let's go back to the first. You want to be a spy?
I think it's cool.
You know what?
Living on the edge, knowing all these secrets and the adrenaline rush of it all, it's pretty cool.
I could see you as a spy.
Come on, Al.
I could. You've got that kind of Boris and Natasha thing. I could be your Boris to your Natasha. Biggest culinary influences?
So I would say that it's mostly my family, mostly. I mean, obviously growing up, I watched The Galloping Gourmet, Julia Child, all of those people, but I think that my aunt is one of the biggest influences in my life. My grandfather too, but I only spent X amount of time with him, where my aunt I've spent a lot more time in the kitchen cooking with her, and traveling and exploring new foods and coming up with recipes on the spot in these exotic places. And so I think she's sort of my, she never had any children. She is worked and make movies her whole life. She started when she was 18, and she's she's become uber successful at it. And I feel like she's sort of the person I look up to and the one that I got the most inspiration, because she loves food as much as I do.
Well, it's interesting you say that, I think, because there's a whole generation that you are the most famous De Laurentiis in America. I'm serious.
Yeah, you can't say that too loud,
Well,
because the rest of the De Laurentiis were
I
not like
understand
that.
I understand
We try to keep it all in perspective.
But I'm telling you, for a wide swath of this country, you are the most famous De Laurentiis. But for those of us of a certain age and in a knowledge of this business, your family is a big Hollywood dynasty.
Yes.
Was there ever a point where you thought of going into the family business as opposed to, forging your own pathway?
I did go into the family business before I did this. So it's a rite of passage in my family, and everybody does some kind of job in the family business. Before I went to college, because for my family, college, in Europe, at least in the old days, not anymore, college was, it was an icing on the cake. It was not necessary, especially if you had a family business.
Sure.
You just went straight into the family business. And so, me being a female, my family was like, well, why don't you just work on a movie, figure out what part of a movie, what role you want to play. It doesn't, not necessarily, when I say role, I don't mean acting so much as whatever,
What
wardrobe,
job?
props, whatever it might be, producing,
directing.
whatever. So I did a couple of different jobs on a couple of different movies. I even did a little acting, and I realized I don't really like it. I really love to cook. I know that doesn't sound realistic at the time because it were mostly men in kitchens, right? And it was sort of manual labor, and my family was like, you're little, you're not strong, the hell are you gonna do? They're gonna eat you alive. It's like, but that's what I like to do. So if I can't do that, then I find something else to do. I didn't like movie business, but I did do it. And I realized I was not a good actress, and I didn't enjoy the hours, and I didn't enjoy moving locations all the time. And you would think that I wouldn't like to travel, even though that's all I do these days. And now all I do is stand in front of a camera. All the things I didn't like that I wanted to do in food because I thought that I could be artistic but be behind, sort of, I didn't end up doing. I ended up full circle right back where I didn't want to be.
But in a different milieu.
But with all of these things, and these things make me feel very comfortable. So in this vein, I'm very comfortable.
And on camera.
Yes, but I have this. Between me and the camera, there's all of this.
Your co-stars.
My co-stars are so colorful and quite delightful, and in a moment of panic, I can just put something in my mouth. Food in my mouth. Sorry, I didn't complete the sentence or the thought very well, but I meant any of these pieces of food.
What's your favorite meat? Is this mortadella?
Yes. Not bologna, but mortadella. When I was a kid and I would show up with this, everybody thought it was bologna. Have you ever had just straight mortadella?
I don't think I have.
You should try it. It's the first thing I have when I land in Rome. That on white pizza.
Now, what are the white specks?
Fat.
There you go.
So usually it's seasoned with black pepper and pistachios. It's quite delicious. Yeah. We're gonna do a little bit of pesto. Pesto is sort of like my mayo.
Oh, that's interesting. Well, it's a fat.
It's a fat, yeah. Yeah. It's a tangy fat. Here, I'm gonna give you some. And then I put a little mortadella on top. I'm a pretty simplistic person when it comes to sandwiches. And you have to remember that Italians don't eat a ton of sandwiches. We eat panini, but they're usually not even a lunch item. They're sort of a snack.
Oh.
Yeah. Okay, so then I put a piece of fresh mozzarella, and I'm gonna put a little bit of salt. You know what else you could put is really yummy? Have you ever had fried capers?
I'm not a big caper person, but I've never had fried capers.
Okay, well, I fry my capers.
So we're talking about the meat of your career. Or let's widen it. Has there been a setback in your life that, that you've had to deal with?
Yeah, I think divorce.
Yeah?
Yeah. I was married for 12 years, but I was with Jade's dad for 25. So I was 18. And then at 40-something, I'm like, now what? Now what do I do? And plus, my whole life, I think when you're with how long have you been with Deborah?
It'll be 23 years.
Okay, so when you're with somebody for 20-some years, your identity becomes, it's a joint identity in a way. Maybe not you and Deborah because you have very strong careers on your own, but most couples and all your friends, everything is sort of intertwined. Your life is intertwined.
I mean, it's so funny that you say that because when I was sorry to hear you guys.
I know.
Up, but it not for a moment changed how I feel about you, or either professionally or personally.
But I'm in a field that's a lot about family.
Right.
My whole career is based on family. Not that being married was the only family.
Right.
But I think for me, what I realized was my identity was intertwined with his. And I defined myself by certain things. And being married or a wife was one of those things.
Right.
I spent so much time curating that relationship. Now I got to figure out who I am. And I'm also 25 years older.
Yeah, I didn't think of it.
And a single mother.
Yeah.
And I work full time. And I think that society can be tougher on women than men.
Yeah.
I think men can come and go and do different things in their life, and I think women, we hold them to a different standard. It's actually made me more of a, let's say, real human being.
Yeah.
I am not as perfect as everybody would like to think that I am.
Maybe sometimes it takes something like this to realize how appreciated you are.
Probably. And probably I think that's what milestones in our lives are. I think that the other one was my brother's death at a very young age. I was already doing Food Network, but it was very early stages. And I remember with him and him dying literally in my arms and my sister's arms and realizing, holy cow, he just turned 30. Life is short. I better get on it.
Yeah.
And I think that's when I realized, okay, I gotta focus my attention, figure out what the hell I'm doing, and make sure I do it because it's fleeting. So I think things like that really change your perspective, and they're important.
Who are some of the chefs that helped you succeed?
When I was looking and working on opening Giada in Las Vegas, I turned to Bobby Flay a lot because he'd had a 15-year relationship with them already. And he went through, he just helped me with everything that came down to understanding what this partnership with Caesar's Palace would be, what the pitfalls were, what I had to be aware of, sticking to my guns. I'd never done this before. I went from 0 restaurants to 275-seat restaurant in the busiest corner in Las Vegas. And so I was terrified. And so I think for me, he was one of the people who guided me sort of and really helped me day and night, gave me his lawyers, like really was there to walk me through it. So he was my biggest champion, I think, in that realm.
Is there one question that everybody asks that you're tired of?
Yes.
What's that?
How could I be so thin and eat so much pasta? Never trust a skinny chef. If I have to hear that, I mean, my entire life, first thing out of people's mouth is, how do you stay like that and eat all that pasta? I'm like, I don't eat all the pasta. I eat a couple bites of pasta. I don't eat all of it. I eat a little bit of chocolate. I eat a little bit of things. I don't eat an entire platter full of anything. But it's like, I think that in Europe, we know how to eat a little bit of everything.
Sure.
We drink a little bit. Like,
Well, the portions are so much smaller.
yes, but in America, the portions are ginormous. So no one has learned to eat small amounts of food. We've grown up with like giant meatballs.
Supersize.
Everything is all you can eat and supersize.
Yeah.
That's all we know. And that is also part of the culture because all these immigrants came here. And a success story in America is the more food you have, the more money you have.
Yeah.
So the bigger the meatballs, the richer you are.
Yeah.
And that's what people wanted. And so I didn't grow up like that. So to me, it's not that strange.
You know, it's so funny you say that because to my grandmother, my dad's mother's way of thinking, you were healthy and you were prosperous if you were a little heavier.
Of course.
And so when
But
she
that
met
was the
Deborah,
beauty.
she was like, "Oh, child, you gotta gain weight. You gotta
And how
put a
many
little meat
mothers?
on your bones."
How many mothers say about their sons, "Hey, if your husband is super thin, he's certainly not happy. Fat husband is a happy husband."
Well, then I should have been really happy.
You are.
the difference between mozzarella and burrata?
Well, burrata is different because burrata has like a shell on the outside and it's buttery, so it's a different texture on the inside. It's the churning process that makes it different. It's much creamier on the inside. And it's definitely, like, for instance, my daughter doesn't want to touch it. Because
Really?
it's too wet, it's too creamy, it's too milky.
You mentioned Jade, who's 9, which is hard to believe.
She's 10.
Jade 10 is 10 years old, double digits.
You saw her when she was like an infant
She was
on
a
the
little
counter.
peanut. I mean, how has she changed your life?
I think that Jade makes me enjoy the little things in this life, and I think that all children do that. They see things, they get more excited about things, and you forget. You know, we realize as we get older, we get jaded by experiences.
No pun intended.
Yes, and I think that kids sort of get excited about things that you forget should excite you.
Yeah, secret to your success. What, if you could boil it down?
I think that the secret to my success is hard work, good timing, because I think you could be the most talented person in the world, but if your timing isn't right, it probably won't work out. I think that everybody was ready at the time that I came out to make food at home. 9/11 changed all our perspectives on our families, and I came up right after that. And I think after 9/11, people felt like, I want to stay home. I want to invite people over. But in order to do that, I need to learn to cook. And so they looked wherever they could to find a way to make it easy for them to entertain at home and bring their loved ones in. And I think it's a combo of all those things. And also because I've streamlined my perspective. When you think of me, you think of
Italian.
Yeah. But California Italian, maybe a little bit lighter than traditional Italian American food. And I think that's the key. The key is to figure out what it is you like to do and really like streamline it.
Have something that defines you.
Yes, and streamline it.
You've been so instrumental and so generous with your time mentoring other women in this business, especially in the #MeToo era. What's your advice to women who are looking to enter this end of the business?
A lot has happened, and I think that you got to be strong, and you got to stick to your guns, and you got to know who you are, and lean on the people around you that you trust to help you get through any hardships. We're all going to have them. You can't go through life thinking that you're never going to encounter a hardship. Life is about the ups and the downs, and you have to just learn to dodge them and do the best you can, and really rely on your friends and family to help you through it and to give you advice and guidance.
To top it off, our top 3 things. Top 3 Food Network shows other than your own.
Oh, what? Other than anything I'm in, right? Okay. Beat Bobby Flay.
Okay.
Barefoot Contessa.
Yes.
And Chopped.
All right, there you go.
Good.
Now.
Oh, finally.
Finally.
Cheers.
Cheers.
Okay, tell me if you like it. It's not going to be like a grilled cheese, but
it's close.
It could be good.
Crunchy. That's good. What do you have still left you want to accomplish?
I'd like to open some restaurants in other parts of the world, outside the U.S. Want to come visit me?
I will definitely come visit you.
There
you go. Look for a Giada restaurant coming to a country near you anytime soon. That's Cold Cuts. That's a take. That's a wrap.
Take off what is the tie doing
It's
on?
a
I
kind
thought
of
this was casual.
This is casual for me.
This is casual? Because you loosen
I'm
the
not
tie a
worried-
minute?
Exactly. It's hip. It's hipster.
So if your go-to dinner night after night after night is pasta, we got some help for you.
I think this is help just for me. We have Giada de la Rentas. Nobody cooks pasta like her. She's been cooking up a storm thanks to her at-home blog, Jotzi. Hi, Giada.
Hi, guys. How are ya?
Look how cute you are in your kitchen. Look at you. Hi.
Hi.
How's quarantine life at that house?
It's been long. I'll say that. But actually, it hasn't been bad. You know, I was just saying to a friend the other day that I know more about what my daughter's doing day in and day out every single moment of the day than I ever did before, and I didn't even know it. And so it's homeschooling is interesting. I've sort of tried to perfect my TikTok dances because my daughter's had her 12th birthday during quarantine, and that is all she wanted, and she wanted me to get better at it. So I've been doing that, and obviously lots of cooking.
So what have been your favorite meals? What have been your go-tos during this time?
Chocolate chip banana bread, which I think everybody has been making a ton of banana bread.
Yes.
And this special pasta that happens to be Jade's favorite that has garlic, olive oil, peas, and prosciutto. So now
we want to get to the recipe, but I wanted to ask, I know your family, you have some family members in Italy, and I was wondering how they're doing.
So my mom lives in Italy, in Rome, actually, in the center. And it's been really interesting. It was really rough at the beginning. So we talked to her every day. We would eat meals together over Zoom. I would have breakfast, she would have dinner because we're so many hours apart. And I think that talking to us regularly, I was noticing too that I talked to my mom every single day in a way that I didn't before. I would talk to her once a week. So I think it's really helped us communicate and connect as human beings in a way that maybe we didn't even realize we weren't doing.
Yeah, that's so interesting. I think even though we're far apart, we're still connected. And I think one way that we are trying to connect, or at least I am in this household, is by meals around the table. I think more people are sitting down and eating than before, probably. So will you make this delicious pasta for us? Because I want to eat it.
So prosciutto, can you see it?
Yes.
I'll pull it up in a second. I want to throw my pasta otherwise. You can do whatever pasta you want, obviously. I'm doing a little bit of a fusillo, like a large fusilli, but that's my pancetta. Can you see it?
Yeah, so why do you cook that? Why do you cook that instead of just putting it in?
Because I want it crispy. It's the topping, it's like the garnish. So I want it to be nice and crispy, just like crispy bacon, like bacon bits you would put on a salad. You don't want it to be slim. It's kind of not that tasty. Right?
Definitely not that you said it that way. No, thank you.
Exactly. So you could do it in a pan or you could do it in the oven. Either way works. It just gets all crispy and it's kind of like bacon. So you could use bacon here if you prefer. And then you just dump a bunch of olive oil and garlic. It's so funny doing it this way.
By the way, it's fascinating.
What have you guys been cooking?
I've been cooking actually a three-dish pasta recipe. Like they put it on today.com, and it's basically a cacio e pepe. How'd that sound?
Brava! Wow, said it really nicely.
What did she say? What was that?
Cacio e pepe.
Oh wow! So, cacio, do you know what it is?
Cacio is pepper and
well,
pepe
is pepper. What's cacio?
Cheese.
Chicken.
Yes, but do you know what kind of cheese?
Cacio. No. What is it? Parmesan.
It's pecorino.
Oh, pecorino.
Okay. Yeah.
So we haven't had pecorino in our life.
Okay, so you melt some butter.
No, yeah. All right, so you just brown the garlic a little bit, just till it's nice and fragrant. Then you add peas. Anybody? Peas?
Yes, peas.
Yes. Okay.
Can you use frozen peas? Because that's all we got.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Frozen peas. Just try to defrost them if you can. You know. Otherwise, there's a little bit more water in here, but not really that big a deal. And a little bit of red pepper flakes. I don't put a lot because Jade isn't a big fan of red pepper flakes. But a little bit is really nice. It adds a little warmth. And you just kind of warm through the peas and the garlic together. And then you dump the pasta when it's ready. Let's see here.
Giada, first of all, as you put that pasta in, I know it's delicious because you made it. You're going to be doing a show from your house which I have to say, watching you cook like this is fascinating to me.
Yes.
You're moving the camera around, doing your own thing. Like this is going to be, where's this show going to live?
Food Network.
On the Food Network.
Yeah.
What's it called?
I can't shoot from a studio, so I'm shooting from my house.
By the way,
with Jay
this is
doing
so-
the dishes, it should be funny.
It's mesmerizing watching you cook like
cheese
this.
you just put in there? Yes. I pre-grated my Parmesan cheese.
Okay, you
myself.
put it in.
So basically,
Let's see it.
no, this is Parmigiano. Cacio is
Parmigiano.
pecorino. So just toss it together. That's it. And a little pasta water. Here.
By the way, pasta water is important. Giada, for this recipe and all of Giada's recipes, go to today.com/food.
We are so excited to get started with cooking and Today Food. But before we do that,